Session number 2 here in Buriram, Thailand is about to get underway. The riders just doing a practice start session before the green light goes on in 10 minutes time. Welcome back to Thailand for pre-season testing before we get going in 2 weeks' time. Hello everybody, welcome back to JB Motorsports here. If you're watching us live, you haven't missed a thing, but it's still Alex Marquez ruling the Buriram timesheets from Pedro Acosta and Marc Marquez, as you can see. 4 Ducatis, 2 KTMs, 2 Aprilias, 1 Honda, 1 Yamaha inside the top 10, as you can see on the blog below. What a fascinating opening test it has been so far. It really is exciting everybody. It's Alex Marquez who's top at the moment from Pedro Acosta and Marc Marquez rounding out inside the top 3 as well. There's seriously a lot to play for and a lot going on. Nobody knows exactly what is going to happen next here as we get ready for the off. One thing we do know is that we're going to circle back now as well and take it back to Buriram, Thailand, as we're going to be underway for the next session, ready for part 2. And also, we're going to go forward in time and join us back in the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. So, if you joined us live, it's going to be the race time. So, green light will be on in around about 10 minutes' time, ready for the second session. But right now, let's head it back to round 14 of the season, the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix.
Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
It's the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix in 2024 and the bikes are on their formation lap. Hello and welcome to a very critical round of this year's World Championship. Here's your championship standings. Martin leads the way now by just 4 points to Pecco Bagnaia in this one. There is a lot of interest and a lot of intrigue coming in. The warm-up lap has started. The Dorna were a bit late there leading into the lap and they let the bikes go a minute early. Fine by me. We need to get this done quickly before MotoGP interrupts Formula 1. Here's your starting grid then. Pecco Bagnaia in his 100th Grand Prix start, looking for 100 wins for Ducati. Alongside him is Jorge Martin and Enea Bastianini on the front row of the grid. Brad Binder has 4th, Pedro Acosta is 5th, Marco Bezzecchi 6th, with Marc Marquez 7th, Maverick Vinales is 8th, Fabio Quartararo is 9th, 10th on the grid as well for Franco Morbidelli. Aleix Espargaro is 11th, Miguel Oliveira is 12th, Fabio Di Giannantonio is 13th, Raul Fernandez 14th, Luca Marini is 15th, 16th for 16th for Juan Mir, 17th Jan Zarco, 18th for Augusto Fernandez, Jack Miller's 19th, Yuki Nakagami is 20th, Alex Marquez 21st, Alex Rins takes 22nd position. That's how it all lines up then. On the grid, we'll open up the full battle screen. Soft rear tyre for Marco Bezzecchi. Everybody else has gone medium front, medium rear. Megan Birch isn't with us. She's not very well. She'll be back with us for Formula 1. She's giving this one a miss to be okay for Singapore in an hour's time. So we're getting ready then. All set. The Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix is about to get underway for MotoGP. What's going to happen? Bagnaia versus Martin, 1 and 2 on the grid. All 5 lights are on. And pull the throttle back as we go racing in Emilia-Romagna with a decent start between Bagnaia and Martin down towards turn 1. Martin is going to have the lead. He's gone in deeper. He goes in too wide though. Bagnaia sweeps around the outside. Brad Binder in the battle with Enea Bastianini. Are they all going to get through safely? Yes, they are. Bagnaia leads. Martin second. Bastianini's in 3rd position. 4th for Brad Binder as we come in towards turn 5. Down the hill. Turning tight. Pull the throttle and accelerate. Bezzecchi gets ahead of Pedro Acosta. And look at the lead that Bagnaia's got already. It's half a second as we come out down towards turn 8. Augusto Fernandez drops down to 16th place. Bastianini's on the back of Martin. Into the braking zone for turn 8. Look at Marc Marquez coming up the inside of Marco Bezzecchi. Takes 6th position. Binder gets ahead just of Pedro Acosta. Acosta trying to fight back round the outside. Hasn't worked out. Into Tardante as well. Miller's in 11th. Oliveira's down the order. Mia down to 21st position as well at the moment. Zarco down to 18th. Down towards Carvone we go. Bagnaia holds that inside line and holding it well in his 100th MotoGP start. Looking for Ducati's 100th race win as everyone else behind is trying to throw it in and not throw it down on the deck. Awesome start then to this race. Lap 1 coming to be completed then as we navigate into turn 15. Turn 16 here, the last corner, that is Mazzano. And over the line, 4/10 becomes 2.5. Martin nailing it back down, both on GP24 machinery, of course. So we know what they want to do. Top 3 bikes in this race are the Ducati specs as well. Bagnaia, Martin, Bastianini, 1, 2, 3. Looks like we're in for a repeat of the sprint race where these two were ebbing and flowing until Martin made that error. And Brad Binder coming down into braking now. It does not look good. Has he dropped it? Yes, he has. Yeah, no, yeah. Binder's out. Binder's crashed. Binder's out of the race. That bike did not look steady at all coming down, and he dropped down the timing screen. And Martin's going to the inside line down towards turn 8. He's having a look on Bagnaia, can't get through. So just little by little, change by change. Binder crashed out then. That puts Pedro Acosta up into 4th position. Marc Marquez directly behind him in 5th. Bastianini now running in tow as well with Jorge Martin. Out we go again towards Carvoni. Martin closing back out to Bagnaia. They are still running so tight together. Yellow flag retrieved. Binder's rejoined the race according to our timing screen, which is great news. Just touched the brake again. Turning in. Caden says no. Is he still in? Well, yes, Binder has rejoined the race as Martin nearly checks himself up on Bagnaia's rear tyre. That's going to allow Bashi to have a go through. I can confirm to you, I'll take a look with the race control messages. He has rejoined the race. See, Binder has rejoined the race. He's in, don't worry. Pekka V. Martin is on, says SHT. That is the case, and join in. And Bashi, he's at the fastest lap of the race, at 1:31.4 coming into it as well. As they all turn in again. The battle at the front is still going absolutely crazy as well. On the inside, Martin takes the lead of the race. Bagnaia gets the comeback through 5 and 6. Bagnaia leads. Listen to the cheers of the crowd as this keeps on swamping. And here comes Enea Bastianini. It's 3 wide as we head down towards turn 8. Martin to the inside line. Last of the late breakers. Bagnaia shuts the door on the outside line. Oh, brilliant. The gap in the championship now just 1 point, but Bagnaia will lead it. 5 points difference between first and second for a win. 25 for the win, 20 for second. 4 points Martin had. Bagnaia would lead by 1 point in the championship. It's so crucial between these two today. Martin closing him in. Martin to the inside line at 10-11. No way! No way! He backs out of it. You can't do that, Jorge. Who'll be watching, Jorge Martin or Jorge Lorenzo with that type of manoeuvre? Spaniards have no fear at this circuit. Up we go. Hugging that inside line again. Bagnaia's going to have the attack. Try and get the gumption back. I need to run up to change things and hand over to TNT for a lap. I don't think I can. 1 lap could change all the difference. I need them to have a bit of a gap between. I've got 9 minutes for them to have to do that. Acosta, 1:31.401. He's in P4. He's got the fastest lap of the race, and he's right up with this race-leading lot as well. He's dragged Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi with him. Out of 3, 4 and 5 coming up before 6, 4, 5. The 2 double rights. Bagnaia just lifting into 6 at the curve. 7, the straightaway curve before heavy turn 8. Martin's in the tow once more. Pulls to the inside line down at turn 8. Last of the late breakers. Bagnaia knows he can't defend this one. Martin takes the lead of the race. Bagnaia tries to come back. Almost runs into each other. And there's the gap and the lift-off that we were waiting for. Jorge Martin on lap 4 of 27 takes the lead of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Martin leads 9 points in the championship now as well. Separate them. Bastianini is going to be closing right out. Marc Marquez in the mix too. He needs to get past Pedro Acosta. Fantastic race here in Emilia-Romagna. Through Carvoni. Into the braking zone for turn 14. Martin's got it. Just needs to stay calm. Stay calm, stay relevant, stay on the line, and here's a replay. Let's head back over to the world feed.
Yeah, look. So by the time you get to the braking zone, he's he's all he's going to do is gain one bike length as opposed to coming from further back. That's where he does really well. Martin's clever there. He keeps the throttle closed. He keeps the door closed. And Bagnaia thought he's going to accelerate, go wide. I'll get back past, but no, not to be.
Wow, he has just done a 131.2. That is 3/10 quicker than Marc Marquez managed last week. Now conditions are so much more favourable. In fact, there's a sort of hazy cloud over the top that's just kept the worst of any heat there might be out there. The rain that we've had in the last week in this part of Italy too has meant temperatures are ideal. This track is grippy, and Jorge Martin using it to his full advantage. Bagnaia's going to come under pressure now from his teammate Enea Bastianini. Bastianini would make a move if he felt that he was able to, but on that occasion just holds firm.
Coming now though, he's got the exit. Oh! It's so, I was about to say it's one line at that point.
Oh, and he is going through. Bagnaia had to run deep. He knew Bastianini was there. Wow, this is huge as regards the championship. Pecco Bagnaia's teammate, Enea Bastianini, has passed him, and now he's set about Martin.
Absolutely, there are no team orders at all in MotoGP, certainly at this point in the season. Maybe if it was the last round. So right now, all Bastianini's thinking about is himself, his championship, and he's wanting to win this race.
He's also not out of the championship. I won't point that out. He's behind Marc Marquez. He's 64 behind Jorge Martin. Bastianini will win races, I'm pretty sure, before the end of the year, if not today. You think of Malaysia where he won last year. You know, there are places that Bastianini will fancy as we come into the home straight. Still 131.2 from Martin. And Bagnaia 132.0. He's not able to match Martin's pace at this stage.
No,
sadly not.
He's
no.
lost his rhythm. That's what happens as well.
Oh, Acosta.
Pedro nearly got flicked to the moon there. So it all settles down now, and this is what Bastianini needs. He just needs a lap off just to settle, press reset, and then you start again. The Sunday race, it's a long race. We've still got 22 laps to go. So
yeah, and he's struggling for rear grip at the moment is Pecco Bagnaia. Look, he's already in the back of the clutches of Pietro Acosta. As I have to run around to get everything sorted for Formula One in a few moments' time. With their pre-show starting, Omi's hosting that one. Will be live straight after it. Martin, Bastianini, Bagnaia, Acosta, Marc Marquez still in 5th position. Amazing strategies at the moment between them all. Just needs to stay calm, and Martin has a big advantage here. Like, I've never seen him this calm and knows exactly what he needs to do. I don't know whether to be impressed or worried, to be fair. It's that type of race between them. This is replay at turn 4 from Pedro Acosta. Oh! What? That's not right. I was on board with Acosta watching Binder go down earlier on in the race. Dorna's TV graphics there not really working, so we were on board there with Acosta looking at Binder crashing out, but they made it seem like it was Acosta who had crashed out. I was like, what? No. He's still in 4th position. Lap 7 of 27. There's Marc Marquez closing up 8/10 to Sed Acosta, who's going to have a go in a minute on Pecco Bagnaia. Marco Bezzecchi holding it all together. Now, Bastianini might just fancy an attack here because he is 7/10 behind Jorge Martin, but is faster in that first sector. Martin at 25.6, Bastianini at 25.5. Quartararo is battling his old teammate, Franco Morbidelli. Yamaha versus now Prima Pramac Ducati. Morbidelli is on the 23 bike, remember. So this is over 7th and 8th positions as Oliveira moves up to 13th ahead of Di Giannantonio, who's dropped down to 14th place. Raul Fernandez currently has the last points paying position in 15th. So I wonder, medium front, medium rear tyres at the moment. I wonder if they've just changed ever so slightly, that we've got, I don't want to say it, the grip isn't there. Bagnaia is slopping again. Can't afford to do that. Do you see what I mean about, is Martin and Bagnaia actually championship material, or have they just been really lucky to be on the best of the machinery without Marc Marquez or any other rider being consistent? That's the question, because they keep making silly mistakes like this that other riders wouldn't have done. So that's what I'm looking forward to next year. Here's the race start then. And let's go over to Neil Hodgson.
It's not going to be the case.
Definitely not. Right, keep your eye on Bagnaia on the outside. Watch this, how clever it is. Cuts to the inside, accelerates, and just throws it over his nose. Thank you very much. Hits the apex perfect. So from here, you look at Bagnaia in pole position, you think, right, he's going to get absolutely mugged. He's going to come out fourth, but he just plays it perfect. Does the cut back there, really aggressive, decisive. How tight it is.
I'll tell you what, brave from Bastianini as well to keep the barnstorming Binder at bay. At the front, the gap was 9/10. It's down to 0.4 after that last lap from Enea Bastianini.
Yeah, it's closing up.
Bagnaia is...
I muted that. Martin leads, but Bastianini is closing him in once again. As we take a look, there's the race control information. Nothing's changed so far on the overall monitors between them, as we've got many a different monitor to show you. This is the one that everybody, and including me, enjoys the most. The battle gap screen, that we call it. Still going to be up there. Over the line then, lap 8 of 27, now lap 9 of 27, 19 to go. Gap between Martin and Bastianini now 0.2 of a second. It's been closing lap upon lap upon lap. And it's exactly what we like to see. A little bit of drama, a little bit of tension, a little bit of everything is what we like. Round we go again. I've got a feeling Bastianini's going to have a go here. Super aggressive at the exit of turn 6 into 7. Down the straight we go. Is Bastianini going to have a look? No, settles behind Martin. Interesting strategy developments happening right now then. 6 seconds in one lap. I'm being told these two could lap the field in if they put their foot down. They've already put out a second to Bagnaia. Gap between Martin and Nakagami is 16 seconds. That's first to 20th. A bit, of course, a lap down on that order, so it doesn't really count in the mix of things. But hey-ho, that's how we like to see it at the moment. It's this type of battle, this type of weekend that, again, getting the advantage, keeping the advantage. Bastianini is the fastest rider on the track right now. Pedro Acosta's down. Pedro Acosta has crashed out of the Grand Prix. And that, from 4th place, is a bitter disappointment. How's he done that? Must be at turn 14. Has to be turn 14. Oh, he's turned 15. Well, that could have been a very nasty one. He's up and walking away. The airbag's gone off as well. The bike isn't damaged. No damage to the tyre barrier either. So that is very much good news. He is okay. I never like the look of that. Always could be a bad one. Over we go once again. Yellow flag retrieved. Back to green flag running. Martin with track limits warnings. Martin, track limits warnings. Ooh! Race and championship leader being warned by the stewards. What did you miss? Well, out goes Pedro Acosta. He's crashed out of the race. And track limits warning for Jorge Martin, as you can see on the monitor. So it's getting interesting. If he goes over one more time, he'll get a long lap penalty. They've pulled out 2.2 seconds right now. Bastianini and Martin have to Pecco Bagnaia. So it's not out of the realms of possibility that these two could have an almighty ding-dong. There's Acosta being ridden back in. Let's see how they did it. Turn 15. Oh, he just lost it. He couldn't pick the bike up. Lost it mid-corner. Considering I've seen a horrible accident there this year, Acosta got off very, very lucky. Yeah, dropped the front on acceleration when he tried to pick the bike up. The front dipped away from him. Sadly, nothing he could do about that one. The leading group then with 17 laps to go. Martin and Bastianini holding it together, pulling it all in. Really giving it the gumption. GP24 is too good. If not, Marc Marquez may win this year. Absolutely. Just imagine what it's going to be like with Marc Marquez on the main bike next year. It's going to be absolutely insane. I can't wait. I physically can't. It's going to be such an exciting challenge. Omi's started the pre-show for the Singapore Grand Prix. So that'll be, after we finish here on MotoGP, we will go on, we want a quick off. So literally as soon as the flag goes and everyone's crossed it, a quick off here. And then we'll redirect you to F1. If you want to watch that, you can join us there. 2-hour Singapore Grand Prix in a title battle just as close as this one. We're being treated this year, aren't we? Martin and Bastianini, not the two I was expecting to say. Megan did warn me that Bagnaia didn't have a very good sprint race. Let's just see what can be done. Led the championship, of course. Martin by a point. 4 points, sorry, coming out of that one. Over the line we go again. Martin staying well clear of that green triangle at the exit of turn 16. He knows what that could bring. Harbinger of doom. Doom and gloom, to be fair. As they'll rocket once again. Vinales has passed Alicia Spargos. The two Aprilias are swapping battles between each other. Martin, Bastianini, that's 2.9 the gap. So yeah, just keep it together. Over the exit we go. Martin just taking down 2 gears into turn 8. Gently accelerates. I'm really excited now. This could be a really interesting race. They've just got to hold the advantage. They can do it. They will hold the advantage. They can and will. Just realised that Emiline's been in here since this morning. So I've been drinking and doing it on the MotoGP. Interesting. A glass of water, please. 2.8 seconds of gap now as well. Nothing's changing at the front. Seems like now we're in the tyre saving mode as we approach half distance in this Grand Prix. Lap 14, which will be half crossover distance of the two. Of course, because you count the lap you're on. So lap 14 and 27. 14 laps to go, count the one you're on. 15 to go. Martin braking hard in towards turn number 1. Bagnaia has started to close that gap now. It's 1.1 seconds. It was 2 seconds back. Actually, now I correct myself. 2.825 now between Bastianini and Bagnaia. Bagnaia and Marc Marquez is 1.193. Marc Marquez has 6/10 to him, and Marco Bezzecchi running in 5th position. So there are deltas that could be found, will be found, and probably will then be exterminated as they come out. We're watching Fabio Quartararo running in 6th position now. Down into turn 8. There's Franco Morbidelli directly behind him. He's P7. Quartararo 6th, Morbidelli 7. 15 laps to go. Hello. D'Antonio passes Miguel Oliveira for 12th position. Down to turn 8. Worried there might have been an accident there. There was not, I am delighted to say. I'm just wondering if there's only 20 in this race with the cross track. Yes, I can zoom in to make my eyes a little bit easier reading the timing screen up here in the comms box. Sector 4. That's looking good. Bastianini's got it. Live Constructors Championship. Ducati will be on exactly 500 points. KTM 256 points back. They would take the Constructors title with ease. So that's something to keep an eye on. And Bezzecchi has now been given a track limits warning. So Marco Bezzecchi awarded track limits by the stewards. You can see in the messages just below us here in the comms box. Martin was given around about 8 minutes ago as well that same message of track limits warning. Do it again, you get a penalty, and that penalty will be a long lap. 7/10 still the gap. We're at half distance, by the way. 44, okay. Half distance then of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix for MotoGP. The last of the European races before the flyaways. Indonesia up next in a week's time. Then we go to Japan. Then it's Thailand, Australia, Malaysia, and the season rounding out in Valencia. 6 races after this. remain in the MotoGP calendar. Just checking I've got that the right way round. The calendar keeps changing so much this year. It's hard to tell. Ducati will win the Constructors though. So just confirm, yep, Indonesia next up, 29th of September. Japan, 6th of October. Australia, 20th of October. 27th of October, Thailand. 1st November is Malaysia. 17th of November, Valencia. So it's actually Indonesia, Japan, Australia, Thailand, Malaysia, Valencia. That's the order of things. Still, Malaysia will be fun. At Sepang. Just want to know, actually, what time are we doing the Australia Grand Prix? Because often, yeah, it starts on Thursday. Practice 1 is at, 12:45 a.m. on the Friday. Practice 2, 5 till 6. Sprint race for Australia, 5 a.m. What time's the race on Saturday? 4 a.m. for the Australian Grand Prix. Okay. 4 a.m. for Australia. Then back to bed for the whole day. Oh, TV picture's gone off. I've lost it. Oh, no. Oh, hello. Now, this happened yesterday in the World Superbikes race where they lost TV signal and it's trying to fight back. Is it fighting back? Come on. Come on, you can do it. No, I've lost it. I've got no TV pictures. Oh, well, have they red flagged the race? No sign of it at the moment. Hopefully it's just on our side at the moment. Just finding out if it is on our side at the moment. 6/10 at the moment. Bastianini has just done a 1:30.939 at the moment. Di Giannantonio has a track limits warning that's come through. I'm having to commentate at the moment on I'm having to commentate on timing screens. Oh, and we're back. So we're back on. TV pictures restored. 12 laps to go. Martin, 0.539 off to Bastianini and Bagnaia. Marc Marquez still running in 4th position. There is Pecco. Fastest lap of the race. 1:30.939. Martin and Bastianini now 4/10 between each other. So TV pictures had a little bit of a glitch. They're back on now. That happened yesterday in the World Superbike race, and they had to red flag the race, and that's why Daniele Petrucci won. Became the first rider to win MotoGP, World Superbikes, Rallycross, and the Dakar as well. So an amazing, and yeah, motocross, fantastic rider, Daniele Petrucci, a living legend in motorcycle racing, to win all forms on a bike. Bagnaia now starting to close back in. 12 to go. He's got the time in order to find what he needs to. The Prima Pramac guys watching on. See what the Martinator can do. Jorge Martin over the line. 11 to go here. 7/10 to him and Bastianini. 1.7. Yeah, it's closing down now. 2.4 separates Martin and Bagnaia. You just feel it, can't you? Starting to come through. 1:30.877 for Pecco Bagnaia. Fastest lap sequence now. Lap 15 and 16 getting quicker and quicker and quicker. This is going to be tasty, isn't it? He's going to do it. He's going to do it, isn't he? He's so much faster than everybody else. Down into 8 again. Hug that inside line. Really try and grip the accelerator. What a fantastic little turnaround this is turning out to be. Just coasting once again, as we'll have the advantage here. 0.579 between Bastianini and Bagnaia, 1.873. So they're just holding it down. I wonder if Bastianini can actually get through on Martin, or if Martin is going to hold that front advantage. Zarco, track limits warnings flashed up on my monitor now here in the comms box. Raul Fernandez and Di Giannantonio and Mia, all a little battle. Alex Marquez also with track limits warning. Mia passes Miller, 14 and 15 swapped over. That's what I saw in the comments box. 10 to go then. So around about 15 minutes left of the race. Yeah, it takes us to about 44 as I predicted. If they remain consistent. Very tight before we go on air for this one. My goodness. How fun this could be. Hold that inside line. Gently, just gradually pulling that accelerator on the throttle, dipping the clutch in as well. Looking at the accelerator speed as well, Bagnaia, even with the toe, so much faster than Bastianini. And Bastianini faster than Martin on the straight as well. They're all three doing exactly what they need to do by closing up, keeping that advantage. 21st to 10th at the moment for Alex Marquez. Great recovery, says SHG. I agree with you. What a run. Inside the points as well. On that Grassini, a bike we know that can win races. He certainly gripped it nicely and got it going. Bagnaia is coming back into the title and the race fight at the moment. They need to just find it. Let it run, let it go. Find the differential between it and then push the power down. Martin's still there. Here we go again then. Over the line. 9 to go. Gap 0.4 of a second. You're just waiting for Martin to make an error. Slip off. Make a bad accident. And the championship swings. Even now, Bagnaia would lead the title by a considerable number of points. Got to be so careful. 15 points for third. The gap would be 11 as it would stand. That's insane. So Martin knows he can't risk anything. That's the thing when it's so close in World Championships. One DNF, and you're out of it. I know there's 6 races to go, but it's effectively 12 with the sprint races that pay half points at 12. So yeah. This race continuing to attack. Zarco up to 17th. Nakagami 18th. So they've swapped over once again. Coming up at 8 to go. I miss Megan. It's not easy when you're solo commentating. Doable, but you know, you miss your sidekick. She'll be back with me in about half an hour's time for Formula 1. Don't expect her to stay for the whole race of F1. If she's there, she'll be there. Martin. Hang on a minute. Miller passes Marini. Martin is now 0.3 of a second back. He's losing time in these sectors. I wouldn't be at all surprised, you know, if we see Martin just push it a bit too far trying to defend. 8 to go. Just takes that one mistake, that one error. How the tyre's doing as well. Medium front, medium rear. Bezecchi going well with a soft rear tyre. The only one in the field to do that. See if it works. TNT.
That's where you feel, don't you, for Bastianini? A turn 4 might be a chance for him. Okay, Bastianini trying to set one up down into Tremonto. They got really close again. Martin's not breaking Bastianini, and all the while Pecco Bagnaia, actually the gap has steadied between himself and Bastianini, and I think it's more Bastianini reacting rather than Bagnaia relenting.
Yeah, and we are now just about getting into the point where in previous races, when you've seen Bastianini in previous years, this is where the way he rides, the way he is able to save that rear tyre, normally he gets stronger. He can keep the pace. He's starting to think about it. He's getting, obviously he's close enough now, and now he's looking for an opportunity. Where can he go? Between turn 1 and 2, that's a place. Turn 4 you mentioned, that's another classic. Down into 8. They're your main ones. That was definitely on the green.
They were both on the green, weren't they? Bastianini definitely was. I thought Martin wasn't too far away either.
Have a look here. He's going to have a look on the flip-flop. No, not quite close enough, but he's setting it up for the next lap.
I'm almost certain that Martin was as well. I remind you, he has got a track limits warning hanging over him, but Bastianini's got to have one soon. It looks like, it's hard to tell sometimes from these cameras. trackside cameras. From the overhead, you get to see things perhaps a little bit more. But they both look very, very close on that occasion. So warning triangle by Martin's name means he has a track limits.
Oh, someone's
down behind. It's not Bagnaia, is it? It is! Pecco Bagnaia has crashed out of third place in his own Grand Prix.
It's happened again! I don't believe it! The one thing I said couldn't happen has happened! Pecco Bagnaia has crashed out of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix! The front buckling down into turn 8, and he's out! Martin leads the title by 23 points! This is what I've been saying throughout the entire season! Neither of them are World Championship material when they still make these rookie errors in Grand Prix racing. Bagnaia may be a multiple world champion, but it's come at a time when Ducati's had the best bikes and everybody else around him hasn't had the same talent level as a world champion. I don't believe it. Marc Marquez will be on the podium, but out again of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix is Enea Bastianini. He was out in the last race we ran at Emilia-Romagna. Insane. Just insane. Absolute bizarre. Now, Bastianini needs to do damage limitation here for Martin not to do it. I knew as soon as I brought back in that this happens. We have a championship leader crashing out. Oh, you want to scream. You physically want to scream. As they turn again. So yeah, just keeping it together. So Martin by 0.2 of a second. Bastianini right there. Can you believe it, everybody? He threw it away again. As soon as he hit the brakes too hard, down he goes. The World Championship now swings the way of Jorge Martin with 6 races to go. You want to cry. You actually want to cry. Such an exciting battle. And Bagnaia's thrown it away. And that's the man Ducati kept. Yes, he's a 2-time world champion, but Bagnaia is the crasher. So is Martin. I can't understand how these two have got to the front. They have talent, but they also have the best motorcycle. Put Marc Marquez on the current bike, he'd win races. He'd win the championship. That's why next year is so important. It's such a strange situation going on in MotoGP right now. Oh, and Martin's gone wide! Martin outbraked himself down into turn 8. And again, Bastianini wants to find a way through. He's trying to. Are we going to see a repeat of the Italian Grand Prix when Enea Bastianini defied orders and did the action? Are we going to see another run from Enea Bastianini taking a race win away from Jorge Martin and helping out his teammate as much as he possibly can? We're coming up on 4 laps to go in the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Into the penultimate corner. Into turn 15. 4 laps. Let's have a look at the replay. This is what happened to Martin then down at turn 8. Hits the brakes. Brake too late. Couldn't get it stopped. Missed the apex by a country mile. And through. An opportunity came for Bastianini. The gap now a 1/10 of a second. This is what we are waiting for. This is the attack. Marc can get second in the championship because Marc is strong in Asia tracks. Absolutely. If Marc still has a chance to get the title. Not that many points back. There's Bagnaia. Have to rename this a Crash-A-Lot. Don't get him in an Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. It wrecks his World Championship. Meantime, his teammate's going to try and do everything he can to stop Martin getting such a big advantage. Fabio Di Giannantonio has been given a long lap penalty for abuse of track limits. Too much. This race is giving and taking in the same breath. Come on, Bastianini. Can he win at home? Italian round, Emilia-Romagna, and can he get Ducati's 100th Grand Prix victory? Bastianini doing what he does, as if he's been let loose. If Bagnaia doesn't have a great day, Bastianini has a fantastic day. There's Digi's attack. Tyres going for Martin. Through we go again. Back on the power. 3 laps to go. Down into turn 1. The right-hander. Left at 2. Right again at 3. Into 4 and 5. Just hold it. Come on. What have you got? He's sort of leaning into the screen. I know I am. Braking hard. Oh, Martin again making errors out of 4 and 5. Bastianini is chomping at the bit. And he's got such a great exit. He almost hits the back of Martin coming out of turn 6. He's side by side on the inside line down towards turn 8. He pulls out of the move. Bastianini looking so much on the move. This is going to be a fantastic race. Julian said that Mark will win Asia. It'll be a wet tour. Could be. Rain in Asia. Mark loves those circuits. Apart from Indonesia. Big accident there, didn't he, a couple of years ago? Put him out of the race. Can he conquer? Well, to be fair, he did also have a side-by-side in Thailand as well. So, yeah, I'll say he can do it. Through Carvone, in towards now turn 14. Martin, the front end is dipping away on that bike. He's got no front end grip. Martin has no front end grip. Bastianini does. 2 laps to go of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Over the line. Who is going to win? It's a dogfight between 2 of the most unlikely of people. Martin leading the race. That was predictable. Bastianini going for a second run. Di Giannantonio has completed his long lap penalty. Oh, Bastianini's sliding that rear of the bike out. He's trying to get the inside line of the pickup. He's letting Martin know he's there. Bastianini has such a great exit compared to that of Martin as he heads down towards turn number 8. Down, 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 down. Holds that line. Gently accelerate. No, nothing there. He's trying as hard as he can. He can't find the pace. He can't find the rhythm. Smooth again. A smooth operator. Back on. Pull power. Pull the throttle. Clutch, 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 clutch. Too far back on this lap. I wonder if now we're into turn 14 again. Bastianini's going to have a little bit of a look on Martin, trying to plan out the last lap. Looks on the outside of 14, gets the cut back. Martin's got it blocked. 15 comes up at the left. Nothing there. Will he try and have an attack at turn 16 on the inside of Mazzano? We saw in Moto2, a run round the outside is possible. 1 more lap to go with the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Martin to take an extraordinary lead in the World Championship if he can make it to the end. Bastianini will be right there with him. He wants to keep the points as small as possible to help his teammate. There's 5 on offer. He's going for it at the inside. They're going to make contact. Bastianini forces Martin off the track. Martin puts his hand up to Bastianini to say, what was that? Surely a penalty for Enea Bastianini for forcing another rider off the track. The gap in the championship will now regroup to around about 18 points. It's up the inside. He didn't even attempt to turn in. Bastianini might get that one called there. Bagnaia's going to be happy with that. I don't think this win will stand. We'll have to update you later on if anything changes, but the fans are loving this here in Emilia-Romagna. Will they be loving it that much if they realise their boy might not get out? Born in Rimini. Italian bread and butter. A track he knows best. Grew up racing here. Emilio Romagna is the name. It's an Italian home race. It's an Italian round, an Italian bike and an Italian rider. Enea Bastianini wins literally at home. Martin is furious in second. Fist up to the officials and Ducati. Marc Marquez in third. Bezzecchi fourth. All four of the Ducati riders and teams inside the top four. Ducati, Prima, Gresini, VR46, pretty much in the order they should be. What a race! But for Bastianini, was it racing or was it villainy? That's your question. What's Martin going to say to him now? Come on, he said, I'm sorry. But they handshake towards each other. Martin accepts it was racing. And he gives the win to Bastianini. That's sportsmanship there. Bastianini apologised. Martin said it's racing. Hot heads, but better on the circuit as friendship and respect. Bastianini wins from Martin, Marc Marquez third, Bezzecchi, Morbidelli, Vinales, Quartararo, Aleix Espargaro. Then Alex Marquez fall back to 9th, Oliveira 10th, Mia, Marini, Raul Fernandez, Quartararo, Zarco 15th, the last point. Miller, Nakagami, Augusto Fernandez, Binder. Out was Bagnaia and Acosta. Next weekend is the Indonesia Grand Prix. We're live all weekend on JB Motorsports. Join us then for the action. Thanks for your company. It's 100 wins for Ducati in MotoGP. It's another win for Bastianini, literally at home. He couldn't be happier. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye. So all the action then taking place at the moment. So far, so good. We've managed to get our systems back operational, finally. Let's just move the microphone so you can actually hear me. So, the afternoon session going on. We've made it the combined times because there wasn't that much difference between a 20-minute session of practice start. So it made no sense to not give you the combined times out here on the track. So that's what we've done. Everybody's still in the pit lane as we've sort of got an unofficial lunch break coming up here in Buriram. So we're about 3 minutes away from the session officially restarting to get going. But still, Alex Marquez fastest, Pedro Acosta's bumped up to second place as well. Okay, so let's head over. Round 15 of the season then, and the Indonesian Grand Prix as well with the sprint and feature. MotoGP moves away from the European season and heads in to the final. Welcome along to the wonderful Mandalika Street Circuit, all set to go for what is going to be a very exciting round 15 of MotoGP in 2024. Hello everybody, welcome up to the commentary box. The Tissot sprint is about to get underway. Here's your starting grid then. Jorge Martin on pole position, Marco Bezzecchi's alongside him, Pedro Acosta has the front row. Then it's Pecco Bagnaia, Enea Bastianini, Fabio Quartararo, Johan Zarco, Fabio Di Giannantonio, Franco Morbidelli, ahead of Maverick Vinales on your top 10. Then it's Raul Fernandez. Marc Marquez crashing 3 times in qualifying. Number 2, he starts 12th. Then it's Aleix Espargaro ahead of Alex Marquez and Alex Rins, Jack Miller, Luca Marini, Tahiti Nakagami, Brad Binder, Juan Mir and Augusto Fernandez. Alex Marquez also crashing big time during qualifying as well. We're underway then, on the formation lap alongside me in the commentary box is Megan Birch. And Megan, we're in now for what should be a fantastic race. Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, though technically morning.
Good morning. How are you doing? You doing well?
Well, I've been up an hour, so not too bad, but I would much rather be in warmth.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? And also, MotoGP have changed their systems again. So
How do they do that?
I know. Same here, same here. So just having to adjust everything as on the fly to see if it's going to work okay.
It's like, leave it be. Let people get used to it.
The whole let it be situation, yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to change it at the start of the year.
Yeah, so I'm having to run around like a headless chicken getting it all sorted right now as we head in. Megan, what do you think is going to happen in the race? Who have you got your eye on?
Well, I haven't really seen any of this weekend because of,
Sleeping.
Yeah.
Fair point.
So Bezzecchi seems to be near the top.
Bezzecchi's doing really well at the moment.
I'll go for
surprised me.
Bezzecchi doing really good. Podium, maybe.
He surprised me in qualifying, I can tell you that much right now as well, with everything. As you can see, the tyres, starting tyres and hard tyres as well. So that should be fixed now. Honestly, it's such a pain in the behind, all this. And so they get ready to come onto the circuit, on the lineup, on the main grid. Now, hopefully as well, yep, we've opened up the race control messages. Let's just see how that's going to work out throughout this one. On the starting grid then. Now, watch out for Jorge Martin starting from pole position. In the practice starts yesterday, he couldn't engage the launch control system, so that could be a factor to come into today. Pedro Costa, third on the grid. He starts on the clean row. All set then here, ready to go. The race start for the Tissot Sprint. Lights out in Indonesia. Again, Martin bogged down. Bezzecchi gets a good getaway. So does Enea Bastianini. Martin in the second phase of the start gets a great run. Round the outside and towards the first corner comes the Ducatis. Pecco Bagnaia up into second position. Enea Bastianini goes to third. Pedro Costa losing down a couple of positions. So is Enea Bastianini. Marc Marquez back up the order into fifth. What? That's an amazing getaway from him. He just will not stop getting away, will he? Tremendous start on the inside line down on towards turn number one. Good stuff so far then, Megan, and so far clean start from everybody. Zarco's up to 11th place as well, but great start. Martin leads, Bagnaia still second place. Game on.
Yeah, it's looking very well for Ducati so far. Further down the field, I've just seen Jack Miller overtake Alex Rins, and still suffering with bad throat and stuff.
Yeah, there you go. Miller gets ahead of Rins, 12th, 13th. Fernandez ahead of Brad Binder, Nakagami and Mia and Miller there too. Martin leads the way as they come in towards turn 14, 15 and 16 coming up next in the last sector on this circuit. Martin almost having to stand the bike up. Digi gets ahead of Morbidelli. Morbidelli down a couple of places as well. They've got to be so smooth and so swift at this part of the circuit to get it right. 9 times out of 10 there, you want the deck.
Oh, no.
Martin's down! Martin's down! And this is what I keep talking about in the World Championship. You keep having two as a throws. Jorge Martin crashes out. The king of the sprints is out at turn 16. And now Bagnaia can get those points back he lost in the World Championship. The gap now down to 12 points. Exactly what Bagnaia needed has happened. Martin crashes out. He picks it up though and gets going. But these two again.
And it's Marc Marquez and Bastianini, they're on the same amount of points right now.
54 apiece. Martin now has 12 laps to get himself back into points paying position. Let's take a look how it happened. Yeah, SHT, didn't we predict it, Josh? We did indeed. If it's not back now, it's Martin into turn 16 and the front just drops away, Megan.
Yeah, it did. I mean, have you noticed they've been taking the Acosta approach, just not letting your bike go?
Unbelievable to how they've got it there as well. Just gets worse and worse. Bagnaia leads the Tissot Sprint.
Ralph Fernandez.
Ralph Fernandez, has he gone down all the way to the inside? There's Zarco, and there we see side by side with Maverick Vinales. Vinales goes through. Yeah, Raul's crashed. Raul Fernandez has crashed out of the race. Yellow flag out sector 3 as well. And he's rejoined.
Yeah, he's rejoined.
Well, there you go. So that must, I don't know if that's a crash or it's just gone straight on.
Might have just gone straight on.
Yeah, the way he's gone. Well,
because he doesn't seem to be having any trouble with his bike.
Well, that's up to 20th now for Jorge Martin. He's 7 seconds back to Bagnaia. But look at this from Marco Bezzecchi, and Pedro Costa has managed to get himself back up into second position as well. Didn't have to... Mia's down on the outside, so Mia's gone down again. Yellow flag sector 4.
In the same position as what Ralph Fernandez did.
Turn 16 as well, so Mia's down there. Look at that, the top 4 all setting fastest lap times. Mia's out of it. 1:30.638 then at the moment. That's Marc Marquez to fast up. There's one Mia down at turn 16. Same place as Jorge Martin. He's out of the race.
I'm guessing that's a problem area.
We've had a few crashes there this weekend, and this Manjalica Street Circuit still is causing problems.
It's lap 3, and, well, let's face it, all those just happened in one lap.
Yeah, well, yeah, in the space of 1.5 laps as well.
Yeah, 3 and 3,
yeah.
but technically you're wrong.
This is lap 3 of 13. It's unlucky for some. Maybe this sprint race really is going to be unlucky. Brad Binder gets ahead of Augusto Fernandez, and now we're looking at Ea Bastianini trying to throw up the inside. Marco Bezzecchi takes second position away from Acosta. Marc Marquez comes back to on the inside line. Does he get 2 for the price of 1? No. It's only by 1, I'm afraid. Mark up to 3rd. He's never finished ever at this circuit, Marc Marquez. Never a Tissot sprint, never a Grand Prix, ever.
Well, if you look at it, Bezzecchi's gone up really high from his points, so Mark's going to be trying to get past someone who's really dedicated to winning this weekend.
Well, Marco Bezzecchi's on a soft front, soft rear tyre, but Pecco Bagnaia hard front, soft rear. It's a majority of the field that he's on that hard front, soft rear tyre, but they are taking no prisoners. They don't want to have anything worried about them as well. And I can't believe I'm going to have to go from one to the other on the timing screen, whereas before I had to switch the messages on, and now they've all switched it back again.
Rins has track limits.
So already, and Rins has just passed Alex Marquez up at 12th. Martin with a 1:30.616. He's got the fastest time of the race, and there goes Pedro Acosta back to the inside of an Ea Bastianini to retake 4th position. Bastianini was not going to be able to get through on that point as well. Mark already gained 8 places. Are we going to see a flashback to the Tissot sprint at Jerez where everyone just bins it? Possibly so.
It's a possibility.
Everyone just sort of wants to throw it away at the moment as well. It's that type of racing action as Marc Marquez hoses in over the top, and now we see Bastianini trying to go around the outside. Again, Acosta just sort of shutting the door at every opportunity, but Bastianini's going to launch it up the inside, down into turn 13, and he's got him on the inside. Quartararo's in here too, so is Fabio Di Giannantonio.
That's unusual for both of them. But right now we're coming up to the area where everyone seems to be crashing, and Martin's making his way up the order. Right now he's in 16th.
Yeah, out of turn 15, down towards 16. There goes Morbidelli, there goes Quartararo, passing Digi. I believe that's, it is Digi, who tried to have a couple of positions again. Hasn't worked. Marc Marquez closing up on Marco Bezzecchi as well. Morbidelli can't get through on Digi as he comes into the braking zone for 15, then into turn 16. The very tight hairpin where we've seen already a couple of guys go down today. But Bagnaia just needs to keep his start. Here's the start to get on board with Marc Marquez.
Right, so Mark gets an amazing start. He sees everyone just going slightly to the side and just decides, you know what, I'm just going to go straight on. Literally, he does not move at all, though he managed to get past about 4 people in the start of the race alone. I mean, that is incredibly skilled. Then we also see Acosta also getting past a load of people at the start of the race. I mean, he even managed to get past Bastianini relatively easily.
There's Mark, as you say, inside of Morbidelli and Quartararo.
There's Mark right there, and Di Giannantonio is just sat there, just like, wait, help.
Lou says, is Martin doing a last to 7 challenge? It looks like it's possible. Where is he at the moment? He's up to 16th position. He's, and Fernandez passes Nakagami. Nakagami going down a couple of the orders as well as Quartararo tries to have a go at Pedro Acosta over 5th position as we come in towards turn 13. Not going to work out this time. Look at the waves crashing in the background against the rocks as well. Mandalika, wonderful venue for a circuit as well. Shame the fans can't get in. Average general admission ticket is 30 euro. It's 30. Look at all the empty grandstands. It's 30. I don't know what the currency is over there, but whatever it is, it's 30 compared to where the minimum wage is only 150 per month. So yeah, they need to dramatically dock the prices.
So they've just not got to eat.
Yeah, they've got to dock it. There's literally about 500 people in the venue today, maybe less.
And those will all be people who have a bit extra money. Yeah,
it's a bit ridiculous. So look, the grandstand, the main grandstand looks a bit full. But it's still very empty at the moment.
I'm sorry, but admission should be 1.
This circuit can host 35,000 people. It's struggling to even host 5,000 at the moment, as we see Martin right in the back of Brad Binder. Martin's already up into 15th place. So this is the race to be in points, but he's run wide at turn 1. And that's going to allow Aleix Spargo to look up the inside as well. But that's why we love everybody in Indonesia watching us here on JB Motorsports. And watching along with the action. We've got 20 riders left in this race, though.
Right. Now, looking at the other Prima Pramac, we can see Morbidelli in 6th position, just behind Acosta. Actually, it's not giving me a time for him being behind. He must be really close to him. Acosta has track limits too.
And Morbidelli's just gone off the circuit while Acosta went back to on the inside.
It is because they're so close to each other. That must be why he's had track limits.
Just getting mute.
I couldn't.
And they go, oh, Morbidelli just saved it! Morbidelli saved it! He dropped the front when passing Acosta, and he saved it on his elbow. That was a Marc Marquez-style save. Well done, Franco Morbidelli. Brilliantly held, and he's only lost one position to Acosta. He's kept Quartararo behind him for 6th position. Morbidelli showing us all why exactly he's not human.
True. And do you know who's just got 2 positions in one corner?
Who?
Quartararo.
Yeah, well, he got ahead of Vinales and Di Giannantonio as well. Let's just put that
Saw an
fire on you.
opportunity and went for it.
7 to go. We're halfway in the Tissot sprint. Again, what are they going to find out there as we watch with Marco Bezzecchi and Pecco Bagnaia just ahead of him? Is Bezzecchi on course for a Tissot sprint win? That'll be something. Bezzecchi's never won a sprint race before.
Be a nice addition to his collection.
But Bagnaia needs every point possible. Bezzecchi and Bastianini coming through on the brakes. Oh, he lost! He's gone straight on! Bezzecchi made a mistake. He tried to touch the back of Bagnaia and went straight on. Again, the brakes on the front end of these Ducatis are not working. Marc Marquez takes 2nd position. Now, did he touch front? Yeah, he just locked up the front. Oh, it was close to wiping out Bagnaia.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, a little bit of a commentator's curse. All I'm saying to that is, it looks like Gigi Dall'Igna has pressed the red button. Stop the Ducati.
Just like, oh no.
Marc Marquez now on the rack of Pecco Bagnaia. These two are not. Oh, hello. What's happening there to the timing screen? Look at Zarco, Morbidelli, Di Giannantonio and Quartararo. Quartararo's down to 10th position now as well. Major shake-up in the middle half of this race. Morbidelli gets ahead of Zarco as well. Martin stuck behind Binder still as they come across the line. Lap 8. Yeah, time screen's flashing around like crazy.
Zarco's in 8th.
Zarco nearly qualified on the front row of the grid. Like the LCR Hondas have been fantastic. Look at the mid-pack. Look at that. They're all side by side together. As Morbidelli gets ahead of Vinales, there's Martin on the back of Brad Binder. 2 tenths between them at the moment, and still trying to find out gaps between them. I don't know why I'm saying grap.
I mean, it's not freezing in hell, but it feels like 0.
Yeah, well, hell has frozen over. Hell have no fury like a Zarco on a charge. And
anyone in hell Norway, it's going to rain later.
Martin!
Did he nearly go down?
That is when he went down. I thought it was. I thought it was a replay of him doing it again. But that is when Martin went down. They could have said there was a replay of that turn 16 put crash. Zarco is a surprise wild card this weekend. He really is coming through at the moment.
Yeah. So hell's not frozen over just yet.
Yeah, but this is exactly what Martin didn't need to do after Bagnaia crashed at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix last weekend. The gap in the championship was 24 points, 12 points on offer for a sprint win, and he's gone down and given Bagnaia the keys to the cookie box as well. Yeah, the cookie jar. He's got everything now. Nakagami.
I was about to say the same thing. So Honda and are even getting track limits warnings. They're going so fast. Fernandez too. I think that's Augusto. Yeah.
They've just got to take it time after time after time between them all. Martin is up into 14th place. No, 13th now. Gets ahead of Alex Rins on the way down towards turn number 1. Bagnaia leads this race. There goes Martin on the inside getting ahead as well.
I could reach it that time.
Well done. Binder's down, so Martin 13th. Remember, it's only the top 10 that score points.
For some reason, Zarco's in it.
Yeah, Zarco's P8.
What's happening?
Bastianini's got a 130.189 on the last lap. He is fastest. This is a replay. And that's Martin on the inside. Oh, hello. That's Quartararo touching Morbidelli. And that's why Quartararo and Morbidelli dropped down so many places, Megan.
Okay, that explains it. Morbidelli got away kind of scot-free over there.
Yeah, that's his second save of the day as well for him.
Quartararo, not so much.
Sadly not. Bagnaia leading by 0.3 of a second to Marc Marquez.
Now Quartararo close to the other Prima paddock.
The gaps. Hang on a minute. What is this? I want to see what this new feature is for show group gaps. Oh, I see. It just massively makes the timing screen.
Fights.
Yeah. Okay, that's quite handy to know. But it makes the timing screen a massive mess for me.
Bezzecchi's all on his own.
Yeah. Bezzecchi is on his own at the moment. That's okay. I might keep on with that, but I don't like it.
It's not too bad when you want to figure out how far apart the groups are.
Yeah, I think that's a feature for us in the commentary box, not the timing screen though. That one I think I need to adjust to make it stay still. So they turn in, back on the power. There is battle for 12th. So that's Alex Marquez ahead of Jorge Martin.
And it goes round the inside and easily just gets past him.
Kind of expected that, to be fair.
Yeah.
GP24 bike versus GP23 bike wasn't really going to be a much of a mission. There's Pecco Bagnaia leading, Marc Marquez second, and Bastianini right behind it. This is Marc Marquez proving to the world again, look, I'm on a GP23 bike, a year and a half old now, compared to this new machinery that you guys are racing that's still being updated. Mine isn't. And look, I'm keeping up with you.
He's proving it's the rider, not the bike.
And it's also proving that this is going to be next year in 2025 an absolutely barnstorming championship with Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia right at the front in World Championship positions.
Also, may I just say, Quartararo right now is thinking, I've only just got rid of one of these guys. Why are they back on my tail?
I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it, how they keep coming through. Martin already now back through. He's trying to have a go at Fabio Quartararo next up in this one as well, as they'll hold the action together. Over now, down in towards turn 15, then it's the heavy braking zone for 16 that comes back underneath it as well. Still holding it together. And Bastianini thought about it. Oh, hello, Mark's thinking about it. Move on the inside line. Bagnaia goes defensive. The gap now just a tenth of a second. Bagnaia made some sort of mistake there as they come out of the last corner, turn 17, over the line here in Lombok, in Mandalika, into the braking zone for turn number 1. Down, 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 down. Still can't find a way through.
That's not good.
3 to go. Binder is up into 13th. Alex Marquez goes into 4th position. So there's a little bit of tuning still to go as they come over the line. Alex Marquez goes 13th. Brad Binder is in 14th position as well. Bastianini's got a great run on Mark. Mark's going to have to go defensive here. Bastianini was thinking about moves into turn 7 and 8.
Backs off a bit.
Down now towards the kink at 9. Braking hard for turn 10. This is the opportunity that Bastianini was going to hope for. Rear steps out, goes too wide, exactly the same as Marco Bezzecchi.
And Binder gets track limits, passing Alex Marquez.
So that'll be a warning, because that's Binder already with his second track limits, if I'm not mistaken. Looking through our messages, no, that is his first.
Right.
Martin up in 12th place as well at the moment. Sorry to cut across you there. Just have a look. Yeah, gaps to 12 points.
So, as soon as I started to say it, it's like it decided, like, nope.
You have to sort of stays between it all as well, isn't it? It's a really strange situation going on right now as well in the championship.
Look at that 1 point difference right now between Bastianini and Marc Marquez.
Where? Oh, yeah.
On the championship.
Yeah. Marc Marquez 51 points back, Bastianini 52. What this does is also bring both of them back into the World Championship hunt.
It really does.
It's not over. It will not be over.
It's probably the only championship where it's definitely not over for anyone.
Yeah. Bastianini makes it on the inside, trying to get ahead. He's trying to make it level again. Marc Marquez just doing everything he possibly can to hold it through. 2 to go. Looks like Bagnaia's going to win the sprint race.
Bastianini right now is saying, hey, come back here. You may have won a lot of championships, but I'm not done with you yet.
Listen, Bastianini nearly lost it on the inside. He's trying to have a go at Marc Marquez. Mark is not going to be able to defend down towards turn 9 and 10. Can he get through on the inside line? Bastianini's going to send it. There's a yellow flag out in sector 1.
Augusto Fernandez.
And Bastianini takes second position away from Marc Marquez. That was wonderful. It's a GP24 Ducati factory 1-2 in a sprint race. As Megan said, Augusto Fernandez is out.
Yeah, he crashed out right in the middle of the bell.
Right, that's not great then.
And now it's a 3 point difference between Bastianini and Marc Marquez.
Crucially, Bastianini puts himself within 2 race victories with 5 races and, well, with 6 races and 5 sprints still to go in this race. 11 races left in total.
After this one, Bagnaia just needs to win a sprint race.
Yeah, and if he wins tomorrow with Martin scoring no points again, it changes everything in the championship once more. We are going to get it down to this championship's going to have to go down to the last race of the season. No ifs, no buts, no maybes. Last lap recall. Might go down to a sprint race, thinking about it.
Do you know I have an odd feeling it will?
If we get into the last race of the season, it has to be decided on the Sunday.
Yeah, and Fernandez ain't coming back.
No, he's out of it. So Augusto Fernandez retires from the Tissot sprint.
Oh, Mia retired too.
Yeah, for that crash, remember, 10-16.
All right, so he didn't get back up from that one.
No.
Shame. I'd hope he would have rejoined.
There we go. Message is clear. They've really just got to try and hold it together, Martin.
That was a big
This is over the
twitch.
last points paying position, whether it be 13 points or 12 points between them. Martin needs to get ahead. Miller through 7, 8, Kink at 9, down towards turn 10. Is he going to get ahead? Yes, he does. Jorge Martin is back into the points, everybody. The gap now 13 points in the championship in a 13-lap Tissot sprint. It's unlucky for some, but not for Pecco.
What round of a season is this?
15.
So close.
I know. Technically, it's the 30th race of the campaign.
Got another 3 in there.
Yeah. Unlucky for some, but Martin's back into the points. Still into the last few corners. This is 15 into 16. Bastianini won't help. This time it's going to be a Ducati 1-2 in the Tissot sprint. Marc Marquez will finally finish a race here in Mandalika. 13, unlucky for some, not for Ducati. It's a 1-2 in the Tissot sprint. By a tenth of a second, it's formation across the line. 1-2, they needed that, and with it, they confirmed the Constructors' Championship of 2024. It was already practically a done deal from the last time out in Emilia-Romagna, but it is 100% now that Ducati are the Constructors' Champions of 2024. And now, going into tomorrow's race, the gap in the World Championship stands at 12 points the difference. Martin, 3-4-1. Bagnaia, 3-2-9. Game on, Megan.
So it's still 12. What happened? Martin got points, but
That's
it's
not,
still 12.
yeah. Interesting situation out there.
Maybe it's only 8.
Top 8 for Zarco. No points for P10 in the Tissot sprint, only 1st to 9th.
Ah.
Have they changed that bloody rule again?
Seriously?
It was 1st to 12, then it was 1st to 10, then it's now 1st to 9.
What is it? Next year it'll just be only top 3 get points. Sorry.
They're just literally just trying to stop Martin.
Yeah.
Zarco got points though to come into it.
Woohoo.
They've changed that rule mid-season though.
That's not good.
Ooh.
7 points for Mark.
Not bad for him. Finally finishes a race here in Indonesia. Thank God for that. It was originally 1st to 9th of points in the Tissot sprint. No, it was 1st to 12th.
At the beginning.
Last year it was in Portugal.
See.
There's Davide Taldozzi and Gigi Dall'Igna walking down together to Parc Fermé. Finally, a good race. That's Martin really struggled now, isn't it? It's throwing the camels to pigeons again.
I've read that book.
Gone through one race win to one sprint win now. How on earth is Bagnaia this lucky? How? I'm saying it right now.
Some people just are.
Bagnaia and Martin are not World Championship material. They crash too often.
I like Bastianini to win a championship.
Bastianini's proven to me more this year that he's a championship contender than Martin. Marc Marquez in 3rd.
He's always fighting out and he very rarely crashes out.
Do you know, I'm going to say this. Ducati did the right thing not promoting Martin. They did the right thing promoting Marc Marquez.
Yeah.
Because Martin is not a World Championship contender. And neither is Pecco Bagnaia. Bagnaia may have won World Championships, but in my opinion, he was looked into them.
Sometimes looking into championships does happen.
They're crashes, and they're gonna. They keep doing this.
They both always seem to crash around each other. It's like they're magnets of the same charge, and it just repels them.
It's not a World Championship, and tyre pressures for Ralph Fernandez is under investigation, by the way.
Jeez, it's not a good day for someone called Fernandez.
It's never the situation, is it, Megan, of, oh, it's a points change between the two of who finishes higher, who finishes low, who outraces the other. It's
who's
who
crashed, who's
yeah,
not.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's not how you win a World Championship. This is why Marc Marquez, I think, next year is going to wipe the floor with them. A lot.
I agree. They're going to get a very big surprise.
Yeah. Definitely 100% on that one. Right.
I think the contender against Mark next year will be Bastianini.
Seems to be the one that makes the most sense, doesn't it? Going into the action. MotoGP roars into life for the Grand Prix of Indonesia. 27 laps ahead of us for a very exciting Grand Prix. Jorge Martin today starts on pole position. Can he do better than yesterday? Alongside him, Marco Bezzecchi and Pedro Acosta. Then it's Pecco Bagnaia and Ea Bastianini alongside Fabio Quartararo. Johan Zarco, Fabio Di Antonio, Franco Morbidelli, Maverick Vinales, Raul Fernandez, Marc Marquez, Aleix Espargaro, Alex Marquez, Alex Rins, Jack Miller, Luca Marini, Takiki Nakagami, Brad Binder, Juan Mir and Augusto Fernandez, the 21 riders out there on the circuit at the moment. Hard front, medium rear compound seems to be the go-between for quite a lot of them. Some choosing the soft front, soft rear approach. But alongside me, the commentary box for this one is Megan Birch. And Megan, as they head down towards turn one, it's almost like a practice start. So much of the unknown, especially as yesterday, that the tyres took so long to get right. We know today anything could happen in the next 45-minute race. 12 points, though, between Martin and Bagnaia in the standings.
It certainly is extremely close, and I am honestly not that sure who will go down and who won't. I mean, Martin went down yesterday, so could that mean Bagnaia has to have that swap around and just fall into the gravel?
It's going to be keeping it close, and it's that old saying, isn't it? Keeping your friends close, your enemies closer. Over the weekend as well. We have got two camera angles, once again up in the comments box as well, high and low, to keep across throughout the weekend. And so if we need to sit down, we've got the low angle. If we need to stand up, we've got the high angle as well. So that'll keep you across it. Just to pick you up, if you weren't with us in the warm-up session this morning, brand new livery on the VR46s, the flag of Indonesia, so white and red for now, the VR46 today, so the white and yellow sort of highlighter livery now been replaced. Megan, turn 16 was where Martin crashed yesterday. He really does need to pick it up and fly straight on. Can he get a race victory today?
I mean, it's possible,
but
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Also, turn 16 is just a problem area.
Well, Bagnaia's won here in 2023. Oliveira won here in 2022. Let's see what we've got. It is the Grand Prix of Indonesia for the third time of asking. Martin crashed out here last year. Green flag at the back. 27 laps ahead of us for the MotoGP Grand Prix of Indonesia. It's all eyes to the lights. And pull the throttle back, and again the Ducatis do not get a great getaway. Great start from Ea Bastianini. Poor start from Pecco Bagnaia. He drops down to 4th position. Martin leads into turn 1. Bastianini takes it to 2nd position. Marc Marquez tries the outside line. Don't know where he was going with that. He drops back in positions. Morbidelli comes back up to 6th position. Quartararo moves up, and there goes Martin leading. Bastianini in 2nd. Big one there. Huge one. This will be a red flag. We've got 1, 2, 3, about 5 riders all down the back. Yeah, this will have to be a red flag. Huge accident. Alex Marquez down, Aleix Espargaro, Jack Miller, Luca Marini, all in the back of the field. Surely, Megan, this will be a red flag.
Yeah, it's Marini, Miller, Aleix Espargaro and Alex Marquez, all of them. And that is not good.
Yeah, it was right in the tail end as you come up through turn 1 and 2 and swap back. Yeah,
I saw a group moving down the order. I was like, what's happened?
Yeah, so Rins and Mir still in that little band. They're continuing on. So incidents coming into investigation by the stewards, but surely this one has to be a red flag. We saw an accident in Moto 2 with Juan Masia, but it still needs to be a stoppage. If this is still that was a biggie, and there's a lot there. Yeah, look, there's riders involved, there's bikes everywhere. They're going to have to decide it quick because we're coming into that braking zone for turn 1 and 2. At the moment, no sign of the red flag as Morbidelli dives up the inside. But surely we must get a stoppage to this race soon as we get Bagnaia back up into 6th position, trying to fight back as well. Martin leads this race.
Tell you what, I do commend right now Rins and Mir because they managed to avoid all of them, especially when riders are actually on the track.
We're coming to that part of the circuit once again when there's riders there. Do we need a red flag or can we get this going? There's still bikes right in the firing line and marshals. I don't like this. This should be a race stop.
They've almost got it done though.
Yeah, they have, but it's still debris.
But the next time they come around, they'll be done.
It should be a red flag. I'm sorry, it should be. That's 4 riders out already at turn 2. A huge incident. Let's take a look at that start once again, Megan.
Who did it?
Well, he all starts up. It has to with Alex Marquez. Let's take a look. Oh, it was Miller who dropped the front. And
And
Miller...
then just collected everyone.
Yeah.
I don't know how Mia managed to avoid
Let's
all
take a
that.
look. Yeah, Miller drops the front and collects Alex Marquez. And then Aleix in there as well. And it's like a bowling ball. He just throw it all down the order. So no red flag, and the yellows are still out in the first sector. Right, we've gone through again. Surely this should be a stoppage. There is clearly a lot of damage still out there on the circuit that requires it. We're now coming up for 2 laps now under racing conditions. There's no safety car in MotoGP. That should have been a red flag because look, they haven't slowed down, have they? We've just done a 131.892 for Martin.
They've increased speed.
Yeah. This is not right. Over the line we go again. Yellow flags have been out now for 2 laps. It should be a race stop and a restart, but we're not going to have that. Lap 3 now as we come in. On board with Pedro Acosta, looking back to Enea Bastianini. Still on the back there. Bezzecchi and Morbidelli completes it out back. Now at 6th. Marc Marquez 7th. There's still motorcycles right in the racing line. Where is this red flag? Look at it. Look at it. We've got a fire now somewhere across the back. Where's the red flag? We have a motorcycle slap bang in the centre of the circuit. Why is there no red flag? I know race control are a bit dim, but this is getting beyond a joke. This should be a red flag situation. Digi's got ahead of Marc Marquez.
Do you know what I just realised?
Oh, there he goes on the inside.
Jack Miller took out 3 of the people who have brothers who have been in MotoGP. Binder's the only one who escaped.
Oh, Marc Marquez back up the inside line, getting back ahead of Dig Antonio. Simon Patson, I agree. Just effing zero concern for marshalling safety Nortall. Twice now riders have went past that scene, and there's still a bleeping blank in the firing line, but the one beside anything would have set the TV central. This needs to be... Look, the yellow flag's going to be out for 3 laps now. Where is the red flag? Just stop the race as we see up the inside.
It's getting dangerous.
Yeah, Acosta battling with Enea Bastianini. Acosta takes 2nd position. So Martin pulls out a 1.2 second gap onto the 4th lap. Sure, we'll just have the yellow flag still out in sector 1, shall we? Marshals are risking themselves. It just takes 1 for somebody to get killed.
It does.
1 mistake, 1 accident, 1 rider to fall off, and you whack it into a marshal.
I mean, it took 1 slight little twitch to take off 4 riders.
Yellow flag has been retrieved. I'm trying to have a look to see if everyone is actually clear in that sector of the circuit. It looks like they are.
Yeah.
Brilliant work by the marshals, but that should have been an instant red flag. I'm sorry. If 4 riders going down and having bikes laying in the circuit for 3 laps at racing speed is not classified as a red flag, sack every bloody race director and every marshal. That should have been a red flag. That is beyond the stupidest thing I have seen in my entire life. The race director needs a flogging for that. Absolute flogging.
F1 would have already had the red flag out.
Yeah, as soon as it happened. We could see it. It should have been a red flag. That is the stupidest thing I've seen in a very long time in MotoGP. They will not change until a rider is killed again.
That needs to be investigated.
They're not going to change. Oh, it's unbelievable.
No one in motorsport seems to unless something terrible happens.
Well, if the race does get red flagged and we have a restart, it's on the last complete lap, like the starting grid is completed. So it will be the running order now. It will be part 2 to the race. But they're not going to red flag it now because they've managed to clear it, the marshals. And we have got green flag running. So this race will continue on without a red flag. Martin leads by 1.5 seconds. Morbidelli dives up the inside of Enea Bastianini for 3rd position down in turn 1. Morbidelli was a little bit surprised about that one as well. Yeah. I agree with SSG. Can't wait for Simon Crafar. Simon Crafar is taking over the steward's role. He's not taking over race director. And the marshals were still there. The marshals were still picking bikes up. I've just seen them pushing a bike behind the barrier.
But why is it...
It took 5... Why was the yellow flag received? Oh, that is stupid. So stupid.
Okay, this just confuses me now. Why did they think it was safe enough to retrieve the yellow flag?
Beyond angry. I am beyond furious with that one, actually.
Let's breathe.
If I was the marshals, I would refuse to. I would protest. If I was the MotoGP marshals, I would protest. I really would, because this is getting beyond a joke. That's 2 races running now, back to back, Moto2 and MotoGP, where we've had riders and marshals in dangerous positions, and they did not red flag the race. We had Juan Masia collapsed at the side of the circuit, and the medical car drives straight by him.
What?
Yeah. I still don't know how Juan Masia is. We've had no news from him.
So, someone
Yeah.
clearly needing medical attention.
And the medical car just drove by and the race didn't get stopped. Yeah. Not kidding. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Oh, up the inside, there goes Marquez. Takes the inside of Pecco Bagnaia. Bagnaia tries to get the cut back on the inside. Mark steps the bike up. Bagnaia back on the inside, turn 2. Mark gets now passed brilliantly by D'Antonio, who slips it through on the inside line and turns through on the inside line. We have now gone green, by the way, in this race, but the majority that we're talking about at the moment is the sheer stupidity of the FIM MotoGP race director, who should have stopped the race.
We really should have stopped the race. And quickly, do you know that new gap thing?
Yeah.
It really shows what the groups are like.
Bezzecchi dives up the inside of Enea Bastianini as well, so he makes that move. Stick very well down there. Yeah, I've put it on for us. I thought it might work out better for us.
I mean, we have got 4 riders, just not on the
Yeah.
screen anymore, so it fits.
Yeah, so no jump starts, but we've already got, as I said, everyone out of the race. Now we're seeing, that's interesting. That's Digi getting ahead of Bagnaia. And Bagnaia coming right back on the inside. Mark's coming through as well. Digi goes very, very wide. Mark dives through on the inside line down to turn 10. So Marc Marquez back up into 7th position with a brilliant move back as they come into the braking zone. Is that actually at 16? Yeah, that's at turn 16. Here's turn 17, the left-hander. Point and squirt the throttle out over the line again. Very surprised by race control. I'm waiting to see the reaction from social media from the journalists who are watching this trackside as well.
Probably going to be angry.
Yeah, well, I know Simon is, and Maddie will be angry as well, and so many other journalists are also saying actually as well that they should be there. Pretty sure that someone's crashed bike currently burning on the service road. Yeah, Simon's noticed it as well. So someone, yeah, it's gone now, but someone's bike was on fire. So I wonder which one exploded. Let's take a look at that start again then, Megan, from your POV.
Okay. We're looking at Bagnaia. Now, it may say no jump starts, though his bike definitely did jump, though not before the lights went out. It just jumped. I don't know whether that's to do with the ride height or something, though he could have gone down right there and then. And why is there people actually on the track there?
That's the FIM steward just behind the medical car, look like, making sure the start light. But I agree, why are they on the circuit?
Yeah, you're not meant to be on the circuit. There's only one person meant to be on the circuit at that, and at least they're way behind. And that's the person waving the flag.
There's Marc Marquez getting fissured out towards the back as...
Bezzecchi gets a terrible start. He went down like 4 places.
Yeah. Slowly, this race going through again. Now, this is the battle for 6th position between Bagnaia, Marc Marquez and Fabio D'Antonio. I like that because it tells us what the gap is on the battle. Still running around together. Over the line again. 1 minute 30 lap times. These races are going thick and fast.
Yeah.
Really, it's quite a good race. Now, I want to point out, remember, for Enea Bastianini, who has hard front, medium rear, he is so good at keeping those tyres to the end of the race. Watch out for Bastianini later in the stage of the race to pick up that speed, pick up that gap, and do something about it. Reminder that next weekend for the Japanese Grand Prix, we're on JBMotorsports 2 for all of the action across the whole weekend. And Megan will be taking you through the sprint race.
Yeah.
And as up the inside, Marc Marquez gets a pass by D'Antonio, but Mark comes right back at him in the exit. Very nicely done. These two are going to go hammer and tongue together throughout the entire weekend.
They really are. Also,
Oh, it's back again. There we go.
Why has D'Antonio got his livery changed?
Yes, as I said, they're racing the Indonesian flag this week for this one as well. So it's the red instead of the neon yellow. Marc Marquez back through, down in turn 9 and 10. Coming through 11 and 12 into turn 16 now. The heavy braking point. Mark's going to get forced out wide. Digi goes back through on the inside for 7th position. Mark twitching that GP23 bike as well.
I feel like we've been on lap 20 forever.
It's lap 19 laps to go now. Lap 9 of 27. Just because you're noticing it more as they come across the line as well. Pecco is struggling big time. He really is. Bagnaia in 6th position. So now the championship swings to Martin's way. Bagnaia, who was so good yesterday in the Tissot sprint, having a bad time in the Grand Prix today with a different tyre configuration. And yeah, well, just as I said, this World Championship is not going to be who scores the most points, who outscores. It's who just finishes the race without crashing, which is silly. It's not really a championship hunt, is it, really?
Right now I'm wondering which one of them's going to crash.
We're all wondering that same question as well. Which? Oh, hello. What's happened here? Digitonio's down.
Oh no.
Digitonio's gone down. That's the
waves.
Yeah, there he goes. Digi's down. He's dropped the inside.
Here is fun. Just go grab it. Wow, those waves are powerful.
Well, like the waves, Digi's crashing against it. Down at turn 10, mid-corner, Megan, and the front just buckled away from him.
Yeah, he immediately let go of the handles too. He was just like, you know what? I'm not doing an Acosta. I'm just holding onto the bike. If I'm out, I'm out.
Yellow flag's now out at sector 3 for that little accident out there on the circuit. Digi went down. Zarco still running in the top 10 and keeping Binder at bay. Asia battle for 3rd position there between Franco Morbidelli, Marco Bezzecchi there, Bastianini, and Pecco Bagnaia. Bagnaia's time to come in. Bagnaia's on a 130.75 over. He's actually got the fastest lap of the race so far. And he's just starting to reel everybody in just to see what could happen next and hold it all together.
Digitonio's started again, it seems.
Yeah, he's resumed, luckily, as well. As I was saying before we got interrupted, yeah, Megan is going to be in the commentary box. I, however, will be back on Sunday. Excuse me, from my hotel room.
See.
Where we could crown the Moto3 champion from there. David Alonso, look, he only needs a few points, he's won it. So yeah, join us for that on JBMotorsports 2 next weekend.
I'm not looking forward to next weekend.
So, Japan's going to be an interesting weekend for you, isn't it?
It shall be.
If it helps, you get a few hours sleep in between.
Oh yay, a few hours. Lucky me. I'm not too happy about this.
Nobody is. It's a week away. We've got plenty of time. Or 5 days. Really. Well, it's Saturday, isn't it? So we start. Yeah.
Don't remind me. It really stress me out.
Bezzecchi goes wide. Bastianini tried to come back through on the inside line.
Still a yellow. Why is it still a yellow?
Yeah, yellow flag's out in sector 3 now. Why has that come out? You're right. The yellow's been holding now for a while.
Maybe I shouldn't have worn a yellow shirt. I mean, it seems to be attracting yellows.
Yeah. Have you showered?
Yes.
Oh, I haven't been to bed yet.
Yeah, what time did you come in the house?
3:40. I came straight to the commentary box to do the warp session. I haven't stopped.
Yeah, you need to go to bed after this.
I actually just thought in between the gap of Moto 2 and MotoGP, nearly nodded off. Acosta's taken 2nd position. And he's now setting after Roy Martin. He's brought that gap within a second. We have a fight for the lead. And Pedro Acosta's involved. Are we about to see Pedro Acosta try and get his first ever race victory?
I really hope so.
I hope Digi gets surgery during the off-season or even takes the rest of the year off to surgery now on that sensitive shoulder. He was actually talking yesterday in the press conference about it as well and seeing what he should do. Well, we haven't got Oliveira here. Let's not forget that as well, actually. No Miguel Oliveira for this one. In fact, it could be for a while we won't have Miguel. So Trackhouse going to have to replace him for the next round in Japan in 7 days' time at Motegi. And yes, we are planning to have hopefully another commentator come in on the Saturday to take over my role, but Megan's got it covered if she needs it. Just as somebody to Megan to rebuttal with. Most likely subject, Maddie or Julia. Yeah, it'd be either Maddie or Julia. So I'm going to get in touch with both of them.
Sleepiness is going to be the optimal word used.
Yeah, you need someone to wake you up. An Australian would help. I so want Maddie on for her home Grand Prix. I hope she's not going trackside, but then again, she might do because then she can go see her family. Maddie, if you're watching, if you're not in Australia, you know where to come. Look at Bagnaia, so consistent, Megan. 130.9, 130.7, 130.5. That's a 9, 10, 11. He's getting faster and faster and faster as the session goes on. There's Martin, and Acosta's 7 tenths behind him. Martin's going to crash, you know. I've just got this feeling he's going to crash.
Probably.
Acosta's going to lead the race. He's going to win a race, isn't he?
We can only hope. I mean, he got a great start. Who's that?
Mark! His bike's gone. His bike has died.
Same colours.
He's on fire.
Oh.
Mark Marquez's bike is actually caught completely on fire. His engine has exploded, and Mark Marquez, again, the third race Grand Prix running in Indonesia, he has failed to finish. His highest result is third in the Tissot sprint that he achieved yesterday, but the curse of Indonesia keeps going for Marc Marquez. He is out of the Grand Prix. No fault of his own. The bike's just exploded, Megan. I've never seen that before. It's properly on fire.
No, have I?
That's just blown up. And that's his World Championship done as well.
I mean, we saw a bike on fire. Now we have another.
And I wonder if that first bike was also Alex.
Possibly.
Makes sense, wouldn't it? But if that's dropped oil on the circuit, we might need that red flag, actually. Who's out? Someone's crashed. What?
It just says crashed out rider okay.
Juan Mir, turn 1.
Oh, that's not good.
So Juan Mir's crashed out. We're down to 14 runners, everybody. That's how crazy this race is going. Everybody that finishes is going to get points.
So everyone's going to get points, okay.
Yeah, points per day for everybody. It's one of those races. So Marc Marquez has stopped with the technical issue. Juan Mir has crashed out, rider okay.
7 of them.
I hope that I wonder why Marcus isn't. Oh, yeah, we know why. SHT, we know why now. Imagine Bagnaia and Martin crash on their own same race. Iceman says, I hope Martin doesn't crash. Just bring it home, even if that means giving up the lead. He could still make it up, though, as well. It could be impossible. Does 15 get points if they don't finish? They don't, no. So Mia won't get any points. Although he's completed more than halfway of the race, so yes, he would. Yeah, he's completed more than 50%, so Mia would still be classified as a points-paying position because he's completed more than 50% of the race, so the race is official. So yeah, he will get. He should get points because it's more than if the race is more than 50%, it's official. If the race is more than 2/3 and the red flag comes out, we don't have to restart it. But because it's gone 2/3, I believe he should still get that point. But it all depends if the race control classify him as 15th or out. If he's classified 15th, he'll get the point. If he's classified out on that timing tower, he's out. Right now,
so far he's still in.
Yeah, so far he's out, but he's still classified 15th. So they haven't officially retired him yet, which means he gets that point. As soon as he goes RT on the timing tower, he won't get that point. It's tricky to understand it, really. It's all whatever they feel like doing. So we'll keep an eye on it. If he goes RT, he won't get that point. Vinales has a track limits warning.
For a minute, I thought it was another person out.
I thought it was, to be fair.
We have had 7 out in 3 instances.
It's a weird weekend, isn't it?
It really is.
Grand Prix, and we're only halfway. 14 and 27, with 14 to go. Into the second half of the race. Lap 15 and 27, 13 to go. Martin leads by 9 tenths to Acosta. Chasing them down, Morbidelli, Bastianini, Bezzecchi, Bagnaia. 6-way fight coming up for the race win here as Marc Marquez comes back into the pit lane of Grassini. Adam says, hi Josh and Megan, I'm continuing to do well here in North Carolina. Hopefully you're okay. I did see that there was a problem over there with some weather, so I hope you're okay, Adam. Looks like they're classifying him, so he'll get a point, even with loads of riders doing nothing. Marine still can't get points, and he's now retired. Yeah. So he's now just gone RT. So Juan Mir is out of the race. He will not get that point. He's RT. So only 14 riders will get World Championship points. Actually, one way of interesting to see in seeing if he does... Oh, no, won't tell us, will we? Timing screen is changing like crazy right now as well, trying to filter in the gaps.
Well, Fernandez and Nakagami keep getting really close to each other.
Yeah.
And then getting really further away from each other.
Yes, Iceman, I think you did jinx it as well, coming into it. The commentator's curse, the commenter's curse. Now look at Morbidelli, holding on for third position brilliantly to an air Bastianini, but this is where Bastianini's going to start coming back into it. As I said earlier on, he saves his tyres in the first half of the race, comes back in the second half and then really gives it the welly, really pushes hard. And this is where we're going to start to see him closing out. 12 to go here in Indonesia.
What happens if Martin crashes out and takes out Acosta? That would just be really bad luck.
It would, yeah. I reckon that Martin has dropped the front. Look, here we go. Bastianini's making a move on the inside line and turn 2. Morbidelli's going to try and hold on the inside. Brilliant moves around the outside. Morbidelli's going to keep it together. And now here comes Marco Bezzecchi. Morbidelli holds third through 3 and 4, down to 5 and 6.
Bezzecchi is actually having quite a nice weekend.
Yeah, but it's a Ducati running order right now, apart from Acosta, who's holding off that Gas Tech 3 KTM bike. Down again on the brakes.
Why is Bagnaia stuck behind Bezzecchi?
That's what I'm wondering. Why haven't they moved over yet? It's those tyres again.
It's been stuck there all race.
Marco Bezzecchi has better tyre run than the GP24 bike. It's a weird one. Bagnaia looks like he still can't. He had this problem with San Marino, do you remember? He said that I couldn't switch the rear tyre on for 10 laps, and as soon as it did, it grained too quickly.
Is he losing time?
He is losing time. What's the gap? 5 tenths. Yeah, he's losing time massively.
Yeah. Either that or Bezzecchi's just really good at getting time. But look, he's staying so far away from all of them.
He can't get the braking toe, can he?
No, I don't think so.
Out of the last corner, out to the line again. Acosta's been told mapping 2. So he's going to go mapping as Morbidelli goes defensive. Again into turn 1, the right-hander. Bastianini trying to lose him up. 2 and 3. Bagnaia. I thought he went wide there. I just saw an exit park. There he is. Yeah, Bagnaia's having to carry the bike so much. If anyone's going to crash, it might be him.
I agree. It's a high possibility right now.
Morbidelli, soft front, medium rear. Bastianini, hard front, medium rear. Bezzecchi, soft front, medium rear. So those hard front tyres are really going to be the beneficial to braking heavier, braking deeper into the corner compared to the rest of the field. So it's advantage, really, in Air Bastianini. Oh, and look at that. Morbidelli running wide.
For a minute, 8 to 11, we're all just seemingly stuck at the start of Sector 3.
Bastianini's going to send it through on the inside line. I don't think really Morbidelli knew he was going to do that. They're side by side coming through turn 9, and Bastianini goes through.
That was way too close to the bike's wheels too.
Little bit of argy-bargy between the two of them as they come down in towards turn 16, the last penultimate. Anything you can do, I can do better. That's what Marco Bezzecchi's thinking. Tries to trail break it in. Can't find a way through. The right-hander into the left at the last of 17.
You really want to know someone who's losing time? Name's Vinales.
What about Morbidelli? Look at the sorry, what about Martin? Look at that. The gap was 1 per second. Now it's 6 tenths. Martin's lost a hell of a lot of time with 10 laps to go. Acosta's hunting it down. Yeah, he has. He's gone wide somewhere.
It looks like he lost time in the middle of Sector 1. So, probably about turn 3.
This is the battle that we've been waiting for.
Right, 10 laps to go on this race right now. Currently, we are looking at... I'm pretty sure that's Morbidelli because Bezzecchi is right behind him.
You are correct.
Good.
Gap between Acosta and Martin, 8 tenths of a second.
Huh.
Bezzecchi thinking about him lunge on the inside line at turn 9. He can't get through there.
Can you see that from Bagnaia?
What?
Look at how everyone else is going.
Yeah, he can't take the right racing line. It's like he's having to stand the bike up more into the corner.
So he's having to have different heights to
Right,
where
yeah,
he is.
Yeah, he can't ride that right. There's something wrong with that bike. So this is not good.
It's like he's stuck in something.
So let's take a quick look at the YouTube chat while we have a second. Looks like the classifying I'll probably jinxed it. 888K3. Did Mark crash or the bike stop exploded? Mark's had a bike failure.
Yeah, he didn't crash. His bike decided it would rather be flames.
Yeah, he decided it'd rather be a barbecue. I just hope that there is no contact. There's a battle for the win. Would hate for Costa to wreck into Martin and get blasted for it on social media. I'm with you on that.
Have you ever heard? Do you remember the song "Wheels on Fire"? Yeah, right now that's Marc Marquez.
Yeah. Well, 8:30.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at Martin. Now, this was the mistake, Megan, that you were on about. Into turn 1.
Oh, it's turn 1 he made it.
Trail breaks down. Where has he gone for the throttle? Down, down, down. Doesn't tell us.
Yeah, cut off right as we were probably about to see it.
But Martin going slower is pushing everybody else back together. We could be on for a 6-way fight with, well, 9 to go. That'd be fun. More than half the race. Oh, there we go on the inside line. Well done, Marco Bezzecchi. But Morbidelli's going to fight back on the inside line and sweeps him back. And Bagnaia's going to think about a lunge now. He's been waiting for that tide to heat back up.
Yeah, I think it finally has.
Slowly.
Still a bit slow.
Let's talk about 7 down, actually, because we haven't for a while. Quattro's just past Binder. Nakagami and Zarco are going to get double points here. I think that's something to thumb up about there for the Hondas. The main team might be out, but the LCRs are doing fantastic, as they have done all weekend here in Mandalika.
It's very surprising. And Vinales is all on his own right now.
He is, yeah. Vinales is absolutely no one between everybody right now. Morbidelli goes wide. Bezzecchi tries to swing back.
Uh-oh. That's Augusto Fernandez crashed out.
Oh! Out, where is that? Sector.
Oh, wait, no.
He's
just gone really wide.
Right, so watch out for
He literally stopped on the timing screen, so he must have just really, really gone wide into...
No, look, he stopped on the monitor. The same place as Mia.
So he has gone out.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Augusto Fernandez has crashed out of the race. We'll wait for that to flash with the monitor. It hasn't done yet. Morbidelli holding off Marco Bezzecchi and Pecco Bagnaia between the two. So
yeah, he's crashed.
Yeah. For Augusto Fernandez looks like he's out of the race.
So I was right.
So what? We're down to 13 runners. Unlucky for some.
Transponder has something like that.
No, it's still stationary in sector 1.
His bike must have really been messed up then.
Unless it's pulled off. Where is he? He hasn't completed any sector time.
He's at the exact same place as Mia.
Yeah.
Stopped with a technical issue. Oh, so could that be another fire?
Could be. The temperature's running high here. Track temperature is at 29 degrees. Air temperature 54 degrees.
That's why he was still moving.
Yeah. So the engines are getting a little bit toasty. 13 runners then left in the MotoGP Grand Prix of Indonesia with 7 laps to go. And Bastianini goes down! Bastianini, we're watching him as the front buckles away into turn 1. The man who has been so hot in the championship has crashed out. The front hard tyre did not work, and Gigi Dall'Igna looks like a garden gnome.
You can see he was smiling before you just see the face change.
Oh, hard front tyre just does not want to grip on the dirty line into turn 1. Just gets it wrong on the dirty line, and it drops quicker than a stinking stone.
That's 9.
What is going on in this race?
9 of them have gone down.
12 left. 12 left.
Oh my God.
Davide Tardozzi is angry. Look at that. Martin's going to the championship back now to 26 points. Came in as 24, went down to 12, is going to go back up to 26.
It's increased.
Japan's going to be fun.
I can just tell already I'm going to be so tired. I mean, it's going to be a really exciting race.
Well, the Tissot Sprint, you'll be covering that one. I'll be back with you for race day Sunday, so that's okay. I'm on the train by when the Saturday stuff's on to do Brands Hatch for British Touring Car Championships. Unfortunately, I can't be with you for that.
There's 7 laps to go. How many more people are we going to lose?
We're losing on average. Well, we're 21 laps in, and we've lost 13 riders. We lost quite a lot of riders.
9.
9 riders. So 1 every 2 laps.
Yeah. Probably going to lose about 3 more.
I wonder if one of them will be a championship contender or not. That's going to be
Possibly.
a question. Right now, it's closed back up. Can I turn that down?
Sure.
Thank you.
Do you know that the heat thing of the shower? Yeah, well, it's burning.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It never used to do that.
That heat is making me cough.
Oh, and by the way, just a little fact. Me and Mum were talking yesterday about peanuts. And I mentioned how, oh yeah, last time I ate peanuts a few years ago, I got a rash.
Are you allergic to peanuts?
Yeah, we think I am allergic to peanuts.
Oh, well, hang on. You had hazelnut. That's different.
Hazelnut-
Oh, no,
They're too different.
No.
That's not another technical issue, is it?
No, it was Bagnaia going for a lunge and it not working out. Then Morbidelli cutting off of Marco Bezzecchi. So Bagnaia goes to 4th. Bezzecchi down to 5th. Morbidelli takes 3rd position, but it was almost a big accident.
I'm not allergic to any other type of nut. Apparently I'm just allergic to peanuts. I don't like peanuts anyway.
Back to the action because Bagnaia's coming back through into turn 16. He's going to go on the inside line. Can he take it? Oh, he's gone too deep though. Bezzecchi's trying to come back up the inside and can't do it. Come on, what have you got for us?
Crashing, apparently.
5 laps to go. Gap now down to 24 points. Bagnaia has got the points status quo as to when we came into Indonesia.
Who's next?
Martin. Martin will crash and Pedro Costa will get his first win.
Last lap?
Next lap round. Martin will crash with 4 to go. His front tyre's going to buckle because he's on hards. Look at Morbidelli really holding off.
Yeah, Morbidelli's definitely trying to buckle.
Morbidelli, by the way, on the GP23 bike. Bagnaia on the GP24. It's miles and miles different. He touches the green.
Oh.
Morbidelli knew it. And through goes Pecco Bagnaia to take 3rd position.
21 points.
Finally, for the first time this weekend, that championship gap comes down to what we came into it with. Still, that's 9 points more. As Enea Bastianini's back in the garage and gets water and heat over it as well. I can predict that we're going to have 10 riders at the end of the race. Binder losing pace, Ralph Fernandez will get ahead, I think, and also for Costa's maiden win in the Premier class. I'm with you on that, Iceman, as we take a look at what happened further back for Bagnaia, who's now running in 3rd place. Might be P2. 4 laps to go. This is when I said that Martin would crash. Let's see if I am a curse or not.
I kind of hope you are for this one.
Well, it'll shake up the championship, won't it?
It will.
But for Martin to crash in both races would be quite surprising, both the Tissot Sprint and the Grand Prix. But
He's got form with it.
He crashed here last year. Exactly my point. Yeah, he crashed here last year.
He always
threw
crashes
away
near the end.
championship, yeah, threw away the championship last year. This was the race where he did it.
Speaking of, that's Quartararo getting a little bit too much on the curbs. Having a little bit of wobbles.
Started 6th, now 7th. He's got his old teammate just ahead of him of Maverick Vinales in P6. Vinales doing well, actually, in the Aprilia.
He is.
Of
I mean,
course.
it's just staying away from everyone.
Yeah, of course, his teammate was wiped out everybody else earlier on in the race. In an accident that should have been really a red flag.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what's going to cause a red flag, though, in modern day MotoGP. Have we had one this year?
No.
No, we haven't, have we?
I'm sorry, but if a 4-bike pilot can't cause a red, then what's gonna?
Severe rain, probably. And it's Japan next. Remember last year?
Oh, great.
Do you remember last year? The red flag came out, we were all like...
I think I've blocked it
Yeah.
out of my
And
head.
then they tried to restart the race, and then we had to red flag it on the formation lap again.
Now I remember.
Yeah, very weird race last year in Japan. It was a half-point situation kind of there. The Tissot Sprint had more racing laps.
Huh.
And then we had the Australian Grand Prix, which the race happened on the Saturday because on Sunday a typhoon came and we couldn't run the Tissot Sprint on the Sunday.
So let that happen.
Well, I was wrong. 3 to go, and Martin is still riding.
Maybe he'll stay up.
He's pulled 2.4 seconds now to Pedro Acosta. So he saved his tyres, now he's becoming consistent again. Yeah, look at that, lap 13
Maybe
onwards.
he won't crash.
Lap 13 onwards.
Oh, you've got to be joking me.
Yeah, 130.8, 130.7.
He's
30,
losing
30,
time
30, 31,
consistently.
30, 30. Yeah, he's flicking between the 130s and 131s between the two, actually.
Maybe he'll just won't crash.
It's Martin. The habit is not in him. I've said it time and time again, man. This championship is not going to be won by who scores the most points. It's going to be who scores the least amount of points. I think Josh saying Miller loses in the front, yeah. Miller did lose the front, yeah. Miller lost the front, wiped out everybody else. Turning over from turn 2 into turn 3, Miller lost it, wiped out Alex Marquez, and then wiped out everybody else. Took out Marini, Aleix Espargaro, and Alex Marquez. Digi then crashed. Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mark blew up.
what did she do?
Mia blew up. It's all going on today. Hello,
you know what?
hello.
Yeah, he crashed.
What was that? There's a winglet loose. There's a winglet at the exit of the last corner. Where's that come from?
Last corner, that could have come off of maybe Bastianini.
There's a proper great big winglet on the front. Oh, hello. Timing screens went wrong.
I have no notifications now.
That was weird.
And all of a sudden, loads of them have been deleted.
Yeah. So that's a handy little factor that's come into it. You can hear the wind picking up. How did Miller got a contract for 2025 in considering it being his former team of Pramac? Surprises me. I'll be surprised if he stays for 26 and he doesn't want to be winded. Stays for 27, yeah. At the moment, he looks like he could be doing a year in MotoGP as a swan song, then head off and go in towards World Superbike. I thought for a second,
lost time.
yeah, and I thought for a second that Martin had a problem because he looks like he's going really slow. Look at the gap changing now, Megan, because Acosta starts to close up on Martin.
Well, he was before, yeah. I think he had a moment.
Yeah. Little sector.
But he is starting to close that back up, like you said.
Yeah.
I mean, just gained 5 tenths.
Slowly. Coming up then for numero uno.
Josh,
Yeah. Oh, hello.
that
What's
was
up?
19
Yeah.
in the sector 3.
Martin's really slow. Gap now less than 2 seconds. He might be cruising at home with 1 lap to go here in Indonesia. This is the last lap. Could he just be cruising home, making sure he doesn't throw it away?
Maybe, though him cruising might be the thing that makes him go down.
We shall see. Acosta's right behind him. We don't want that accident.
Maybe if he doesn't ride the curbs.
Yeah. Zarco's in 9th, by the way. Nakagami in 11th. Gigi Zalino watching on. Can't press the red button today, my friend. Binder gets ahead of Zarco for 8th place, but with track limits warning. Well, Megan, what have you made of the Indonesia Grand Prix as it comes up to
Very
the last lap?
crashy.
Yeah. One of the best of the year, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most riders we've actually had out.
This season, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Qatar, we had a couple, didn't we?
Yeah.
The majority of it all. Well, you can't stop this man. He may have crashed in the Tissot sprint, but he's made up on Grand Prix Sunday. 21 points will be the gap. That's all he needs to keep that momentum going into the Japanese Grand Prix in a week's time, into the last few corners. This is where he went down yesterday, the tricky turn 16. Look at that, he's leaning. He's just giving it as much respect as he possibly can. Doesn't want to buckle the front. Looks behind to see where Pedro Acosta is. It's not going to be his day. The Martinator. Redemption Day. The sprint didn't go his way. The Grand Prix does. Indonesia belongs to Martin in 2024. Pedro Acosta finishes second. Bagnaia third. Morbidelli fourth. Bezzecchi fifth. Vinales sixth. Quartararo seventh. Binder eighth. Zarco ninth. Raul Fernandez 10th, Nakagami 11th, and Rins in 12th. And you can see, Megan, how much it means to Martin after crashing yesterday. He's got it back today.
He's very pleased with himself here. I mean, I don't think he can believe it.
That, I think, is a world champion's ride. That was very well done. And I've just been told it was his winglet that flew off the track. Look,
Oh.
he's got no aero screen.
Oh.
It was Martin's. Oh no! Pedro Acosta is under investigation for tyre pressure.
And being that front tyre does look a bit down.
That means that he's going to get and he's under investigation. That means that Acosta's going to possibly get a penalty, which could put Bagnaia to second, which will reduce the championship gap again.
It would. It just
15
make it go
to 20,
down and down.
gap 21, 16-point gap in the championship could be the way.
I mean, that's good.
Brings the fight on for Japan.
Also, it puts Morbidelli in third.
It's 21 as it stands. 15 points for third, 20 for second. So if Bagnaia takes second, the gap will be 16 points. Am I right, Teach?
I think.
We're right. And so first ever wins. So Martin's first Grand Prix win since the French Grand Prix back in May.
He hasn't won since then?
A long time ago for a Grand Prix. He's won sprints.
Does this mean that next time out in F1, Max will win? If people are suddenly winning when they haven't won in ages.
Oh, don't say that, because we're at Kota. I want a great race. Martin, domination. Well done.
He's not even sitting on the seat.
No, he's not. We'll stay with the podium ceremony. We'll let you go, though, Megan. What have you made of this one and going into Japan in a week?
Very crashy and exciting.
Japan?
Tiring, I expect.
Thanks, Megs. I won't see you in a week. Tyre pressure for Nakagami, Acosta and Binder is under investigation. That's 3 separating them. Thanks, Megs. I won't see you in Japan. You'll be in the box alone in Japan. And I'll be in a hotel room in Kent. And yeah, I'll still be on the commentary, but I'll be remote. Martin wins! So you're back live with us here on JB Motorsports. Latest update for you. Fermin Aldeguer has just crashed at turn 8. Rider okay, but that's why he's going to be stationary. Every other rider is currently in the pit lane with 2 hours and 48 minutes to go in this session. It's Alex Marquez topping on the Gresini GP24 bike, but now it's time to head over and get set as we kick off with midday report from MotoGP. Let's cross over to the circuit, ready for coverage as the riders get ready to head out onto the circuit.
The penultimate day of pre-season testing is in full swing. Welcome to the Chang International Circuit here in Buriram. Lewis Sotheby and Jack Appleyard, joined by Pecco Bagnaia, who is now heading out for his first run of this afternoon session. The first day of 2 here in Thailand, which is split into 2. The practice start session around about 1 o'clock this afternoon. They're now back out on track through to 6 p.m. for the first of 2 days here in Thailand. Lewis Sotheby and Jack Appleyard with you as we were in Malaysia. We've come to the pit lane for 2 reasons. First of all, to give you an idea of what's going on down here, but also to get some much needed shade from the furnace that is just the other side of that grandstand.
Yeah, of course, we're here this year in February and then again in March. Very different time of year, very different season when it comes to Thailand. Normally it's the rainy season, which is why the temperature now is quite significantly greater than what we're normally used to at the time of year we come. The heat is just so dry as well, and we're now just gone 3 o'clock local time, which is going to be the time that we have our 13-lap sprint and then 26-lap Grand Prix in around 2 weeks' time. So that's why probably not today, but into tomorrow, this time is going to be crucial with everyone on the grid, I imagine, either doing a sprint simulation or a full Grand Prix simulation to try and take full advantage of the track time they've got to be as ready as possible for the Thai Grand Prix round 1 in a couple of weeks.
35 degrees is the air temperature just as we came on the air. Track temperature is well into the 50s. Officially on our live timing it says it's 52 degrees. Our screens in the media centre say it's as high potentially as 57 out there on track. Punishing conditions for riders and for machines. We don't want to repeat ourselves on these midday lives, but at the risk of repeating ourselves, Alex Marquez, unbeaten so far in pre-season testing. He topped the Barcelona test in November. He topped the Sepang test last weekend. So far, midway through day 1, Alex Marquez is quickest here in Buriram.
Yep, and you'd have to say going into the Thai Grand Prix at this current moment, It looks as though the 4 names that we're going to be speaking about will come as not much surprise to anyone, but the big hitters going into it are going to be Alex Marquez on the GP24, Franco Morbidelli on the GP24, and Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia on the GP25, despite the fact that they have still got some big decisions to make. Today is D-Day for Ducati. Davide Tardozzi confirmed it to me at the start of the day, is that all decisions with regards to their 2025 package will be made by the end of day, because then they want to spend tomorrow fully working on round 1 to make sure they can be as competitive as possible. So they're splitting the test into 2 halves, really, are the factory Ducati squad. Today, a more general overview to try and get that bike as ready as possible, as complete as possible for the entirety of the year. And then tomorrow, sole focus will be, let's dial ourselves in for round 1.
And what we've seen so far, of course, with Alex Marquez quickest overall, Marc Marquez was up towards the sharp end also this morning. This is one circuit that history indicates that if the Ducati's going to go well, it's going to go exceptionally well here.
Yes, Ducati dominated the Thai Grand Prix last year. In the sprint, they locked out the top 8. The nearest KTM was 13.5 seconds adrift over a 13-lap race. The nearest Yamaha was 14.5 seconds away. Honda, 18.5 seconds. Aprilia, 19.5 seconds. They had 7 bikes inside the top 10 at the end of practice. They locked out the first front 2 rows of the grid. This circuit is made for Ducati. It plays to its strengths, in particular the first sort of half a lap, where it's the run down towards the final corner, hard braking, get it stopped, accelerate, turn 1, hard braking, stopped, accelerate, turn 3, hard braking, stopped, accelerate. That's where they gain all of their time. It was a complete Ducati domination when we were last here in November, so you wouldn't be surprised at all if come tomorrow evening, maybe even tonight actually, because I do know that Franco Morbidelli is going to be going for a time attack later on today. He's one rider that hasn't in the morning. You won't be surprised if we see A Marquez, M Marquez, P Bagnaia, F Morbidelli, certainly inside the top 5. I think it'll be a huge surprise if they don't lock out the top 4, because yes, some manufacturers have improved, but this place in particular, Ducati are just in a different league. You look at the best lap times set by each manufacturer at this place when you go throughout the years. Most of them were set this time, or when we were here just 6 months ago. Ducati have got basically 3/4 of a second over everybody else. Then there's half a tenth in between the rest of the manufacturers. It's very close actually between Yamaha, KTM, Aprilia and Honda, but Ducati are just in their own league, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see, certainly by the time we get to close of play tomorrow, if that advantage is still there. Personally, I think it definitely is.
Yeah, certainly the characteristics of this circuit, as Jack mentioned, will certainly exaggerate an advantage that Ducati may have, but they certainly do seem to have that advantage that was baked in from last season. We'll touch on some of the other manufacturers shortly. Of course, Yamaha, one of the big stories of the Sepang test. It's fair to say it's not been quite as impressive from them so far. We'll get into that a little bit shortly, but we're about to be joined by the team manager of the rider who has been ripping up the pre-season testing timesheets. That, of course, is Alex Marquez for the Grassini squad, and his team manager, Michele Massini, joins us. Michele, welcome. First of all, testing can't really have gone much better so far for Alex Marquez. As we were just speaking as we came on the air, he remains unbeaten so far in pre-season testing. How excited can we get about his performances so far?
Yeah, so far we still confirm the good feeling that we already find in Barcelona with the bike, confirmed in Sepang, also here at the moment. The feeling is so good. We already still trying different setup to be prepared for the first GP. At the moment, is looking really excited the beginning of this season with Alex.
Yeah, how good a position does it put you in to have a motorcycle that's already dialed in from last season, particularly in mind of the fact that the first Grand Prix of the season is here? You can almost treat these first 2 days as the first 2 days of the Thai Grand Prix weekend.
Yeah, for sure. This is important to already discover a bike that already ran for 1 year entirely with the factory team. So we have already some data to looking at and to try different configuration, and we're still adapting very well.
And the outlook for 2025, I imagine, as we've gone through pre-season, is looking better and better for you guys on 12-month-old machinery. Looks as though the factory Ducati team are leaning towards staying with the 2024 engine. Looks as though some of the new innovations aren't there today as well. As we go in towards round one, right now it looks as though your bike isn't going to be too dissimilar to what the factory bike is.
We already know from the last couple of races of last year that we will have a really performance package this year. So far we need to be focused on our package. For sure the factory team will improve the package, the bike and everything. But I think that we have to extract the maximum of this package from the first GPs of the 2025.
How pleasing has it been as well? We know the jump that Ducati made from 23 to 24, but Alex seems to have just instantly been able to be comfortable and fast and competitive despite the step forward in performance.
Yeah, right. He find immediately some good, positive, strong point of this bike that he matches with his riding style, in particularly with the braking and entry. So we are really motivated to continue to improve with this bike.
Let's talk about your rookie, Fermin Aldeguer. How do you see his progression so far, his adaptation to MotoGP? He seems from the outside to be taking it all in his stride. What about from your point of view inside the box?
Yeah, I really like his approach to the new category, to make step by step some improvements, and for sure now the difficulties will come because every circuit he never ride with a MotoGP. The point of reference are completely different in respect to the Moto2, but he's still learning, and the importance is to make a kilometer and always to make the small step ahead. So never made let me say a mistake that we cannot give us a good progression.
What did he tell you about his practice start earlier on?
Yeah,
He's close. Eh?
we told him that for sure the grid start will be a bit dirty, but anyway, he always prepared at that, and for sure at the end of this day we will start from a different position to try to find the cleanest track.
Yeah, we're speaking about, we had a practice start session this lunchtime today, a slight change from Sepang. All of the manufacturers unanimously agreed that both today and tomorrow we'll have a practice start at lunchtime and then after the session as well. Fermin's first practice start started facing towards turn one, finished facing us on the pit wall. It was a big moment for him, but luckily it seems to have improved after that. Just interestingly on Alex, I saw that a couple of his practice starts in Sepang weren't perfect as well. How different is the 24 bike from the 23 to get it off the line?
But I think that is not a big difference. The important is always to ride, to find the right setup with the class and the electronics elements. But I think not so much different. He already made a really good start during the Sepang test, we see from the data. And I think that we are quite positive regarding the start.
Yeah, just give us an insight into why that practice start session was added. I mean, we speak about it, just how important it is in MotoGP now to make sure not only that you qualify well, but then take advantage of that. How much work throughout this testing goes into those practice starts?
Yeah, now also with the new schedule with the sprint races is the key of all the races to always start in the first 3 row, I mean, and made a good start always to try to don't have too much gap from in the first lap from the first riders. So I think that is the key, is the 60% of every race.
Last one, because I think you need to go. What's the plan this afternoon and tomorrow? Might we see a sprint simulation or maybe even a Grand Prix simulation?
No, I think that we will try the simulation tomorrow, where will be also, I think, better condition of the track, more grip, and for sure we have to find today, try to find the right base, some little bit more adjustment in the electronics and setup parts to be ready for tomorrow, to be focused only on the GP.
Thanks, Michele. I'm being told to wrap up. I know
we understand that Fermin's just had a crash out on circuit at turn 8, so we better let you go, get back to work and check that everything's okay with Fermin. But thank you very much for joining us, and we wish you a good rest of the test. That's Michele Massini from the Gresini MotoGP squad joining us live here on MotoGP's Midday Live. Let's just try and cover off some of the other topics.
Under the shade, if we can.
While we try not to cook in the intense heat here in Buriram. And we did talk about practice starts there with Fermin Aldeguer. Practice starts, it was quite an interesting watch actually on the pit wall at around about 1 p.m. local time, because we were speaking there about the Ducati GP24s and how they were getting off the line. The 25s weren't exactly having a good time of it themselves, were they?
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very important thing for us to watch later on today, into tomorrow, and then throughout the Grand Prix as well, because a couple of people that were on pit wall, as we see Fermin Aldeguer, the MotoGP rookie, just arriving back to the box here after his crash, and looking at those levers, that was a fast one. It's good to see that he is relatively okay, given the fact that he's on the back of the scooter. Is Fermin Aldeguer, he's walking okay as well, so that is great to see, but that was a fast one.
Yeah, turn 8 we understand, which is the corner that Marc Marquez, you might remember, crashed out of the Grand Prix last year in the wet conditions while he was tracing Pecco Bagnaia. But yeah, we were watching Bagnaia and Marc Marquez's practice starts. Bagnaia's first left a big black line on the start-finish straight, and then the rest of the starts, they were really struggling to keep that front wheel down. There were a lot of wheelie as those GP25s were trying to get down to turn 1.
Yeah, as I was saying, a couple of guys on the pit wall that I was speaking to have had the opportunity to watch all of them throughout Sepang have said, Marc Marquez in particular, they don't think they've seen him do a good start at all throughout pre-season testing. They were saying it is just flabbergasting how every single practice start that Marc Marquez has done, he just hasn't been able to get dialed in, which to me, you would have to assume that Ducati are just trying to find that extra bit of performance in the GP25, and at the moment just haven't got those launch control settings fully dialed in, because as you said, whether it was Bagnaia spinning up the rear wheel, Marquez spinning up the rear wheel, or then more frequently, as soon as they started letting out the clutch, the front end just pogoing away, they just could not get it sorted. On the other side of the coin, a couple of different members of rival manufacturers, and me included, noticed that the Yamaha has made a big step on their starts. In particular, it sounds as though that they've got a new clutch system there, which sounds very, very similar to the KTM, where it really does scream. It wrings its neck off when it starts and just drives forward. I mean, the KTM is still so impressive to watch. Those things are absolute rockets off the line. But the good news for Yamaha, and this is what someone pointed out to me, it's not just one rider who's been able to just perfect it. All 4 riders, every single time and time again, the sample size is there. They were very, very good off the line. So that's another positive for Yamaha, who, although haven't set the world alight in terms of the timesheets just yet, anywhere near what they were able to do in Sepang, give them time. I think that might come, because I still think that there is sign of improvement there. But certainly, if they can qualify well, which they've proven in Sepang, they're able to put that one lap together with a bit more ease now. Looks like they're also going to be able to start well. But certainly, for me, one of the big stories going into round 1 is Marc and Pecco getting that GP25 off the line, because we're so accustomed to that being leading the race into the opening corner. Normally, the Ducatis are absolute dynamite, the gold dust off the line, but so far they're having some challenges, which is going to be an interesting one to watch.
And in conditions such as this, around circuits such as this, that early track position could be so crucial. If you can get out front in the early parts of a race, it's so difficult for anyone to overtake you. This is Fermin Aldeguer's motorcycle now returning back to the Gresini box as the cover protects the damage from any prying eyes and prying cameras. Here comes the number 54. Right-handed corner, turn number 8. As mentioned, we saw quite a few crashes there in the wet last year, the Thai Grand Prix that Pecco Bagnaia won. Marc Marquez went down right behind him into turn number 8. So let's take a close look now at this Gresini Ducati. You can see some clear damage there. The right-hand side winglet has been taken off. You can see big damage to the screen as well at the front.
Not
clearly
bad.
It's a lot of cosmetic damage, but we've certainly seen worse, haven't we?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of smoke sort of licks away at the back as well of that Gresini Ducati. So let's cover off some of the other talking points. We mentioned Yamaha there a moment ago. Clearly positives from the day so far for them are their starts. I guess if you want to be a little bit negative for Yamaha, the electric pace that we saw from them in Malaysia hasn't exactly come to light so far.
As we officially declare Lewis Sotheby as a Fermin Aldeguer fan. There we go. We might get that signed and we can put that on social media for a draw. If anyone would like a broken screen of Fermin Aldeguer.
2 Wheels for Life might be laying a claim for that one. So let's also touch upon Honda, because 4 riders, the time we came on air, had lapped in the 129s. Alex Marquez, Marc Marquez, Pedro Acosta on the KTM, and Luca Marini on the Honda HRC Castrol machine. Now, clear from Sepang that in terms of race distance, long runs, Honda still do have a long way to catch up. But further evidence their single lap pace has closed the gap.
Yeah. Early on in the day, it was about 2.5 hours into it, with temperatures pretty high as well. Marini was 0.3 of a second adrift of Honda's best ever lap around here, which is a very positive sign indeed. We saw that both Joan Mir and Johan Zarco were able to go under their fastest ever times in Sepang. Interestingly enough, we spoke a lot, in particular about Honda and KTM as well, about the introduction the pair of them had of the new seat unit as they both try and eradicate the rear chatter issues that they've been having since the introduction of this new Michelin rear tyre. On Honda's side, it's only Somkhiat Chantra, the rider, that's running it now, the rookie, with Mir, Zarco, Marini all moving away from it, which means you would have to say that right now the direction is to start the season without that. Same goes for KTM as well. Brad Binder and Pedro Acosta haven't been seen with it yet. And now Bastianini isn't with it. It's only Maverick Vinales that's continuing to work with that new seat unit. So it's one of the big innovations that we saw come to Sepang, with both Honda and KTM trying to solve the issues that predominantly plagued their seasons. And looks as though, given the fact that we've not seen it on the majority of the bikes for either KTM or Honda, that clearly it wasn't the step that they were after. But we'll see throughout the course of today and into tomorrow. But you would have guessed, I mean, goes without saying, if it was a big improvement, still be on the bike.
Yeah, all 4 of them will be running it. Very quickly then before we go, because we are cooking in the heat here in Buriram. 2 manufacturers to quickly touch upon. Aprilia in a second. But first, KTM. Still quite a bit of mix and matching going on at KTM as they try to find the right formula. They're still very much working through a checklist down there to try and put the ideal 2025 bike together. Some signs of pace today so far from Pedro Acosta, but certainly expect the best of them when we get into tomorrow's final day. And Aprilia, who are boosted in numbers here. Ralph Fernandez is here and was out on track this morning. You caught it with Marco Bezzecchi a short time ago. You'll hear from him in After the Flag, but give us an idea of the mood of Aprilia on this first day here.
It looks as though the Aprilia squad are pleased with Marco's pace, his rhythm, especially on used tyres, which was a bit of an issue last year. But this place has been kryptonite to Aprilia. The Aprilia isn't very strong at all. Under braking, in particular, those super hard, upright, hard braking zones, which we were saying there are a lot of here. And Bez, when speaking to us earlier, said, yeah, it's an issue. It's very, very different how you get the bike stopped, the stopping performance compared to what he was used to with the Ducati. So looks as though that's still going to be an area of concern for them. So I wouldn't expect, given that, to see Marco Bezzecchi or Jorge Martin, of course, who's not going to be 100% fit, lighting the world up at round 1. I feel that the Aprilias are a bit of an unknown still, because we don't know where they're at given the issues with Jorge Martin, but certainly I don't think that their true level is going to be evident at round 1.
No, Aprilia certainly have their strengths. Perhaps this isn't the circuit that's best to exploit those strengths. So join us in a couple of hours' time. After the Flag, we'll be live at 5:30 local time. That's 30 minutes before the checkered flag goes out. We'll continue for an hour afterwards to bring you live analysis and reaction. Yamaha's technical director, Max Bartolini, will be joining us live amongst others. So make sure you're with us for that. We're off for some shade. We'll see you in a couple of hours.
Thank you, boys. What a fantastic midday update from the circuit as well. So, the riders finally heading back out there on the circuit with 2.5 hours to go. No change turns the top, and saying that, Alex Marquez goes into the pit lane. Okay, let's turn it back then to round 16 of the Japanese Grand Prix. Now, Megan takes you to the sprint while I was on a train to Brands Hatch. On the Sunday, I had some tooth problems as well. But anyway, here's round 16, the Japanese Grand Prix.
Right, and welcome to the MotoGP Tissot Sprint for here in Japan. And I understand everything is just that slight bit complicated right now. At least it is for me. So currently, I'm not sure, and I never am sure of this, whether... Hold on, just bring you to the screen for me, which I realise I am not completely sure which one is me. I think it is... Yeah, 3. Here it is. It is number 3. So sorry for that black screen for like a few seconds. Though my brain totally glitched on which one was me. So I believe that it is the same person on pole for this. So it is Acosta on pole, as far as I am aware. Yes, it is. I will take you through the running order first. Obviously, it's me in the box. Possibility of being joined by Joshua if he has a good enough signal, which reminds me I need to enter the commentary box for MotoGP on this, or at least wait until he does. Right, so on the first row of the grid is Acosta, Bagnaia and Vinales. On the second row is Bastianini, Binder and Morbidelli. Third row is D'Antonio, Bezzecchi and Marc Marquez. Fourth row is Alex Marquez, Martin and Quartararo. Fifth row is Ralph Fernandez, Miller and... telling me it's 7. And it's Aleix Spargaro. Then it is 6th row of the grid being Zarco Mia and Augusto Fernandez. 7th is Rins, Marini, Nakagami. And then the final row of the grid is Salvadori and Gardner. Right. So, I'm just going to turn track noise back on now that I have finished with the introduction bit. They are currently on the warm-up lap, and Joshua, if you want to, whenever you get signal, join the MotoGP box, you can, because I know you'll be watching this since he's currently, is he on a train or a tube? I'm pretty sure he's on a train. No signal coming up here. It's like, oh, that's a shame. Hello, Megan. Hello. Your prediction for the Tissot Sprint winner. My heart really wants to give it to Acosta, given the fact that it is his first pole for anything, and it's just like, it'll be really nice. But my mind just goes to Bagnaia. So I'm going to go with Bagnaia for that one. Oh, and Joshua Birch seemed to join the thing, so honestly, I better join the thing as well. So, turned on the Ox for whenever he would like to speak. So, still on the warm-up lap. After I watched the replay, Mark did actually marginally cross the green, so yeah, it's unfortunate. Oh, that is such a shame for Mark, given how he has really pushed himself this weekend. Just quickly, Pecco will most likely win, and Emma will be bogged down, so probably be third, most he could achieve, probably. And mixed conditions, which is Pecco's weakness, true. And why am I standing up when the camera is down here? See what I mean? Brain. Right, so about to begin the Tissot Sprint for here in Japan for MotoGP. Lights about to come on. 5 lights. And running away. Brilliant start from Bagnaia there. Acosta falls down into 3rd position. Both of the R46 get an amazing start with, I think that is Bezzecchi getting into 6th. So D'Antonio has been pushed to the outside. Marc Marquez seems to be trying to go round the outside of the people in front of him, though it is a sea of red cars at the moment at the front and slightly purple cars, so obviously the Prima Pramex are making their way up through things, through the grid. Morbidelli just behind Martin. Currently it stands as Bagnaia, Bastianini, Acosta. Acosta's about to go round the inside, it seems, of Bastianini, however, going round this corner. Can he hold his position, though? Yes, he can. Hello, Joshua.
What a start as well. And Martin still couldn't try and keep up, but Bagnaia getting ahead of Foster, that was quite an interesting one.
It was quite interesting. Though it's mind-boggling. Also, it's a sea of red at the front.
Well, that was to be expected, but watch out for Binder and Martin, remember, as Miller goes, that was Binder going a bit too wide down to the hairpin, down towards turn 14. This is where we're going to see a cross to shine, though, because Bagnaia has not got the straight line speed compared to that KTM.
True. Though Binder has been quite dominant all weekend, and I just seen someone fall down the order, and that was Mia falling down the order. So has he crashed out? Yep, yellow in sector 4.
Well, that's a bit ridiculous for Honda. They're home Grand Prix, and they lose one of their main riders as well.
Yeah, it is quite ridiculous, but where did Batsky crash? Just...
Oh, well, he's going to have another one, so careful.
I think he's about to crash again, though. I think he's going to crash while he's neutral.
Yeah, well, that puts out the green flag, though. So Bagnaia leads 15 from tier 11 to 8.
Oh, a little bit out there, but still can hear you kind of. Here's a replay of when the crash actually happened. So he just seems to have gone wide and gone straight into the gravel. Vermeer has rejoined the race. 11 laps to go. Ah, there we go.
He's outbraked. Well, I'm in catering at the moment. Yeah, he's outbraked himself.
Yeah, it seems like he was also trying to avoid one of... I can't tell who it was. It might have been Marini.
Oh. Look at Marquez, he's off the back of the team.
Yeah, Mark is coming up very, very fast. I mean, I think Mark is running on anger right now. Going round the inside of Martin. Can he make it round? He just manages to keep that position going into 5th place.
Yeah, but Martin's going to now try and go break him in, and there goes Morbidelli on these other teams.
But the thing is, defending that, Martin just got a track limits warning.
Yeah, so he's pretty much out of it then for the foreseeable if that's the case.
Basically.
So, one more. He's only lap 2, he's something like 3. He's keeping on the back of that championship, but it seems like this is the championship nobody wants to win. Look at that. I know Foster, 43.9 Bagnaia, 43.8 Foster. They're just trading places. But Foster's done with being the rookie. He wants to sprint break.
Exactly.
Also rain. He's not on a couple of bikes now. So a few drops of water's coming through.
Well, we had threats of rain happening in qualifying, and they did bring out the rain flags, but it never ended up actually going right. Costa goes round for the inside round corner, which I don't know the number of, though I want to say that's
turn
quite...
8.
Yeah, turn 8. And
nice dive bomb on the inside. Bagnaia's looking like that one's down there. Bagnaia was a couple of years ago.
Bagnaia's trying to get the cut back on him, though he just can't seem to find a position to actually do that in, and I would not suggest it coming into the final sector, given the fact that we saw a big puddle of water there not an hour or two ago.
Oh, hang on.
Binder! Brad Binder!
Put his arm up. There's the bike coming, yeah.
We might see this live on the thing right now. If we are lucky, yeah, Binder's dropping it down the order now. It's just a shame since he's been seeming to be so strong so far, though at least he's gone down during the sprint rather than in the race.
Yeah, at least he's swapped to body too as well. If she knows no attack that, look, he's still there then. She'd be running in 3rd place as well. He's keeping it quite nicely as well. He is always consistent, isn't he? He's always somewhere around as they come down.
True. Just seem to be consistent, but what's... Oh. Who's that calling for?
JT's just on to watch, but I've lost TV pictures on it, so I'm very used to it, so I'll leave it to you now.
Okay. Someone has... It was either Miller or Mia, though Mia's just crashed out, so I'm not sure whether it's going to be him, unless he's still running. I believe Mia is still running Wait, is it? No, that looked to be. That was either me or Binder. I can't tell. Their liveries are way too similar. Though, someone just called for them to go back in, so I am assuming that might have been Binder just being able to somehow hang on. But I am not sure. 9 laps to go of this sprint race now, and Acosta is leading to Bagnaia, being 4 tenths behind. At least I think he's 4 tenths behind. No, he's 2 tenths behind, and at 3 tenths behind Bagnaia is Bastianini. I'm going to turn the radiator on. And can you hear my voice? It's like ill. This doesn't happen until the actual race. It must be something to do with this guy. Right.
Sorry, no, just say that again.
I've got kind of like a blocked nose for some reason.
Oh, I can tell. Also, that bus winter isn't selected at the moment, so we need to sort that out later on.
Selected?
As I get TV pictures. Yeah, on Discord, so I'll open up TV and I'll get that sorted after this one to you guys. But I've got TV pictures right now, so I'm really good to use a voice.
Yellow Sector 1, and that is Nakagami, has crashed out at his home circuit. And how did he do that? He collided, it seems, with, was that his teammate? Or was that another person? Was that Gardner? It was someone in white that Nakagami collided with. So now there is a yellow out in Sector 1. That is not good for Nakagami on his home races.
I'd love to say I'll be helpful, but I didn't see that accident. I'm back now. But
Good.
yeah, it's yellow again, Sector 1. But look at this from Acosta. This is a coming of age here, isn't it? He likes this one we've got to championship here. It's about Nakagami and Zarka with the rotation, so you're right, Megan. Oh my god. The 2 teammates in Japan.
That is
And
home circuit.
yeah. And his last Grand Prix play for Nakagami.
It is just such a shame.
Well,
I mean,
well, what? I'm down here with 2 now.
yeah, well 2, we'd will 1. So,
By the way, if anybody's wondering, I'll be back in Vision tomorrow for registering registration, which is right now.
yeah,
The wonders of technology, eh?
the wonders. Though, at least you can have some form of, like, being present.
It's really smart. I can still see the race, I can still do the commentary, but as is in with you leading and being a producer also. That's Zarka's taking a long penalty.
For irresponsible riding. Honestly?
Fair responsibility.
Yeah, deserves it. I mean,
That must have been done by the stewards themselves, because the team are hardly going to, pull up their own person.
yeah. I
I'm
mean,
very
the stewards must have seen that immediately and thought, you know what, we can't let that slide. I mean, they're going to let it slide, so we can't. This Nakagami has rejoined the race, thankfully.
Yes, points down tonight to Mr. Alex from the Kez gets points paying bills to Martin, go to 20s, as nice delicious Spargo. It's quite weird only going on TV pictures. It's unnerving, but it's surprisingly how good they are actually. TV picture wise, I can see everything like I'm watching the broadcast. It's quite weird. I mean, I watch the broadcast, but I'm watching that's about these other things. That's so far down. What's it down now? 62 billion angle, something like that. Victory corner is the last corner here as well. And Costa, she's got to hold on for 6 more laps. Something that's softly a towel hold for circuit as well.
Just trying to perfect your things so that you don't crack with a thing.
I do apologise. I've got voice isolation on my side as well, so hopefully that helps.
Yeah, so it must be weird for you to not. Do you keep looking to the side or something for a timing screen?
I'm on earbuds. I'm not even on the. I'm not because all the equipment's in the back that's above me, so I'm on earbuds. So I'm looking at, look to the side, it's just window. The sun has risen, and I noticed. Great start.
True.
This is Martin's great getaway.
Martin does get quite a good getaway immediately facing up to Marc Marquez, though Bsky was very quick to try and get ahead of all of them. So immediately catching up to his teammate too, there he is, and trying to pass him, and succeeds very quickly, it seems, down into that turn 1.
The old anything you can do, I can do better technique.
Yeah. I don't know what his problem was during the end of practice and just like the entirety of qualifying, because he was just, I don't know where his pace was. .17-point gap now in the championship as it stands right now, with Martin and Bagnaia 371 to 17 below that. I'm not going to calculate that in my mind right now. Pecco bottle coming from Luke. Yeah, I mean, he usually does. One of them usually does it, and I know today we have at least had Martin bottle it in the morning in the session earlier on, but could Bagnaia just like decide, you know what, I'm gonna bottle it now? And is that to retire? Yeah, that is Nakagami deciding to retire from the Tissot sprint with 5 laps to go after being hit by his teammate of all people at his home circuit. I won't say home race because right now it is the Tissot sprint race, and I want to save saying home race until the race tomorrow. If that makes sense to anyone's mind but my own. But Mia's still going strong. He's only running a sector behind Gardner right now. So I'll take you through the top 10 as it is. Acosta is currently running in first. Hello. With Bagnaia in second. Third is Bastianini. Fourth is Marc Marquez. Fifth is Martin, with Morbidelli running quite closely behind in the sixth. Seventh is D'Antonio. Miller is in eighth, which honestly is a bit surprising given his form today. Alex Marquez is in ninth, and Bsky is in 10th. Both the R46s making it into that top 10. Okay, Acosta is maintaining his pace, it seems, with and has increased the gap from 2 tenths to 6 tenths between him and Bagnaia. So it is quite possible, if I do not accidentally jinx it, touch wood, that Acosta may face his first win right now in this Tissot sprint with only 4 laps to go. Yeah.
Would be ironic if I wasn't here again.
It usually happens that way, doesn't it?
It does, usually does. I mean, tomorrow's going to be really weird. I'll probably be the Moto3 champion in a hotel room.
Just like, it's probably going to be very, like, daunting. Just like,
yeah. The only good thing is that I can still commentate without being, you know, like, shouty.
Yeah. Oh!
Yeah, like,
is that
you jinxed
Costa?
that.
Oh,
Yeah,
Costa has gone down. So, not...
You jinxed that. That's your fault.
I jinxed that. I did touch wood not to. So, Costa has gone down. Maybe tomorrow. Gone down between sectors 2 and 3, going round at one of the turns and just completely losed it. And for the first time ever, Acosta has let go of the bike.
That is your fault. That is 110% your fault. I have never seen a commentator's curse more than that in my entire life.
I touched wood for it not to happen, but that now means that Bagnaia leads and there's now a 15-point gap in the championship, and I am so sorry, Acosta.
I'm telling you, this is the World Championship. Nobody wants to win. This is the season that nobody wants to win. Yeah, his head in his hands. There's Acosta. That's your fault.
I'm sorry.
That's what you have just done. The Murray Walker leading the race for the crashes. He said that to me. He did that about Prost, he did that about Mansell. Look at that, Hervé Poncher, what's the name of it? It's just like a week ago. Yeah, but look, it's just like a week ago in Indonesia now, where it's 1-2.
There's another.
Someone else.
Who's that? Alicia Spargo has crashed out also. And Ralph Fernandez. I just had that couple of pairs. Yeah, Alicia's crashed as well. Have they crashed in the same bit? Have they crashed into each other? Yeah, it seems like Alicia's kind of like having to be held a bit when walking. So he seems to have had the wind knocked out of him. He seems to be okay. Oh, by the way, Acosta's okay too. Just massively disappointed and probably cutting my name. 3 laps to go. And I would love to see a replay of, not Acosta's crash, but a Leish and who else has crashed? My mind's gone out of it. Ralph Fernandez, that was who else said. That's weird. Raul hasn't crashed, and yet he was reported to have crashed on multiple timing screens. So Raul is okay. Raul has not crashed out, but Alicia Spargo has. What am I doing to the riders? I'm so sorry. Oh my god. 3 laps. Now, I think it's about to be 2 laps to go. Yeah, 2 laps to go now of the Tissot sprint, and I can't promise anything about not cursing any riders.
Well, let's talk about Marc Marquez then. He's running in 3rd position. He might just be 2nd here away from anyone else to beat it.
Yeah, Mark was doing really well in qualifying, but he's doing really well here, but I feel like there's a slight lack of pace.
Yeah.
From what we were seeing this morning.
Well, 2 GP24 bikes versus a GP23 bike, we know who's going to win.
3.
Yeah, probably.
From the way it's been looking with some of the circuits, it does look that way. But I can't believe Acosta crashed out. He was so close! So close. Oh well, there's always tomorrow. What is that? Marc Marquez going round the outside, well, at least attempting to go around the outside of Bastianini, goes round the inside, almost kind of makes a little bit of contact between the two, going round one of the corners. Marc manages to get through, but can he hold it going into the next corner? Bastianini is right on his tail, going right round the side, and oh, that looked to be kind of like a push for Marc to do to Bastianini there. Bastianini managed to get through to take back his 2nd place, however, so Marc did not get that very long. And it looks like Marc wants to go for another round of Bastianini right now. Last lap of the Tissot sprint right now. Going round in to turn 1, you can see Marc Marquez calculating every single move that Bastianini makes. And thinking, I'm going to take you at the same corner, then this time I'm actually going to win. Well, at least get 2nd place. He's not going to win. Bagnaia is looking to win. The only way that Marc will win if he somehow gets past Bastianini and somehow Pecco decides, you know what, I'm going to bin it. Which, honestly, is Pecco. Highly likely. Oh, and speaking of binning it, there's Acosta.
Yeah, Pedro Acosta watching on. Well, what an interesting little sprint it's been. I think credit to Jorge Martin for getting better out of a bad qualifying.
Yeah, and the rain doesn't seem to be impacting it. Which is a refreshing thing, and Vinales seems to be going around the outside of who's that just went around the outside of? Oh wait, no, he's dropped. Bezzecchi's dropped places. Right, going into the final sector right now, Bagnaia has been looking to be quite strong in the last qualifying session. Obviously did not get too far up in the order, though with Acosta crashing out, that means that Bagnaia is the winner of this Tissot sprint. It's a shame for Bagnaia to have to get it through Acosta crashing out, but Bagnaia wins the Tissot sprint with his teammate Bastianini coming in second after defending from Marquez, who comes in third. They give each other a little congratulations at the straight before they go into the corner. Fourth was Martin, and fifth was Morbidelli. Sixth was D'Antonio. Seventh was Alex Marquez. Jack Miller was in eighth. Ninth was Vinales. Bsky is in 10th. 11th was Ralph Fernandez. 12th was Quartararo. Marini was in at 13th. Zarco was in at 14th after he had that long lap penalty. Augusto Fernandez was in 15th. 16th was Rins. 17th was Savadori. Garner was in 18th. Mia manages to scrape home a 19th. And out of this race, unfortunately, was Aleix Espargaro, Acosta, Nakagami and Binder. I think that's all the people who are out of this Tissot sprint, though closing up the championship even more for Bagnaia. Shame what it cost Acosta to actually, it cost Acosta to grant that closing of the gap. Maybe tomorrow for Acosta, maybe tomorrow. But unlikely. Because knowing me, I've just accidentally cursed him again for tomorrow. I am so sorry. So, Joshua, do you have any signal? I'm going to take that as a no. Yeah, as a no. Though you can see there with the replay between Marquez and Bastianini, they got ever so close throughout each of the corners, and their elbows actually did touch going into one of the straights. And Joshua, do you now have signal again?
Yeah, can you hear me? Let's have a look.
Yes.
So Marquez did go for the last lap, just around the outside, and that's Mark overestimating his abilities there. There was nothing Bastianini could do. That's Mark just being trying to have a go. I'm going to lose signal again, so I'm going to disappear. What a sprint race, and I don't know if the closest we've seen in a while to have all three across the line like that. It's going to be a tough one, Japanese Grand Prix, but I'm off now because I've got to get to lunch to Compass. So I'm going to take the rest of the podcast to you.
Have a nice journey.
So, thank you, I'll see you soon. And there's the team. Don't forget, he's got to again tomorrow. We'll start 11 to the Grand Prix tomorrow. I'll be back for that later. Let's go.
Okay. Right, now that Joshua's left us with everything, why is Bagnaia being pushed? Has he run out of fuel or something? Where Bagnaia is currently either being guided or slightly pushed to the top three. And there is, I think that's Bastianini getting congratulated on second position. Yeah, it's Bastianini. And it's Mia went down again. Mia went down again! Yeah, he's gone into the pit lane. Mia has gone into the pit lane. That's Marc Marquez saying a hello to all his fans. And I did not notice that, so thank you for pointing that out. Just Repsol Honda scenes. Repsol Honda, I think, need an update on teammates, like working together. They need a trust exercise after that, because something tells me Nakagami's not going to be very happy with Zarco right now. So, yeah, just see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. So the podium is going to be in, I think, a few minutes once all of the riders actually reach their destinations. I think, yeah, that's Bagnaia finally reached the rest of the top three.
MotoGP kicks off for the Motor Grand Prix of Japan. It's time for the main Grand Prix after yesterday's fascinating sprint race. Pedro Costa on pole position for Pecco Bagnaia and Matt Vinales the front row. There's Enea Bastianini, Brad Binder and Franco Morbidelli. Fabio Di Giannantonio ahead of Marco Bezzecchi and Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez, Jorge Martin and Fabio Quartararo. Ralph Fernandez, Jack Miller, Aleix Espargaro, Johan Zarco, Juan Mir and Augusto Fernandez. And then 19 down from Alex Rins as well. Megan, yesterday we saw in the sprint race, Jorge Martin make up from 11th to 4th. And Bagnaia taking the win after Costa went down. We're in a very interesting race in what is mixed conditions. I'm seeing some out there on wet, some out there on dries, I think. You've got the full data to see what tyres are those everybody on.
Okay, so as far as I can see, everyone is on the same tyre but one person. Everyone else is on a hard front tyre and a medium rear tyre, whereas Nakagami at his home race is on a front hard tyre and a soft rear tyre, which could be a mistake.
Martin finishing 4th yesterday and Bagnaia winning means the gap is 15 points in the World Championship at the moment to the front, and it's really anybody's guess as to who could take that position. Who do you think is going to have the championship lead leaving here today?
Martin.
Not Pecco.
Not yet. Next race he'll get the championship lead back.
5 km/h wind speed, track temperature 26 degrees Celsius, air temperature at 21. There's rain in the air, and we see how quickly it can pop up, Megan. It popped up at the start of Moto 2 on the opening lap, which resulted in the red flag. But we've got flag-to-flag rules here where they can swap bikes. Do you reckon we might need a flag-to-flag at some point, and what could that do to the race?
Possibly. Though right now the skies are looking clearer than it was before, and if we did have a flag-to-flag, it would definitely mean a very much more complicated race for the two championship leaders.
80,131 is the Grand Prix attendance here, all looking Pedro Costa's the third youngest pole sitter in the Premier class after Quartararo and Marc Marquez. There's a lot of tension rising in the air, a lot of people wondering exactly what he's going to do today. I think he did such a great start yesterday, but he did drop it. Can he hold it for the race? Is he about to take his first ever race win?
Possibly. And this is also the first time, I think, that all three of the youngest pole sitters are on the grid at the same time.
Vinales, Marc Marquez, Pietro Acosta. Red flag at the front, the riders getting ready. Watch out for the whole shot devices, especially on the Ducatis. Haven't been working that well. 24 laps, the Japanese Grand Prix of MotoGP is under starters orders. We have 5 lights on. And pull the throttle back as we go racing in Motegi. It's a great start, but I told you to watch out for that whole shot device. And Bastianini's front end of the bike coming up. Bagnaia's going to try and lead into one. Hasn't worked out. It's status quo at the front. Bagnaia's going to try the inside line. Costa's going to get forced down into second position. Jack Miller is a bit under pressure, but Brad Binder's taking third position. Marc Marquez moving up a couple of places, and the two VR46s have dropped back down the field. Bagnaia leads as we come into turn 3.
Not a great time for Ralph Fernandez, dropping back a lot of the field. Bagnaia obviously got an amazing start, immediately passing round the side of Acosta. Binder got a great start as well. Marc Marquez gaining at least, I would say about 5 places on that opening lap. Must have gone really round the outside.
The same can be said for Jorge Martin. Started 11th, already up into 6th place as well. Benefited. And Bastianini down to 4th place after that whole shot device didn't really work. So the front lifted up on it as well as it comes through. There's no rain clouds in the distance as there's Binder getting a little bit of look of less of talent. Marc Marquez almost sends Bastianini skywards down into turn 10 as we come through the checkered part of the circuit into the 130R. Martin up the inside of Marc Marquez and up the inside of Bastianini. Can he make it the triple? No. Martin's electric. He's already up into 4th position.
I don't know how he managed to do that. And
in one lap.
And how Bastianini's managed to fall 4 places.
Look at Marc Marquez under pressure with Jack Miller. Miller keeps it, and is that Naya down now into 7th? The time is because we haven't updated yet.
Two people gone
Miller
down. Two people gone down. That is Mia and Alex Marquez crashed out. Riders both okay.
Mia again. He crashed out in the TSO sprint. He's crashed out in the Grand Prix as well.
I think they've crashed out together.
Somebody give Juan Mia a hug. The world champion from 2020, Alex Marquez, has crashed out as well of this Grand Prix.
Same
as
part.
we continue on.
I think they must have crashed into each other.
All this damp line somewhere. We'll wait to see the replay. 23 to go. Bagnaia leads Acosta, Binder, Martin, Miller, and Martin. And there is Mia now. And there is, yeah, that's in the pit lanes. That's in the last 2 corners.
Yeah. They must have just collided with each other going around one of the corners, got a bit too close. That's what must have happened. Can we see the replay now, or is that something we've got to wait a lot for?
I'll wait a lot for, usually.
Before we've waited whole races for a replay. Never got one.
Oh, well, you know, it's involving it's under investigation by the stewards there, Megan.
So they definitely caused each other's crashes.
I kind of expected that, didn't you?
Yeah.
To be under investigation, yeah.
I love how within the first lap of MotoGP we get a crash and... Oh, here it is.
Start. Here you go. Yeah, here you go. Oh, that's... I don't know whose fault that is. That's a big one there.
He went right in the wall.
Alex hit that barrier massively.
Usually it's a bike that hits a barrier.
I'm surprised that Alex was walking away from that one. So he comes up, touches the side of Mia. Mia goes straight on, and with Alex's bike. Alex comes off the bike, goes straight on towards the barrier.
Salvadori's entered the pits.
So it looks like Lorenzo Salvadori is out of the race, unfortunately. Bagnaia with the new fast lap of the race, though, as we watch. That's Binder versus Martin over 3rd position. Martin's a champ.
Oh,
yeah, go on.
It'll be reviewed after the race, and my sinuses are going evil again. It's always in the spots. Just saw movement on the grid. It looks like Marc Marquez is about to try and make a move on Jack Miller. There he is. You can see if that goes round the inside of Jack Miller, manages to get away with it, and also takes away any possibility of Miller getting a cutback on him by immediately getting... How many seconds did he get on him? Yeah, 4. Now 6. Well, 4, I mean tenths of a second, not seconds.
Look at Bastianini, and that catches Miller out. Miller has to check up, but Bastianini came in all too hot into turn 10. Miller goes, thank you very much, I'll slip back on the inside.
Oh, that's good. For a minute I was going to question whether Miller was awake.
Yeah, he shouldn't let that one go through, should he? Although he's actually making a decent
down! Acosta!
Oh. Not again.
Wait, did I curse him again?
What are you doing, Pietro? It's at the last corner as well. He's dropped it.
Okay.
Into the gravel trap. Pietro Acosta is out of the Japanese Grand Prix for the 2nd day running. So the two who crashed in the TSO sprint have crashed again in the Grand Prix. Juan Mia and Pietro Acosta.
Obviously winded. What happened
Front's gonna
here
buckle.
then?
Front buckles.
Yeah.
Couldn't get the traction and couldn't get it back up again.
So, did I curse him again?
Yes. No points this weekend for Acosta. That's big. But now look at the championship, Megan, as Martin passes Binder. So from 11th of the grid, Martin's now 2nd, and now the top 2 in the World Championship are battling it out 1-2 with 21 laps to go.
Oh, that's going to certainly be interesting. So
it's fun now, isn't it?
It is. Which one of them's going to drop it?
Bastianini gets through on Miller. Over for 5th position. Slip back through on the inside line.
So that's 4.
Bagnaia's got this one under control, though, Megs.
Yeah. So that's 4. 4 in 4 laps.
It's a slow race today, isn't it?
It is. But we've got 4 people out, so that's simple. Right, so Bagnaia has a 1.4 gap between him and Martin right now. And it's... I wonder which one's going to go down first.
My money's on Martin. 1.5 the gap now. Bagnaia's increasing it.
When was the last time Bagnaia went out?
Acosta's got running again. Acosta's back in the race.
Ah, that's good. I mean, he's a lap behind, but that's good for him.
1:44.519 for Bagnaia, fast lap of the race so far. Yeah, there he is. I thought I saw him go through turn 1. I wasn't mistaken.
I wonder how long until he'll retire though, because most of the time when people rejoin a race, they end up retiring. It's very rare that they actually are able to finish.
Yeah, I need a lap, so take the lap.
Okay. Right, so Marc Marquez looking to the inside of Brad Binder. Manages to get in front of him. There is still a possibility of Binder managing to get a cutback. Trying desperately, though I think Mark's just that little bit too much out of reach. Trying again to find some way to get past Marc Marquez. And Binder just cannot find any way. And he is looking desperately for a way where he can get past Marc and retake his 3rd position. But just can't find a way. And Bagnaia is not looking that quick. And that's despite him having the fastest lap. And Bezzecchi passes Aleix Spargaro for 8th position. Here is a replay of the race start from, I believe this is Marc Marquez's view. Almost comes into contact with one of the VR46s. Then immediately passes both of the Prima Pramacs on the way to the first corner. Oh, he did hit him! That wasn't a VR46 that he hit though. He hit one of the Prima Pramacs, and I am pretty sure the one he hit was Martin. And it wasn't like, actually, technically, it was Martin hitting him in the shoulder. Do you know the shoulder which he spent ages trying to heal?
Oh, great. That's not going to be a problem in the future, is it?
Yeah. His tyre hit him.
I literally just go and put my face in front of the heater fire in the hotel room. I think I've found the trick. It's heat. Heat stops it. But it's just this headphone. It's right on the nerve, so it's quite painful. I'm literally suffering pain to bring you content this weekend, so I hope everyone's enjoying it. Martin 3/10 behind Bagnaia, still closing in again. 1.7 the gap. I think Bagnaia's got this one, but we've said that before. They're just saving their tyres at this point, aren't they, Megan?
He usually drops it at this point. When was the last time he dropped it?
Oh, Indonesia?
Oh, so last time out.
Oh.
So it's Martin's turn.
No, Aragon. It was Aragon. Yeah, a couple of races ago,
Oh,
Aragon.
yeah, because it was Martin last time.
Yeah, Martin.
So it's Bagnaia's turn.
It's just everyone's gone through. Bagnaia at 1.1 the gap. I'm actually really struggling now, so I apologise if I'm not being the best commentator in the world here, but Megan can take over.
Yes. There I am. My throat is kind of beginning to get a little bit sore, but I'm fine. 18 laps to go of this. I saw that look. 18 laps to go.
5 days of throbbing toothache pain, not being able to go to the dentist or hospital to get it sorted because I've got to come to Brands Hatch.
Your tooth does have a funny sense of humour.
Yeah, it does. It's really annoying. I'm on a short fuse.
The fact that also both of us had to wake up today at 2:30.
I've had 6 hours sleep across the last 5 days. I'm really not in a good mood. Bastianini right on the back of Binder. And Marc Marquez as well. So the battle for 3, 4 and 5 still brewing.
Augusto Fernandez crashes out. Rider is okay.
Yeah. He was in 15th place, Megan.
I know. He was doing so well. So he crashes out. Sector 2. I want to say turn 10. Because that's just,
Yeah. Luca Bastianini is right on the back of Binder here for 4th position, so I think he might have a little bit of a look, a little bit of a sniff at some point.
It's already evident.
Acosta won't.
Yeah.
Acosta won't finish last.
Well, at least that's something. And it looks like Bastianini's already eyeing up those tyres. If you just look at the TV pictures, you can see him just trying to lean over his kind of like the front visor in front of the bike and just being like, okay, where's that tyre going next?
Yeah, see where that grip is and see who's just trying to understand these tyres and really getting onto grips, because it's so tricky out there, because it was wet earlier and now it's dried out, and it brings all the oil and the dirt onto the surface. So it's like a rallycross place on there.
It is. And it's that. Ooh, that was a bit dangerous there from Binder. Put his leg out just as he was trying to go around a corner.
Losing out a bit more time in place, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Put the wrong leg out too.
That's a Costa slow, fine. I was worried there, but it's Pedro Costa just allowing himself to be lapped.
Yeah. Now gone up.
17 laps to go.
Oh, and here is a replay, and he just drops it. Oh.
Nearly headbutt the bike.
Yeah. It wasn't the actual crash that almost injured him. It was him standing up immediately after and then accidentally falling into his own bike that almost injured him.
Cut Bastianini. Thinking about him with Binder.
Yeah, looking to go round the outside, it seems. Can't get a move, though.
Too far out.
Yeah.
We're 1/3 into this race.
Woohoo! Did I just see a spot of rain?
No idea.
I also heard it in my ears. I saw and heard it at the same time.
Morbidelli passes Miller for 6th position. Bastianini's right at the back of Brad Binder over the line for 4th, down to turn 1. Can't quite get the braking to dive up the inside though, unfortunately.
Having an on-board now with Bagnaia in the corner and Martin at the same time. They're both taking
Into 3.
Bit low. Really got a bird's eye view of the leading group too.
Thought Bastianini was going to go for it there. Miller was a bit unsteady down to turn 6.
Still too far out.
Yeah. To the 130R. Yeah, he's too far back, isn't he? He can't lunge for that position on the circuit.
He's just a little bit too far out each time he tries to go round.
Down we go again. Watch the inside line. He's going to go for it.
There.
And Bastianini. Yeah, but he went too deep. Miller got the cut back. And look at the Gigatti shake.
It won't stop shaking. Whenever it goes
that
around
bike
a
is
corner.
unsteadied. There's no steadiness to that bike. We saw at the start.
Is the tyre pressure uneven?
Oh, if it is, it'll be under investigation post race.
It would explain a lot of why it's shaking so much going around the corners.
Front and rear aren't balanced.
They don't look it.
Well, let's try and keep pushing. 15 laps to go. White flag. It's raining.
Yep, definitely raining.
White flag. So riders are now allowed to swap bikes.
Yeah.
So a flag to flag has now been enabled. They think it's going to rain. So flag to flag rules. Brilliant. You can see how dark it's got all of a sudden down to turn 3, Megan.
It has got really dark. And that is Martin
here he goes,
closing.
Bastianini. Bastianini goes on the inside line, gets ahead of Binder finally for 4th.
Martin's also now closing in on Bagnaia. Gap down now to 7 tenths per second.
Well, this has certainly got a very interesting spring in the race, hasn't it? There's the white flags.
So, 15 laps to go, and it's having the same problem we had in Moto 2. Rain. Not a good thing. Martin is looking to be about 2.5 tenths faster than...
They're getting them ready. They're getting the other bikes ready, Megs. So this is going to be a flag to flag, I reckon.
Possibly. Be interesting to see how all they do in the rain.
We had it last year, do you remember? We red flagged it. We couldn't get the end of the race in.
Yeah.
He just bucketed it down and would not stop.
It seems to rain a lot here. Right, so the gap between Martin and Bagnaia is staying steady at 7 tenths, whereas Martin's gap to Marc Marquez, who is currently in 3rd position, is a 2.6 second gap, almost 2.7. So there is a big gap between the leading group and the rest of the field. So it's going to be either one of those two who manage to get the win, it's appearing like. And again, the flag to flag may change all that up. The gap is now 8 tenths. I think that means Martin is backing off because he knows I don't need these tyres anymore, and I'm going to probably lose this time anyway because I'm going to go in pit lane in a minute.
It's getting darker, isn't it? You can see the shine almost on the circuit.
Yeah. Especially around.
Yeah, I'm looking around for the marshal.
Mm.
I'm looking around for the marshals with the white flag and the red X's. Can't see any.
So they bring them out, and then they bring them right back in again.
Yeah.
Can they make up their minds?
No.
Is it raining?
And
or
I'm
is
in
it
a lot
not?
of. I know, but I'm in a lot of pain right now. Like an amount that I can't even talk.
Put your hand where. Put your hand.
It hasn't worked.
Below.
It hasn't worked. This headset is too tight. I've tried loosening it, but it's really hurting. So
Try
I'm in
putting
a
it
lot
on
of
the
pain
other.
right now.
Why don't you swap round your ear things quickly?
Because the microphone is locked. The microphone's locked to this side. I can't swap it around.
Why don't you just flip it round and...
You
Does it make-
can't. It's locked. Look, it's locked.
Oh. Well,
It's
that's
not one that
unfortunate.
does that.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yes, and it's really bloody painful. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, it feels like I'm being stabbed.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's really not good. So take over.
Right. So, I am going to read out the top 10 currently. And that is Bagnaia, Martin, Marc Marquez, Bastianini, Binder, Morbidelli, Bezzecchi, Miller, D'Antonio, and then Aleix Espargaro. Just below that, it's Vinales, Quartararo, Zarco, Fernandez, and that is Vinales crashing out of the race. That's just on the entrance to Sector 3, so Sector 2. That is where we saw Augusto Fernandez crash out, I think, and rider is okay, but every single time Joshua leaves the screen, it seems someone crashes out. Yeah, he just drops it on the entrance. So, luckily there's a marshal point right there, and yellow's already been rescinded. So that is Vinales crashing out, meaning we have 18 riders left in this session. It also means that Aleix Espargaro is on his own for this one. Doesn't have his teammate to help him. 12 laps to go. And it looks like Nakagami is in the points for his home Grand Prix. That is amazing for Nakagami, and now that I say that, knowing my luck, he'll probably end up crashing out. I really hope that doesn't happen again. Jeez, I have had little things like this. Right, so I do say that a lot. People who are currently out are Vinales, Fernandez, Augusto Reyes, Salvadori, Mia, and Alex Marquez. Is that one from each team? So we have an Aprilia, a KTM, another Aprilia, Honda, and a Ducati. Just missing a Yamaha. So, Rins. Don't know why I specifically chose Rins.
Well, you're just being mean now.
I could have chosen Gardner, I could have chosen Ferrara, but no, I decided in my mind Rins was the man.
Why is it always Bagnaia, Martin, and Marc Marquez, and then Bastianini's? It's always those four at the front.
I don't know.
In that order.
At the moment, too, it always seems to be 5th place, Brad Binder. Just once, I'd like him to get a 4th.
Past halfway, I don't think we're going to see bike swaps. I think they've just done that in case.
Yeah. So it's looked to have held off. We might have had a few spots of rain, but not anymore. And now I say that, 5 minutes later, it's rain.
Downpour, yeah. It's turning me down a bit. Oh, Mark nearly losing the front there as well. Just dropping it ever so slightly. The thing is though, it went off before MotoGP. That's the annoying thing. I laid on the bed and it went off.
Well, you'll have to just stop talking until then. Here's Marc Marquez, a replay what happened here. This is round turn 1.
In the rear, watch the rear.
Yeah.
Oh, he just went dead on. Yeah, we can't brake.
Too wide. Almost letting Bastianini through at the same time.
Cassini have already won a race today, and that was Marc Marquez's dad with his hand on his face, like, what?
It's like, I can't look. I've already lost one son in this race today.
Big accident, that one as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Alex went to the medical centre for a bit of a check-up there, make sure there's no broken bones. Having felt what that Tech Pro barrier is like yesterday at Brands, it really is quite a hard knock.
I don't know why, but Alex just seems to be having such bad luck over the past few races when it comes to crashing out.
Time and time again, bad luck as well.
You must think someone must have a voodoo doll of him, and this time they just decided to throw it.
10 left.
He did kind of look like a rag doll when going into that barrier.
Yeah.
Not the first time this weekend, I think, I've compared one of the riders to a rag doll. Pretty sure.
Happened a few times, isn't it?
Yeah. And they just seem to be having really high-speed accidents, and I think that's because of the gravel. Because the thing about the gravel, it does slow them down, but it doesn't slow them down enough, and that is Acosta either doing a bike swap or deciding to end his race today. Yeah, that is ending his race. And I predicted this when he crashed out, that he would rejoin, but he would not last till the end. No one ever does. Very rarely.
Could have gone out wet tyres.
Exactly.
Could have gone out. I mean, the bike swaps allowed. He could have gone out on wet tyres and just cruised around because he could have got some points.
Yeah. But no, he decided, you know what, this is enough for today. I feel that too.
Out goes the normality, yeah.
Yeah. There's a replay.
Breaking down so much.
It almost looks like he's trying to run.
Bagnaia is doing amazingly well again as the leader.
He is, but that never lasts long for him, unfortunately.
The gap will go down to 10 points, by the way.
Well, at least it will be really close in the championship again.
Only a few races left, getting to the tail end of the season now. Australia, Thailand, Valencia. Sorry, Malaysia, Valencia. That's where it all ends up.
The gap's increased now to 1.6.
Cracking pre-show, by the way, we've got coming up in British Touring Car Championship later.
That's good.
Like, absolutely cracking. We filmed in the pit lane, we filmed in the paddock, we filmed in the track, we filmed everywhere. Paul O'Neill, everything.
When do you want to go on air for first race, by the way?
I think it's 11.
I'll have a look.
I don't think JT's done the streams. He might have.
No, I mean at the at the thing.
At the what?
The race itself starts at 11:30. So I don't know.
11 sounds about right.
Right.
Yeah, at the moment, it's just going off ever so slightly.
That's good. I'm glad.
Hopefully that I took a tablet between Moto 2 and MotoGP, so hopefully that's
So it's kicking in.
a little bit.
Good.
Hopefully, yeah. Fingers crossed.
I've noticed that whenever you take painkillers for your teeth, it hits the teeth quicker than it would the other parts of your body. Don't know why.
Well, it's less fast travel, isn't it?
True.
I've gone through quite a bit of Bonjela.
Was that
And let me tell you something. Nearly. Effective pain relief? No. I have, however, taken 8 paracetamols, but in yesterday's 24 hours. And today I've already taken 3.
Bonjela's more for healing purposes, and you're only meant to take a little bit of it.
Well, I'm overdosing on everything to try and stop it then. It's
Are you reading the instructions of how much you're meant to take?
every 3 hours.
You've been doing it every hour?
I'm doing it every 20 minutes at this point.
Oh my goodness.
It just won't stop. It's an intense pain, Max. I wish. It really is bad. And because it's on your tooth as well, it affects your speech, it affects your head, and lack of sleep because you can't sleep. It really is bad.
I know the feeling of having intense pain. You are going to have that surgery soon. You've been putting it off for long enough.
No, it's not. No, hang on. I've not put it off at all. The fact is that they haven't called me to do it.
Don't worry, I'm still waiting for them to. They seem to have forgotten this family. I'm still on a waiting list.
It costs 70 quid to have a tooth extraction as well, which is abysmal. It should be free on the NHS. We pay.
It should be. Hold on.
Bit of sunshine down into turn 14, by the way. So I doubt that rain is going to come. So that white flag was a bit premature there from race control.
It is. And I'm just going to look up something.
Surprised Martin didn't come in, actually. He likes changing over to wet tyres. It's a dry track.
Oh my goodness.
What?
I just remembered something about, my cracked tooth.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is 2 years ago today. Well, tomorrow is 2 years ago.
Right.
Tomorrow will be 2 years since I broke it. And 2 years since I made the request from the dentist. So, to like, oh, hey, can you please put me on the waiting list? He said, yeah, sure. Probably be like a year on the waiting list. They've got you waiting too. Can the dentist in 3 years?
For a mouth ulcer, that is always playing up, and now it's played up again.
The NHS. The dentists. Dentists.
It's a system. It's a system to the thing. And it's just played up, and now agony, man.
I need to call them.
It is slightly going off, but that's only because I'm not talking. Can someone also tell me why Jenna Ortega is on all the Fanta bottles?
Is she? Why?
Oh, clue. 5 to go.
I still remember watching her on Disney Channel when I was little.
No, 6 to go. 6 to go.
Yeah, 6 to go now in the race, and that gap between Bagnaia and Martin is currently at 1 point. Let's just say 6 because it is 1.599, so it's effectively 1.6.
I'd say 1.6. It's just them being picky.
Yep.
1.5 now.
Ooh, it's getting closer.
10th of a second.
And I can't believe it. Tomorrow will be 2 years. It's like, I should have told them, like, yeah, it really, really hurts, because they said to me, it's like, okay, does it hurt you? I was like, no, it's not hurting me.
Well, let's see. With mine, they're likely to get an ear chopped off on the phone call, because if they don't do it, I'm going to take some pliers and pull it out myself. It would be less painful.
Please don't.
It would be less painful, honestly. The amount I am in so much pain. Bagnaia being followed.
Mine occasionally plays up. So, you should ring them when you get back, or at least a day after you get back, so then you can just rest for a day.
Being called the minute we get back in the house.
Just like, I've been on your list for 3 years. Where's my appointment?
1.3 the gap now.
Do you know, I'm not entirely sure if they ended up putting my appointment in the system, because surely they would have rang me by now.
No, they wouldn't have.
Then again, I don't answer my, like, unknown calls, so maybe they did ring me. I just never picked up.
Well, Megan's going to be finding stuff out now, isn't she?
I don't answer unknown calls, so it's... But I've got their number in my phone, that's the thing.
I'm going to find out all this time it really was Megan all along. There you go. This is Binder and Morbidelli, Megan.
Ooh, nice graphic.
Over 5th and 6th.
Morbidelli currently has a 2/10 gap between him and Binder. Neither of them are going to win the race, but let's see if any of them can actually make it to 4th position, or 5th. More likely to be the 5th.
Right, sunshine.
Ooh,
Really weird.
really don't need that
It's
back.
been really confusing. We had a red flag earlier for rain in Moto 2. It's like, what on earth?
Where's the rainbow then?
What happened to Morbidelli? He just went straight on there. Trying to get down in turn 10, trying to get ahead of Binder.
Maybe the sun blinded him for a second.
Setting sun in this part of the circuit is not doing great, is it?
No. 4 laps.
More to go. It's been a remarkably unremarkable race. I still think Moto 3 was the best of the day, don't you agree?
Yeah, it went quicker and it was more engaging. Whereas right now, I think we're both just like, please stop this.
Yeah, because then I get an hour to just relax before I'm to get ready.
Yeah. And you can just stay in front of the heater.
I'm going to lay on the bed, turn the heater on and watch something.
When you get home, you're going to have that hot water bottle and just put it against your cheek.
I've already thought of it.
Maybe also see if, like, you can find Nana's thing. What's it called?
I've thought the heat pad, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also stealing the cushions from downstairs and popping my head up.
Okay.
It's all about blood flow, you know. It's not been an exciting race, is it?
No.
I'm kind of glad about that, because if you want one race not to be exciting, it's one where you're stuck in London in a hotel room. So I'm kind of alright with it.
And one where you're in immense pain.
2, yeah. To be fair, you're not got a bad point there. I'm a bit worried about the fact that we're outside for touring cars. I don't often say this, but I'm hoping for some. It's that last race of the day. I know it's going to get really cold.
I'll look up the weather for you.
The last race of the day is going to be sun setting, really cold, possible rain, and we're going to have to be outside and then onto the grid. And we're not going to get out there until about 7.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Probably we're going to be about 14 degrees throughout the day. Oh.
Megan has just remembered the correct detail.
6 o'clock, 50%
What?
chance of rain.
I know,
Heavy
that's
rain.
when the last race is, and that's when we're on the grid.
And then
to crown the
60%
champion.
chance for light rain at 7, and then 60% chance for heavy rain at 8.
I did bump into Steve Ryder, by the way.
That's good.
I saw him walking with a coffee. He's always got a coffee. And I ran up to him as well.
Caffeine addiction.
Wonderful chap, honestly. So he said, "How are you finding it all? How's it been?" I said,
Painful.
"I said it's really, it's really, really good. I've really enjoyed it. How have you found the season?" I said, "Yeah, it's been great." It is long for them though, of course, around the UK. But everyone's very tired because, of course, yes, it's only 10 weekends a year, but it's 30 races still.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of rebuilding and unbuilding the cars, and they're more technical than a Formula 1 car in terms of the fact that they've got tiny little bits on it because it's a stock car. So yeah.
Aleix Spargo gets a track limits warning. I think he's the only person today in MotoGP who's actually got a track limits warning, which I am pretty sure. Yeah. Why is he getting a track limits warning? You are literally not even 5/10. You're literally more than 5/10 away from anyone else. Who are you avoiding?
Well, we've got 2 laps to go, but yeah. Aleix down in 9th. You are correct, Megan. He's the only one with it. It's been a strange old weekend, isn't it?
It has.
Still, end of the triple header for MotoGP. Week off next week before the final triple of the season.
Woohoo! Oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure I know when my exam is.
Of
For my Victims of Crime module.
when's that?
I'm pretty sure it's Wednesday the 20th.
Of October?
November.
November. As long as it doesn't interfere with any of this, we're fine. This has been, I know what you say, but this is really odd. There's nothing going on in this race now. They've all sort of settled into it. Motegi's usually great. Marc Marquez, though, holding on for a podium. Japanese fans who love Marc Marquez from his days at Honda, hoping that he can hold on to that podium.
Both Hondas have points too.
Now you've done it.
They're 12th and 13th. And both
I bet
Hondas
you it's not
crash out of each other. That's what it is.
It's not. I bet you it's not the Repsols though, and it's the LCRs.
It is Nakagami and Zarko.
The 2 LCRs, yeah.
Let's see.
Last lap, McCall.
Well, the Repsols are... one of them's out. And... oh!
Marini's at the points. 14th.
Marini's 14th. So one's out.
This is going to be Honda's best race of the year.
Yeah,
3 of the 4 bikes in points for the first time.
Which is saying something, given the fact that they have one crashed out.
Yeah, so 3 of the 4 get points. That's their best result of the season. It's still embarrassing though that the LCR team is ahead of the factory team, the HRC.
Yeah.
That's got to have some work on it. But look at Mr. Consistent here, Megs. Pecco Bagnaia won the Tissot Sprint, now he's going to win the Grand Prix. Mistaken qualifying and lap time, gave it to Acosta, but he has been good all weekend long, hasn't he?
he has been good all weekend long. And it is nice to see consistency, and that championship closed up just that little bit more.
Little by little, sector by sector, Martin in P2 though, not going to be much there. We're into the final sector now though of the Japanese Grand Prix weekend, and the championship that came into this weekend at 27 points is going to leave with a 10-point difference. Bagnaia has done exactly what he needed to do. In the land of the rising sun, his championship hopes have been reignited. Pecco Bagnaia does the double again and wins the Japanese Grand Prix. Martin in second, Marc Marquez third, Bastianini ahead of Morbidelli, and that, Megan, I think is a fantastic result.
It is, and it just in that final lap we had D'Antonio also get a track limits warning, and Binder. So we ended up with 3 of them.
So Remy Gardner's in 17th, Quartararo 11th, so he gets points. Rins gets points as well. But look at it, Zarco got Quartararo at the line. Zarco finishes 11th. He got Quartararo at the line. Nakagami 13th, Marini 14th. Raul Fernandez picks up the last point in 15th. But it's Pecco Bagnaia who does the double. Maximum points in this weekend now, Megan. I think that's the best thing he needs to do. He's shaping up for the final 3 races in everyone's business now, isn't he?
Yeah, he really wants to get that second championship, so it does not surprise me. Oh, it's nice that Martin just congratulated him.
It's getting to the point where it's going to go down to the last race of the season. Look at that, 10 points the difference. Martin 392, Bagnaia 382. Unfortunately, this round has eliminated Marc Marquez from the championship challenge, so he will no longer be world champion this year.
Yes. Next year.
Read us the results then, please.
Right, so in first place it is Bagnaia, second is Martin, third is Marc Marquez, fourth was Bastianini, fifth was Morbidelli, Binder was sixth, seventh was Bezzecchi, D'Antonio was eighth, Aleix Espargaro was ninth, Miller was 10th, 11th was Zarco, 12th was Quartararo, getting points in his home race. It was Nakagami in 13th, Marini was in 14th, and then Raul Fernandez was in 15th, 16th was Rins, and then Gardner finishes out in 17th. Out of the race, however, was Acosta, Vinales, Fernandez, Salvadori, Mir, and Alex Marquez.
Megan, thank you very much for the early starts you've put in on MotoGP this weekend as well. We wouldn't have been able to do this without you. Pecco Bagnaia achieves his highest total of race wins in a single season with 8. Only Rossi, Stoner, Lorenzo and Marc Marquez have reached this figure in the MotoGP era. I think one thing today has proved, Megan, is that Bagnaia and Martin have both just delivered champion rides, and that's the first time I've seen them as champions this year. Bagnaia stepped up when he needed to. Martin stepped up from 11th to 2nd. So
gave him a bit of time.
Going into the last 3 races, it's too close to call.
And it's, should we sign off now or wait for the podium?
All sign off now because I need to rest. Let's just check quickly at Martin and Bagnaia. Mutual respect, a top of the cap there from Martin to Bagnaia. These two respect each other so much. There's such a love there.
Good in a championship.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, Megan, for your company this tonight and all your work throughout the weekend. Go get some rest. JB Motorsports 2, that's our last stream, but go to JB Motorsports for all 3 trackside coverage of British Touring Car Championships season finale. We are trackside and we are live, so join us for that. But from Japan, it's Pecco Bagnaia who does the double. Thanks for joining us. 1 in Grimsby, 1 in London. We'll see you next time out. Take care. Bye-bye. In response to people saying, has Pecco Bagnaia crashed as you're back with us live here on JB Motorsports? I actually don't know. There's nothing on him in the sector times, but there's also nothing saying that he's in the pit lane. So if he stopped, he must have literally stopped at the exit of the pit lane because there's no data for him there. I would say that's more likely a transponder issue for Pecco Bagnaia.
So, an hour and 6 minutes to go then. You're live with us here on JB Motorsports. Let's go over then. One more round. Round 17 of the championship. The Australian Grand Prix weekend. MotoGP gets ready for the first ever sprint race in Australia. Last year's cancellation and the movement of the Grand Prix to Saturday due to wet weather and wind conditions means that we're in to the true unknown. Welcome to Australia and Phillip Island. Here's your starting grid. Jorge Martin on pole position for Marc Marquez and Maverick Vinales. It's Marco Bezzecchi, Pecco Bagnaia, Ralph Fernandez, Franco Morbidelli, Alex Marquez, Alex Rins, Andrea Bassini, Brad Binder, Fabio Di Giannantonio, Luca Marini, Johan Zarco, Pedro Costa. Then it's alongside Jack Miller, Augusto Fernandez and Juan Mir, Fabio Quartararo, Aleix Espargaro, Takiki Nakagami and Lorenzo Salvadori. Takiki Nakagami has been given a penalty for ignoring the meatball flag in practice 2. 13 laps ahead of us, the green flag is waved as well, and away they go. Seagulls galore fly down towards turn number 1. The geese are in the air too. And Megan, as they come into the southern loop at turn 2 and 3 through Stoner, we really are in the unknown. Track temperature 27 degrees. Air temperature is at 14 Celsius now. We've got 18 km/h wind. Sea looks okay, but looking up, that rain's coming in. What do you reckon? Dry or wet? Or flag to flag for the first ever time in a sprint race?
Do you know what? I'm going to say this. I hope it's wet. Like, right at the end.
That would be a flag to flag, so that could be something. We never had a flag to flag in a sprint before in MotoGP history. What do you reckon about looking now at the helicopter camera?
I think it's a possibility that it might rain, or it might just accidentally completely miss it.
It certainly is all over the place and all over the shop at the moment. It still looks to be okay. It's strange to think that actually after this, the MotoGP weekend is nearly over because we go into Sunday after this, which is later on.
I can get a full night's sleep.
Megan thinks that, but forgets the fact that that means we've got to be up until 5 a.m. tomorrow from when we wake up. So we've got to go longer into the day now.
I'll sleep after.
Yes, yeah, it's true. Definitely into it. But round into the last corner, turn 14. There is Jack Miller, 29 years old, from Townsend, Australia. Flag doesn't look like it's being affected that much, Megan, with the red flag at the front of the line, so this should be good. Well, I wasn't here for the last sprint race. I was on a train down to Brands Hatch. You had to call the start.
Yeah.
So now I've got open surgery recovery, so let's see how hard I can do it. I apologise if it's going to be a bit much. First ever sprint race then in Australia. Let's see what we've got to offer. Green flag at the back. Red flag, you can go now. Ready to go. The first ever sprint race in MotoGP is about to launch into action. Red lights are on. And it's lights out down under. Great start from Jorge Martin. Marc Marquez immediately goes with him. Vinales has dropped off in the front row. Pecco Bagnaia is trying to go around the outside of Marc Marquez. Braking hard into turn 1. Vinales goes back. Marc drops out massively. Through into second place goes Marco Bezzecchi. Up into third goes back Maverick Vinales. Bagnaia now battling with Brad Binder. Martin has got the great getaway he wanted as they come out of turn 3 down the southern loop into turn 4.
Zarco does good at further down at the back of the field. Maverick Vinales looks like, yeah, that is a
Binder up the inside, yeah, Vinales, and look at Bassini trying to go around the outside as well, and Bassini's through, Vinales drops down another place as well, Binder's up to 4th, and Di Giannantonio has passed Acosta as well, so a great start from what we were expecting, but Martin already pulled out 0.4 of a second.
Very good from Bezzecchi, for his teammate had not so great of a start, going down into 15th position. Both of the Marquez's are literally right next to each other too.
Down Lukey Heights into turn 16. Marc Marquez trying to look at the inside line of Franco Morbidelli. Marc Marquez then from second on the grid down to 8th place. He's going to have a go at Morbidelli. Coming into turn 14 over the line we go. It's a long run down towards the first corner. Morbidelli goes wide. Marc goes on the inside. Gets the position back as well. Martin leads the opening lap here of the Tissot Sprint. Bezzecchi second. Bagnaia third. Binder, Bastianini, Vinales. Marc Marquez, Morbidelli. The wind wind is so high down to turn 1, you can see it as the seagulls go everywhere on the circuit. Down there's a winglet off the circuit as well. Ducati's moving himself to the front. Off the track goes one of them as well. That's Alex Marquez going wide. No, Miller's gone wide. Zarco's good job down behind into 16th position. It was Zarco who went too deep at turn 1.
He didn't lose a lot of places, so frankly.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Binder up 7 places, Basciani up 5, Miller up 5, Rins down 5, and then we've got Zarco down 2 before he started. Marco Bezzecchi on the GP23 bike is holding off Pecco Bagnaia quite well as we come back into turn 6 hairpin. Back up we go. Di Antonio passing Marini. Alex Marquez passing Jack Miller. So now it's just a question of who's got the better throttle. Martino at the front, 7 tenths ahead.
Ralph Fernandez passes Marc Marquez for 9th position. They seem to be in their own little battle right now. There.
Yeah, there they are. So great stuff from Ralph Fernandez in Trackhouse, currently inside. Points paying, positions in P9 as well. Alex Marquez going to try and capitalise on that. And Basciani's got Marc Marquez all over as they come down Lukey Heights once more. Mark can't find a way through though as they come into turn 14. Back on the throttle again. Watch Bagnaia. He's got a traction on Marco Bezzecchi as well to come through. Binder nearly dropping into Basciani and Marc Marquez coming through too. And they're all now getting close together at the exit. And watch Bagnaia.
Bagnaia he appears to want to be going into the inside round that corner.
Basciani as well, trying to have a go on the inside line of Marc Marquez. Marquez up to 5th position as well. Basciani's dropped back a place as they continue to go through. Zarco passing wins as well. And look at Binder, very vulnerable indeed to Marc Marquez. And Bezzecchi trying to go through the inside line, can't do it as well.
Martin track limits warning, and look at how far back Acosta is right now. That is very unusual.
And there goes on the inside line. We got Binder battling as Mark's on the outside line, trying to take 4th position away. 2nd and 3rd battling as well. Bezzecchi holding off. Mark dives up the inside line, gets ahead of Binder, forces Binder wide. Basciani goes through on the inside line down turn 7.
That looked like kind of avoidance there for Jack Miller, like he was avoiding trying to touch the other bike. So
yeah, he's in a battle with Alex and Digi coming through as well. Now we see Basciani and Marc Marquez trying to do battle down to Lukey Heights. Basciani thinks about him on the inside line, can't get through. Martin 9 tenths ahead, but with that track limits warning as well. And Bagnaia starting to chomp at the bit. He's trying to claw his way to the front as well as they come through turn 14 once again. There's 4 laps down now, and Bagnaia really feeling impatient to Marco Bezzecchi.
So how's your mouth doing so far?
Okay, I'm finding a middle range.
Good.
128.358 then for Martin. He's come down to turn 1. Here comes Bagnaia on the inside line. Trail breaking into turn 1. Gets ahead of Marco Bezzecchi. Nicely done there as well into 2nd position. I'm finding a middle range. This is actually quite fun. So Bagnaia back up into 2nd position. Now he's a 2nd back to Jorge Martin.
I can hear it.
Yeah.
I was about to get a drink.
I'm doing okay. I'm finding a middle range. I can't go too high because my voice isn't there yet. And I can't go too energetic because my mouth is still a bit paralysed. But hopefully I'm doing okay. Hopefully you lot are enjoying it in the commentary, in the chat room as well. As Marc Marquez battling again with Basciani, Binder and Morbidelli closing in. And now joining the party again is Maverick Vinales. Coming in the back is Ralph Fernandez.
Right, so 10 laps to go now, almost at 9, and I'm going to do my calculations of how many minutes is left in a race, because I think we all want to know that.
Still holding off. I've never actually had to take a piece of clothing off at 4 a.m. in the morning in the commentary box before, but it's quite warm in here actually as they come through. Martin still holding that position. Oh, nearly lost it through Lukey Heights as well. He was really drifting the rear of that bike around as well. He's using a lot. He's got the soft rear tyre on as well, remember. So he's got hard front, soft rear, the same as Bagnaia behind him. And now the gap still 1 point. Well, it was 1.1. Now it's only a second as they come across the line. So more and more the gap is closing. More and more there's a difference at the front. And look now at Marc Marquez making. He's having a go at Marco Bezzecchi down to turn 1, but Bezzecchi's so much late on the brakes.
Bezzecchi is doing really well right now, and he has been doing really well in races, I feel, the past couple of months actually. He's definitely seemed to be on top of his game recently.
I know what you mean.
And Martin stays at first, so yeah, he does have a track limit.
Oh, Bsky goes wide. Mark's going to go around the outside, coming into turn 6 as well. Bsky's going to try and break him in. That's going to force Mark wide and nearly takes him down. I thought Bastianini might come back to the inside line. He couldn't get there. It wasn't big enough. But Bsky certainly pushing Marc Marquez wide, certainly trying to push him as hard as he can to come through. 9 to go, and Bagnaia starting to close in on Martin.
Raul Fernandez passes Alex Marquez for 11th position, and Morbidelli passes Iñárritu for 7th position. So they're moving up the order nicely.
Cautiously, wildly accelerating, trying to find the right system between them as well. On board with Marc Marquez, closing in the back as well. Let's have a look at the chat. You're doing okay. Thank you, Tal. Patriati for Yamaha, wins 9th down to 18th now as well.
Zarco's dropped down.
Zarco's out. Zarco's out of the race. Johan Zarco, who took victory here on Saturday 12 months ago, is out of the Australian Grand Prix. Marc Marquez trying to go around the outside and does get ahead of Marco Bsky. Bsky's going to try and break late into turn 1. Hasn't worked out. So the sprint race then, not for Johan Zarco. He's crashed out at turn 9 just before the top of Lukey Heights.
That is a shame, given how much he seems to enjoy this track.
There he is.
There he is.
Oh, look at the rear of that bike, Megan. That bike's gone almost tail in.
I'd love to see a replay of this.
I would actually as well. As look at Bastianini closing in on Marco Bsky into the braking zone down turn 6. Bsky trail brakes. Bastianini almost launches himself straight off the circuit. And Alex Marquez is dropping down the order.
Yeah, he's out.
Alex Marquez has crashed out too. There he is. He's dropped out the top of the screen down at turn 6. His front end's gone.
Well, they're dropping like flies, aren't they?
They really are. We're down now to, what, 20 riders in this race?
Yeah.
Just realised we haven't seen the messages board. Here we go. Alex Marquez crashed out. Zarco crashed out. Rider okay. They're on our timing monitor. So we're down to 20 riders. There's Alex over the tyre wall. It's like he's not killed that tyre wall, actually looking at it as well.
It is.
Coming through. Mark versus Pecco now, as we see. Look at Pecco. Pecco's lost so much time. He has not looked on it all weekend long, as well as you know. We saw it in practice. We saw it, we saw it in the practice session. We saw it in pre-match 2. Saw it in qualifying. Can't seem to get the data down. Martin's now pulled up 2 seconds. Marc Marquez, poor start. Now right on the back of him, going to try and leapfrog him into the first few corners.
It's really showing what areas of the track each rider seems to be dominant in. And I don't feel like Bagnaia has one of those areas.
No, Marc Marquez is all over the back of him now as well as they come down in towards turn 6. This is going to be a trail break opportunity for Marc Marquez if he's not careful. They're all riding with him now. So, I thought he nearly lost it coming through Stoner there as well. Do you see how much the front end gripped up?
Yeah.
Into turn 6, then a Honda hairpin. His former team, 229 kilometres down to 68 kilometres in 5.1 seconds, according to the Brembo brake data. And Marc really now attacking the back of Bagnaia. Bagnaia looking completely unsettled on that Ducati compared to Marc Marquez.
7 laps to go now, almost 6. And that is Bsky getting passed by Bastianini.
Marc thinks about a move on the inside line down to turn to Lukey Heights. Can't get it, but Bastianini's not going to hold up for too much longer.
And someone else moved on this grid. I think it was Disantonio moving past Brad Binder.
Cautiously, wildly accelerating as they come over the line once again then. Can Marc Marquez do anything about it? Has he got anything to go for it? Pulls out of the last 2 corners now. Over the line we go. Marc Marquez again. Right in the slipstream of Pecco Bagnaia. Long run down to turn 1. A long sweeping right-hander as well. And around about 90 degree. Bagnaia goes wide. Marc trying to send it up the inside line. Can't do it. Bagnaia checks up. Marc's going to try and go around the outside. Turn 3 into the southern loop before coming into Stoner corner. And then into turn 6 at the hairpin as well. Through Stoner now. Marc's coming through. Bagnaia blocks him. Now Marc's going to have to try and trail break as well into the turn 6. He's got him. Bagnaia's gone early. Marc's not going to say no to this. Sends it up the inside. And a perfect block pass. Marc Marquez gets up into 2nd position. Now, Megan, can he get 3 seconds that Martin's managed to pull out?
I think he might be able to. And just saw there in the background, Bsky have that little bit of a twitch going round the corner.
It would have been status quo in the championship. They would have both left the sprint race with 10 points still separating them. Now Bagnaia has dropped to third. That gap has increased up to 15 points as the two...
Miller's dropping.
Oh, I thought the two KTMs were side by side, but Jack Miller in his home race in the sprint looks to have crashed out. He's dropping now. Can't see anything on time. Martin.
Yep.
There is the confirmation. A yellow flag sections 3 and 4. Miller's crashed. Rider okay, it says.
Well, yet again, I'd love to see one of these crashes.
We haven't actually seen a replay all sprint race. Have you noticed?
Yeah. Weekend, actually. Do you know
we haven't seen a replay a lot, actually.
Yeah. There's no replays.
I wonder if the system's broken for replays or something like that.
Possibly.
There's Miller. Out he goes. Leathers looks okay, so I wonder if he's just dropped the front.
Probably.
It's right on the cusp of sectors 3 and 4, so I wonder if that's around about turn 8, turn 9.
I believe it is.
Track limits warning still for Martin.
I think it might be turn 8.
Right. Yellow flag's in. Racing resuming. There's the visual gap that we can see on our monitors between Jorge Martin and Marc Marquez. It is quite a gap at the front. So it's okay. We're kind of expecting that. There is Martin with 5 to go, as Megan said. Just cautiously, wildly accelerating. It's been nice, calm, cool and collected as they come over the top of the hill at Lukey Heights. Down we go again. Dropping into turn 10. Well, Martin may have gone down in practice, but he's been smooth ever since, Megan, and now he could... Well, he's practically running away with it again, isn't he?
Say right now, in about a lap or two's time, we'll be, oh no, he's binned it.
If anybody would, it's Martin, because I don't think anybody wants to win this championship. No one's can. It's that sort of mentality battle that everybody is fighting right now.
Yeah.
Mark is still going to try, but how many Ducatis? Ducati own the top 5 at the moment. And I think all of the... In fact, bar Alex Marquez, so what? 7 of the 8 Ducatis are inside the top 8.
Yeah.
It's only Maverick Vinales who's breaking up that Ducati top 8 train. So all 7 of the remaining are inside the top 8. And it might change, actually, because Vinales is being bullied by Dici, while also trying to bully Bezzecchi. So the 2 VR46s attacking Maverick Vinales, a former teammate of Valentino Rossi back at the Yamaha days.
They're just like, you may have been teammates with him, but you're not him.
1-2 here in 2018, I want to say, for Australia with Maverick Vinales and Valentino Rossi. Sort of brought Yamaha back for a while at the front of the field after what was a very different weekend. Digitonian up to 7th, as SHG points out as well. I'm not as close to the laptop screen. We're on a different camera, so because Megan can't stand up, so we sort of adjusted the camera for this event. Hopefully you're better tomorrow.
I can tell that one of them is getting better.
Well, that's good news then.
It's the one that's tingling the most.
Sleep will help. As they come across the line again. Here comes Maverick on Marco into turn 1. That's very, very late for Mark. Vinales is going to go straight off. That was easy. He sort of got scared by Bezzecchi into turn 1, looked up the inside, and he just went, nope, I can't stop that. So off at Vinales.
Is there something we should know about Ducatis?
What, that they're superior on the brakes, or...?
That they're bullying the other people.
Oh, I think that was obvious, wasn't it, from the start of the season?
Yeah.
It's been a quite good TISO sprint. Our first ever sprint race here in Australia. After last year's cancellation, because of course they moved the Grand Prix to Saturday because of the rain. So Saturday was the Grand Prix, and then Sunday was the sprint race that we had to cancel because the wind and the rain just got too much.
That's Acosta dropping down a lot.
Oh,
so Acosta's
don't.
Out.
Yeah, Acosta's out of the race.
Same area too.
So Pedro Acosta's crashed out of the TISO sprint. There we have it on board now. Rider okay. Where is that? That's sector 2. So turn 6. Yeah. Oh, the bike's still on, and the marshals.
Oh, jeez.
The marshals have pulled the throttle, and they need to kill the. Yeah, as Gavin Evans says, they need to pull the kill switch quite quickly because if that bike's on, it's just going to launch off from the marshals as soon as it gets traction, even in gravel, and that could be quite dangerous with the chain spinning as well. chain acts like a chainsaw at that speed as well. As here we go again from Maverick Vinales on the inside line down to turn 1 as well. Late on the brakes, he's getting some contact! Big accident! Out goes Vinales! Out goes Bezzecchi! A huge accident down at turn 1! Surely to bring out the red flags! That is a big one, and I would not be surprised at all if it's a red flag.
It is a big one.
Vinales up walking away. Marco Bezzecchi, unfortunately not at the moment, and surely Megan a red flag. Has to be a red flag. That was huge.
I would say so, yeah. And we said they were bullying him.
Vinales brakes. Bezzecchi doesn't. Oh, huge
it looks
accident.
like he had a massive twitch, and it was about to be high-sided, very high-sided, right into him. Brad Binder's also out.
Binder's gone down, yeah, Binder's crashed that rider okay. I don't like seeing replays when we've got a rider still down.
Very good of Bezzecchi, though. He did this.
Yeah, Binder's down as well. There's Binder down as well, yeah. I don't like that. Let's have a look. Let's down turn 4 for Binder at the Honda hairpin. He's going to take... Oh, he's just dropped at the front. I'd like a red flag, please. That is a very high accident. And considering that Marco Bezzecchi is... yeah, all riders conscious. All riders are conscious. That is wonderful news. We're on to the last lap now of the Tissot sprint, but I would like a red flag, please, because we're going through that accident zone now where clearly there's a rider that needs...
They've put it down to last lap.
Yeah.
We had 4 laps left.
No, it's lap 13 now, 13.
No, I could have sworn we had...
It is lap 13 and 13 now, but we are on the last lap of the race.
But we had more.
I would like a red flag. That was terrifying.
I think Bezzecchi is just very winded.
That should be an instant red flag. I do
might have a broken arm.
There he is. He's up and walking away. That is wonderful to see. That is wonderful to see that Marco Bezzecchi is conscious. He's on the splint board. He is sitting up, clearly winded, but that was a horrendous accident at maximum speed as well, over 200 miles an hour. That is 344 kilometres an hour into the braking zone, and he ragdolled.
Poor man just wanted to eat his ramen.
Oh.
Though he did do the right thing with his arms, though I do fear for if anything's broken.
I know what you mean. That was terrifying. That was absolutely terrifying. You might want to get in vision now because we've had to change the camera. Yellow flags have been retrieved as... Oh, you're standing, okay.
You said get in vision, and you did that.
I thought you meant...
Meaning get up.
I meant sit back, but never mind. All right.
Sit
back. It's been a scary end to the sprint race, but one man again remains consistent. Jorge Martin back to winning ways after Indonesia. He keeps it going in Australia. Mark Webber waves the sprint checkered flag as Jorge Martin wins the Tissot sprint here in Australia. Marc Marquez fights back to second. Anea Bastianini is third. Pecco Bagnaia slipped back to 4th. D'Antonio 5th. Morbidelli 6th. Ralph Fernandez 7th. Aleix Espargaro 8th. Augusto Fernandez 9th. Luca Marini has 10th. Fabio Quartararo 11th. Alex Rins is 12th. 13th for Juan Mir. 14th for Gina Kagami. 15th for Lorenzo Salvadori. Surprisingly, so many retirements. Brad Binder out. Maverick Vinales collected by Marco Bezzecchi, who ragdolled. He's okay, rider conscious at the moment. And it's actually Bezzecchi 16th, Vinales 17th, Binder 18th, Acosta 19th, Miller 20th, Alex Marquez 21st, and Zarco 22nd. But so many retirements, Megan, in that sprint race as well.
We only had 15 left.
We did at the end of that one. I'm surprised still no red flag came out for that huge accident, though.
Well, that would be because it was the last lap, and then they were both conscious, so they must have thought, okay, there's nothing we can do here.
Oh, that was terrifying. I've said before about how terrifying that ragdoll is.
He went right into the other bike and then got whacked.
Yeah.
I do worry whether something's broken because
I think
they were holding one of his arms.
Yeah.
So I think maybe one of his arms might be fractured. Or...
The way he ragdolled and the way he went down, all riders conscious was great. We've seen him on the sprint board. Here he is now, actually walking back in, Megan.
Look at his arm.
Incident involving Vinales and Bezzecchi needs to be reviewed after the race. Let's take another look at it now that we know he's okay. So Vinales goes around on the inside line. Bezzecchi's already had a problem trying to go onto the brakes. I reckon that was that was Vinales cutting him off, but Bezzecchi already had a problem. He twitched before.
Yeah, he was already twitching.
Oh, it's just that ragdoll effect.
I love how his bike and him stop at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. How would you ride that?
Racing incident.
Yeah.
Nothing would have happened if the bike hadn't have twitched out. But look at the way he covered himself.
Yeah, that was... This is Vinales again, so he comes through. It's the thing that Vinales chops him off and then breaks, but Bezzecchi was already twitching. I don't know how to read that one.
Racing incident.
Yeah, and to me, that also might be a bit of a... That could be a penalty. We'll keep you updated on that front in the wall-up session tomorrow. That World 3 will take you through.
It wouldn't have been that bad if Thingy hadn't have gone in front. Vinales hadn't gone in front of Bezzecchi.
Yeah.
But then again, we don't know.
We don't, sadly. And
For all we know, well, we can see it might not have been that bad, or it could have been worse.
Tyre pressure for Fabio Di Giannantonio is under investigation, so Digi finishing 5th might be under investigation as well. So
Great day for VR46.
That might promote Morbidelli up in the order, and that also might give Luca Marini a point, who finished in 10th position and needs to get 9th to have some points.
The VR46ers don't have a great day. Possibility, Rossi's brother does.
Yes, so it's an up and down emotion, that one, isn't it, as well, to
Yeah.
come through on that. We are ready for the Thunder Down Under. MotoGP gets ready for the Australian Grand Prix. The championship is a hoot. Jorge Martin extending the gap in the championship over that of Pecco Bagnaia. Here's your grid then, same as the sprint race, -1. Jorge Martin on pole for Marc Marquez and Maverick Vinales. It's Bezzecchi, Bagnaia, Raul Fernandez, Morbidelli, Alex Marquez and Rins ahead of Bastianini, Binder, Bastianini, Binder, Di Giannantonio, Marini, Zarco, Miller, Augusto Fernandez, Mir, Quadraro, Aleix Spargo, Salvadori is declared unfit. Might still be out there on the second, wait to see. Nakagami and Pedro Costa is also declared unfit from this event. So I don't think we'll see Salvadori. We're definitely not seeing Pedro Costa. And Marco Bezzecchi has been given a double long lap penalty for causing that crash yesterday. Alongside me, Megan Burge. Megan, the sprint race was fantastic. 4 a.m. now. Let's see what we've got to offer here for this one.
Hopefully they can try and behave, at least marginally. Please.
Please, behave out there on the circuit. That's what we need to see right now. We don't want any problems.
Also, it's still 15 degrees out there.
But the track temperature has risen up to 37, the highest it's been of the weekend so far. So there is slight positives coming through. Interesting, just quickly to point out that everybody's out there on hard front, soft rear tyres, so that has stayed the same across the board as well. SHG says, I hope we get the battle for the race win from the start to the end. 136 points from possible remaining as well. This is your championship points coming into this race at the moment as well. Jorge Martin leads on 404. 16 points back is Pecco Bagnaia on 388. Marc Marquez, 84 back, the same as Nea Bastianini. They are the only 4 mathematically in hunt for the championship, Megan. But realistically, it's Martin versus Bagnaia with 4 races to go and 3 sprint races.
Unless something terrible happened in each of the upcoming races, then it's definitely just Martin and Bagnaia to play for.
Who's your money on today, Martin or Bagnaia?
Martin.
My money's on Martin as well. Marc Marquez has said he wants to go for it and wants to have more action. Ready then for the Australian Grand Prix of MotoGP. Red flag gone, green flag ready, ready to launch into action. It's all eyes to the lights, 9 on. And pull the throttle back as Marquez gets a massive wheelie and goes right back through the field. So maybe he wasn't going to get the demon start he wanted. Alex Marquez trying to go through on the inside as well. Jack Miller coming on the outside line as well. Miller's going to be very close and they both go wide off the track. track as a result. So Miller's down to the back. Alex Marquez 2. At least Miller's not out of the race. Marc Marquez, terrible start for Cristini. Great start for Martin. He leads Bezzecchi. Bagnaya's already up to third, Megan. But what a terrible start for Marc Marquez. That whole shot device needs banning. It just wheel spinned off the line.
It really was a bad start for both the Grassinis and Mead. That's basically going into last position and into midfield at the same time. And Marc Marquez makes his way up into 6th position right now.
Bastianini takes second position as well as Marc Marquez got passed by Enea. Bastianini, Bezzecchi's taken second position is what I'm on about there. Sorry about that. So Bezzecchi second, Bagnaya third as well. There's too many Bass names in the series at the moment coming through. Salvadori is racing in this one.
Yeah, you can see he's managed to make that up. And was that Aleix dropping down?
Aleix has dropped a couple of places as well as Morbidelli and Binder closing together out there. There. Aleix dropping back further back as well.
Long lap penalty for Alex Marquez and Bezzecchi.
So Alex Marquez, a long lap penalty has come up on the board as well. Okay. Ding dong, we've got a race on now, but we want to battle for this one. Over the line we go then, 26 laps to go as the Australian Grand Prix. Martin leads, Bezzecchi second, Bagnaia third, down to turn 1 at Doohan corner, and no one going for a move. Ralph Fernandez gets ahead of Rins, Augusto Fernandez passes Mir, Aleix passes Salvadori as well. So far, good stuff, and this Grand Prix is on.
Aleix Spargo passes Mir for 17th position, and it's 26 laps to go as we complete our first full lap.
Over the lines together then into Miller and Morbidelli up the inside of Bagnaia, runs it too deep. Bagnaia cuts back. Binder tries to cut in as well for a go round the outside coming into Siberia, and he's got the move done as well. Nicely done from Binder, and now we're going to see some real fireworks at the front. Bezzecchi still got that penalty to serve, so Bagnaia needs to clear him and not let Martin get in a distance at the front.
Alex Marquez has completed his long lap penalty.
Bezzecchi hasn't taken his. Come on.
And Brad Binder's up into 4th. Here's a replay of the start. That was a very bad getaway for Marc Marquez. Seemed to stall. His back wheel seemed to stall.
I didn't know there was some sort of paper that got shunted down there as well. It was. Let's have a look on board.
Like ice, one of them.
Yeah, that whole shot device just failed. Completely failed.
Don't know what happened.
Gigi Delineo pressed that magic red button that he was threatening about as well. 128.3 for Martin. He's got the fast lap down into Doohan corner, then turn 1, the downhill, long sweeping right-hander, which leads into turn 2, the southern loop, another left-hander, kink up 3 at Stoner curve coming up shortly as well. Miller's past Marini back to 14th, so Miller on home soil starting to have his race improve a little bit, but Martin at the moment dominating at the moment in this race. He's dominant. He's sort of 3/10 ahead. But is Bezzecchi going to take that long lap penalty? No. He'll get a penalty in mind the next lap. Then otherwise he'll get a black flag.
Right. So that is Ralph Fernandez up into 11th, and Jack Miller is up into 14th. So let's hope there's no seagulls to interrupt him this time.
Yeah, he had a seagull caught in his brake duct yesterday as well, and I think a hare as well. You know, one of those rabbit or geese, whatever it is.
I saw one of those seagulls hanging around at the start.
They're all over the place at the moment. Of course, we need Andrea Iannone back in the sport. Andrea Iannone could come back into MotoGP to replace Gigi Antonio in the last 2 races of the year, as well at Malaysia and Valencia. He nutted the seagull, headbutted it a couple of years ago as well. Megan looks tired. Megan's ill. She's battling illness at the moment as well, so she's getting really up it as well. Sleep deprivation, and she's not very well either as well. As Quadrara gained 8 places on the board as well. Flying start from him, and Nakagami's gone down to 20th position, mate.
Brad Binder does a 128.253.
Oh, hello, this is... Sorry, Marc Marquez on the inside of Binder, but Binder shut that door on him coming through into Exeter 2 at the southern loop, into turn 3, then it's Stoner. Mark can't find a way through.
Bezzecchi's down.
Yeah, he's doing his long lap. That's
long lap.
Yeah. I thought he was going to because he got through, yeah.
Down.
Adam says, feel better soon.
I'll try.
What is wrong with you, actually? Is it just tiredness and your mosquito bites make you feel ill?
No, it's not the mosquito bites.
Oh, well, we might need. Well, lucky thing is that you might actually miss your second Grand Prix of the year. You were in. Think about it. You were a month ago in Singapore as well, if I remember correctly. You just get ill on monthly cycles.
I don't know.
Bezzecchi's completed his long lap penalty. Don't state the obvious. On that front.
My head just really hurts. I think it's because I've barely had any sleep, and when I
Get
am
some
hungry, and
Right, we need
then all the noise and the lights, and it's.
Megan,
Also, I've been feeling like I've been getting a cold for the past few days.
Megan needs food, water, and drink. You didn't come to the box with water. I told you to.
I don't want water.
Oh, well, don't set your headset lead on fire. That's the last thing we
I'm
need.
not gonna.
As it comes through. Martin leads. Is it me or is Marc Marquez still struggling with that bike? He's still he can't get the access to it as well.
Well, it refuses to start on it. So.
Yeah. As SHG's pointed out, he has got ahead of Brad Binder. Morbidelli to fourth, says Lou as well. Vinales gets ahead
Bezzecchi's down.
Bezzecchi. No, what, that is
Crashed
that?
out.
Yeah, Bezzecchi's crashed out at the same part of the track. You do your long lap, Lupan. So he did the long lap and he's crashed it. Marco Bezzecchi is out of the Australian Grand Prix Turn 4 at Miller Corner.
At this point, I just accept my fate and just not.
He's rejoined the
No
race.
more.
He's rejoined the race. You were saying?
I just accept it. I don't know what he's up to. I mean, yesterday it was saying don't race, and now it's literally made him go out.
Yeah, just dropped the front on the inside into turn 4. Trail breaks in and it just goes on him. That's a really unusual one, actually, to snap the mid-corner.
Right in front of his teammate, too.
Yeah, SHG says, what a nightmare weekend for Bezzecchi. As Megan will point out, all they want is to eat the ramen. Eat the noodles that he was having in the practice. Move over, you can hear Marc Marquez saying now. He's going through on Franco Morbidelli for third place. He's making up once again, like in the sprint race. Pad starts for Marc Marquez both days, and boy is he making up for it. And Morbidelli trying to fight back, and I've pulled stitch.
That isn't good.
Just hurt a little bit. Go on.
Okay, so 22 laps to go. Martin is currently leading this race with Bagnaia very close behind. Marc Marquez is currently battling Franco Morbidelli, and that is very close between the two of them. Both have red sector 2 times, whereas the sector 1s are, well, less to be desired.
Sorry, the stitch got caught in the tooth.
Maybe?
That hurt a little bit, actually. I was pulling it tighter, so it was hurting a bit.
Maybe try talking less.
Yeah, it's dissolvable stitches, apparently. Don't know when they're going to dissolve, so, yeah.
Guess when you don't start pulling them.
So, down the hill we go, then. Marc Marquez, 1.7. So, look at all the seagulls! They're all over the top!
They're hatching a plan for Miller.
I implore all of you watching after this race, go and watch Bad Lip Reading on YouTube, Yoda, the Seagulls song. That's exactly what we've had stuck in our heads all weekend long here in Phillip Island. Bezzecchi rejoining last place. I have to say this, Mark is probably the most fun rider to watch in the 2024 Premier Class season as well.
We really need to drop one position.
Where is he on the board? 14th.
Yeah.
So he's got to give it to Augusto Fernandez. That's a weird call around.
Why is this?
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Phillip Island is always one of my favourite Aussie circuits. It's one of mine, Adam, as well. I remember us calling the race last year, actually, as well. On the Saturday, and then the Sunday got washed out.
Due to overtaking under yellow flag.
It's just flashed up on the main monitor now as well. So Luca Marini, as Megan says, overtaken under the yellow flag, dropped one place. So Martin and Bagnaia, 7 tenths between those two at the moment. Augusto retains 14th position at the moment, yeah.
Long lap penalty completed for Marini.
Did he have a long lap penalty, or was it just to give one place back?
I don't know.
I don't know why that's come up, because it wasn't a long lap penalty.
He never had one.
No, he never had. It was to give a place back. The stewards are just inventing penalties now. It's only lap 7.
What is this, F1?
It is F1. It just says to say penalty complete. It's not a long lap. Okay. I
press the wrong button.
I don't know where that comes from. He's absolutely struggling. Marini has been given a 1-position penalty, has to be dropped. Here comes Digi on the inside of Bastianini. Look at how late Bastianini can brake on that GP24 bike compared to last year's model into Doohan Corner.
Do you know
so
what?
much further down.
He might have actually done a long lap penalty because he's dropped more than 1 position.
He's dropped to 16th place. Has he got it wrong?
I think he must have been told wrong.
I think he's got it wrong. I think, by the way, Marc Marquez just done a 1:27.9. He's broken the record he set in 2013, 11 years ago. So that we've got a new fastest ever lap race around this circuit belonging to Marc Marquez on a 23 Ducati.
Woohoo.
Just saying. 23 Ducati. But, yeah, I reckon you're right. I reckon Marini has misunderstood to give 1 place back, and he's thinking it's one lap, long lap.
Yeah.
So he's done a long lap, and he's got it wrong. Yeah, I reckon he's read it wrong.
They probably weren't very clear with him.
Because it flashed up on the dashboard.
Yeah.
So Marini's done a long lap
He
penalty,
probably saw the 1 and thought, oh, it's a long lap penalty.
and there goes Digi trying to go down the inside, down through Lukey Heights into MG, but Bastianini got straight back through as they're coming to the last corner. Digi's now going to try and close that behind him and slipstream into that first corner at Doohan. It's a long enough straight, it's a perfect last corner exit. Bastianini's going to go defensive. Here comes Digi again on the onboard. Down it towards turn number 1. Pulls to the inside line. Last of the late breakers here. Digi knows it. Just lifts it off again. And Bastianini sliding that GP24 bike around as well. Loving every second of it.
Jack Miller goes up into 11th position with no signs of distress from seagulls.
Stop it now. Ha, 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 ha. Remember that?
Kind of.
What's happening?
Here's a replay of the start.
I knew he took something off the dash.
Yes.
What is he doing?
Do you know, I saw him messing around and I'm thinking he needs to focus now because
He took a visor strip
Watch
off.
when it goes away. I saw the sticker. I said there's something there.
I knew it.
what are the chances? I have never seen anything like that.
Do you reckon
do
it
you
could
know-
have got caught?
Do you know, it's exactly what it is. Marc Marquez has taken a visor strip off before when the green flag went away. He's put it behind the bike and it's got caught on the rear tyre. And when he's gone to accelerate, it's just revved off the tyre. So, exactly,
It's his own fault.
exactly to your point, Megan, the tear-off strips have caused Marc Marquez's poor start. I've never seen that.
I told you tear-offs were bad.
I have, in all my years of commentating on MotoGP, never, not once in my life, have I seen that type of accident.
I've been waiting for the day.
That is ultra bizarre. Like, a million times out of 10, you will never see that again in MotoGP. I am flabbergasted by that one. I said there was some form of sticker. Gavin Emmett saw there was a sticker as well. Something flicked up from behind. I thought it was like a windlet that had fallen off the bike. But no, it's his visor strip. The red flag, the man's there with the red flag. He's taken the visor strip off.
Doesn't even look like it was his first visor strip he pulled off.
No, he didn't. There was multiple there, didn't he? He put it to the side of the bike and then goes, oh, where did it go? Oh, hang on, the lights are on. I better concentrate here. So, Marc Marquez has got completely distracted by the start procedure and, to put it away, he messed it up. I don't know if
He's in third, so...
and he's going to have a go now on Pecco Bagnaia as well. So it's not over yet as they come through into Lukey Heights, down into MG. So now, three-way fight again for the Australian Grand Prix. Martin, 7/10, Bagnaia, Marquez, I should say, 2 tenths between them. Game on.
Alex Marquez is currently in 17th position, having separated the 2 Hondas.
Well, this race just keeps on giving. It's a strange one. Here comes Mark on the GP23 bike, passing Pecco Bagnaia on the GP24. But again, that 24's got so much more brake. Oh, I thought he went down, didn't you? I thought Mark went down. The way that bike...
Thought he went a little bit wide.
It did wobble like crazy into one. That's what Neil Hodgson was talking to us about in the pre-show as well. If you cut off the aero you lose about 50% of your braking. And you can see how it's twitching now. Mark's bike's twitching like crazy. This is fantastic. And Bagnaia is going to try and block every which way possible to stop Marc Marquez coming back through. 17 laps to go of this Grand Prix. It's lap 11 now, and we have got a three-way fight at the front between Martin Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, the top three in the World Championship.
Alex Marquez has just moved up into 16th position, and Bagnaia is currently doing quite well in his setting track bests.
Faster and faster and faster, again and again and again, time upon time as well. Frankie Cardetti has just reacted to the tail off, getting caught in the rear spin. Yeah, so it is. Even Frankie's saying it as well. Marc Marquez's crew chief watching on. Bagnaia's gone wide. Here we go again then down the start-finish straight. Marc Marquez will get in the slipstream. Left or right? Right's the answer. Inside line into 2 and corner at turn 1. But again, so much more braking power from the GP24 bike. Mark can't keep up. And Martin's gone wide. Martin's made a mistake. Martin's really made a mistake through the first 2 corners. Down through 2 into the southern loop. And now they're all together again. I'm going to have to change cameras here, Megan, as well.
Let them through.
Yeah, you're going to have to change cameras. You might need to stand up in a second because Bagnaia has taken the lead of the race. Bagnaia leads. Martin's coming down to 3rd. Marquez trying to come through as well. Martin on the inside. Bagnaia goes wide. Marquez goes through on the inside. Marquez takes 2nd place. We've got a race on our hands here, everybody.
Not bad for a guy who just had a Teros stuck in his wheel.
Yeah, and it hasn't affected him, has he? That's proved. Just put him on the GP24 bike. Watch what he can do. But the important thing here is that what on earth happened to Martin? 7 tenths ahead, and he made even wider one.
Why did he make a mistake? Well, he's Martin.
Yeah.
They usually make a slight mistake, and I'm starting to feel again.
Well, get your energy back because this is going to be an absolute barnstormer in Australia.
Well, I feel sick.
Is that heat? Do you want me to take it off?
No.
All right, fair enough.
It's because of how much I'm talking.
Anyways, give me a minute. We might have another one here.
I'm not even talking that much.
Over the line again. Martin's going to feel the pressure now as well. It's pumping, it's pumping, it's pumping the adrenaline. Down it towards turnover 1. Marquez pulls the outside line, won't do the old switcheroo. Bagnaia's now back in 3rd. They're running all together, but one of them is going to fall. I've just got this feeling that we're going to see someone crack under this pressure.
Well, I don't know about them 3, but further down the field, with no sign of seagulls in sight, Jack Miller reaches number 10 in the position, so got into that 10th position now. Next up on his list is Ralph Fernandez.
Gets ahead of Fabio Quartararo as the top 3 in this Grand Prix. Enter Miller at turn 4. That sounded a bit sexual, didn't it, as well, for 4 a.m. in the morning as well. But no, they've gone around the hairpin. Now they're into Siberia, up through the hill again. Through one of my favourite sections of the entire circuit, the long, sweeping, opening backstretch. You can really open up these engines and let them sing. You rise up towards Lukey Heights at turn 12. It'll be a drop down the hill in towards turn 13 as well. Again, this is where we're going to be seeing. This is great. Moto3 this morning. Moto3 a couple of hours ago was like.
Feels so good.
Moto3 was like, what was it? It was like everything was exploding at once. Moto2...
That's when my headache started.
Yeah, because that was hard to keep a track of. Moto2 had a close fight at the finish. And now MotoGP just picking everything together, getting it all again as Marquez tries to close in on Jorge Martin down to turn 1. I don't think he's going to have the move.
I don't think he's going to have the move yet. Maybe in a few more laps, but there's a replay right now of the top 3 going round one of the corners.
Down to 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Martin retaking the lead away from Bagnaia, and that allowed Marquez to slip back to on the inside line. So just that forced back manoeuvre between the 2. That changed it all again. Zarco overtakes Quartararo into 11th. Quartararo really struggling, says SHT and Lou. Coming through as well. Adam says as well the MotoGP season will go down to the season finale. I think it will do as well. I need to sneeze. That's going to be painful.
Just under 3 tenths separates Martin and Marc Marquez currently. So that gap is getting closer and closer between them.
Yeah, it's closing, and it is getting faster.
Mark isn't even pushing that much.
Well, Japan didn't necessarily deliver on the action. Australia is certainly giving us one to entertain. It's the best racetrack in the world. It's the best race that we have on the MotoGP calendar. We ride now with Marc Marquez on the Grassini number 93 out of turn 14, the last corner, and now slowly pulling that throttle at the exit and closing up on Martin down towards turn number 1, but it's still a bit too far back.
Right, 13 laps to go of this.
That was halfway. We've just done halfway of the
Yeah.
race. 14, yeah, was it 14 and 14 to go?
Yeah.
Oh, Digi on the inside with Bastianini swinging around the outside into doing with Binder just ahead. Digi's keeping his arms together and he's got ahead of Bastianini again. He's kept 6th place.
Alesia's just dropped down 2 positions to Marini and Alex Marquez. I mean, I thought he was like out, but he's fine. He's fine.
I really enjoy what SHG's saying right now, lads. Imagine if they crash the top 3. And then we've got Morbidelli leading the race. And this will be the battle for the lead as Digi dives up the inside. Binder cuts back and then through goes Bastianini. So Digi got screwed there. And here comes as well Maverick Vinales sweeping through. Digi's not going to let that one slide though. Maverick's going to have to live to fight another day.
Yeah, Vinales cannot seem to get past D'Antonio right now. I think D'Antonio's just had enough recently, to be honest. It's just like, I don't want to have to deal with any more of people.
A quick side note, Bagnaia has dropped 7/10 to Marc Marquez, but a full 1.1 seconds to Martin. So the top 2 in the race are Martin and Marc Marquez. They're the 2 siding together as Digi gets very close to Bastianini coming through MG.
Now reached 12 laps to go of this race, and in my mind I'm thinking slowly, it's just one more lap to go to bed.
Very tired. Yeah, but think about it, we actually get about 14 hours before we have to race again.
You won't see me for about 13 of those.
Digi goes through very late, not going to work there, but Bastianini takes 6th, Digi down to 7th, Vinales still in 8th position as well, trying to find their way through into Southern Loop. So Bastianini's up to 6th place. Interesting race, this one. Digi's fighting back so hard, and Mark is right there as well, just waiting for Martin to make that critical error, make that crash, and then it's all going to go bang, 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 bang in the race.
Needed that stretch. Right, so Bagnaia is currently pushing extremely hard, and have you noticed how there is the slightest colour differentiation from the 2 different reds? Like, look at Marc Marquez and the red in his sector 1 compared to the reds in Bagnaia's sectors 1 and 2.
This is your slower of the 2 faster, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's 20.850 for Bagnaia, so he's got faster, so he's actually closing back in. The gap is still within a second. TV pictures are having a bit of a glitch at the moment. There we go. Gap between Martin and Bagnaia in the championship will be exactly 1 race victory, which means it will go down probably to Malaysia at this point in the championship. It won't be settled in next time out.
Neither of them want to win.
So it looks like it will go down to the final race of the season just because how close it is. There's 36 points still on offer, remember, per weekend.
I generally don't know who will win.
I don't know either. Marquez, though, is closing in. He might win today for a 3rd win of the season. He's closing in on Martin as he comes through Stoner into Miller hairpin. Martin can feel cool now. He said in the press conference on Friday, I want to go back to 2014, 2015 to really understand what my talent is. We all joked and said, yeah, you'll be Carl Abraham right at the back of the field because you'll be racing against aliens of Jorge Lorenzo, Valentino Rossi, Danny Pedrosa, Marc Marquez back in his prime. And everyone said, just you wait until Mark's on a GP24 bike. Look what he's doing on a GP23 bike, Megan. He's hounding the back of a 24 championship contender.
Although should be scared at the fact that he can do this on last year's bike.
What can he do on next year?
A bike with little data.
And also, yeah, it's limited, but also no updates. It's now, nearly 2 years out of date compared to this one.
And he can school them, basically.
Yeah, lap after lap. And he's only, 2/10 off of Martin. This is Marc Marquez proving to everybody, look, I'm here to stay.
The only reason he didn't take the lead at the start was because he accidentally got a visor strip caught.
Yeah, he would have got him down to turn 1, and that makes Mark angry. You don't like Mark when he's angry.
He blames himself.
Down into the braking zone. Again, through Stoner, into Miller at 4. Gap now a 10.5. I'm just waiting for that little opportunity. Martin breaks late. Marc Marquez breaks just a tad later. So close to the exit between the two of them. Now they're sort of leaving Bagnaia in dust.
Bagnaia's just like giving up, I feel.
Yeah.
He's just like, okay, this isn't my race. Which is weird, giving up 10 laps to go.
In a world championship fight with your main rival.
No, it doesn't feel like 10 laps to go.
No, and Bagnaia hasn't had that pace all weekend. You've been in the box for every single session. You know, he's had no pace.
I generally also feel so. This race is too many laps.
Yeah, 27 is a bit too... Oh, Bastianini's passed Binder, by the way, so he's up to 5th.
I feel like 24 would be the better one.
I would agree. It's been extended to 27 since the new regulations for bikes, and I think when we have the engine changeover, eventually it will change over again. I'm going to have to switch camera angles as well, because I'm seeing that this is going to get very tasty indeed, and they might go down, so I need to get closer up to the mic screen here. Marc Marquez reeling in Jorge Martin like a fish down into turn 1 at Dewan. The bitey corner, 9 to go.
It's got very close there.
Is this classic Marc Marquez, just sitting behind, waiting for the opportunity to pounce, and then pouncing with a couple of laps to go?
Yes.
Yeah. 10th now. 2 seconds. They pulled 2 seconds to Bagnaia, for God's sake.
Bagnaia's just hoping he can catch up, but he won't.
Here he goes, up the inside. He thinks about it. Martin goes defensive. Marquez in Miller hairpin. He had a little look. He braked it late into Siberia. Now, who's going to crash? Martin or Marc Marquez? It's
Martin.
one of the two. Oh, and I just thought...
Salvadori enters the pits.
Yeah, so Salvadori is out. He's riding injured. I'm surprised he got this long. Well done, Lorenzo. Jorge Martin is bait to Marc Marquez's fish, says Adam. You bang on there, my friend. It's hook, line, sinker at the moment. What's going on here? This is Marc Marquez showing to everybody, this is what I can do on a 23 bike. Next year, I'm world champion. He's so much more closer coming out of turn 14. Over the line we go. He's so close now, Marc Marquez. Over the line together. Is he going to have a little look? It was 63 thousandths at the line. And Marquez still doesn't want to go for it yet. He could have there. He's playing chicken with him. Ha, it's classic Marc. It's classic Marc. He's playing chicken. Ha! I'm loving this. I'm loving it. I know we got bored of Marc Marquez dominating Grand Prix. But this is proper chicken and egg. Martin goes a bit wide. And I thought Marc Marquez might think about a move on the inside line. Not going to go there.
Someone just moved.
Vinales and Digi swapping places. So, and Quadraro passes Zarco.
I don't have a calculator on me, but I have my brain, and I'm predicting maybe 9 more minutes.
Time would back that up. Yeah, it'll take us to 40. So, yeah. I agree with your statement there.
And I'm tired, and I can do maths like that.
Over the hill and far away, Marc Marquez has come to play as he closes into MG. Round the last corner at 14. Martin's going to have to go defensive once again. Everyone's watching on, nervous. Everyone knows exactly what could happen and what could go wrong. Over the line again. 7 laps to go here at Phillip Island. Who's going to win the Australian Grand Prix? They've pulled 3 seconds now to Pecco Bagnaia at the line.
Bagnaia is now just... Okay, imagine if there was like a towboat. That's what he's like right now.
Look at him, look at him, look at him. Attach a magnet and watch it pull. This is unbelievable. Marc Marquez is showing exactly what he's done to everybody in the past. It's the old...
Traumatize him?
Yes. I'm bordering calling it domestic abuse.
He's playing with them.
It's the devil on the shoulder.
He's just staying that much. He's staying that little bit too much back. That you don't know whether he's going to make a move or just give up.
And Martin knows he's there. He can feel him. It's the breath on the back of the neck as well. Every time, Martin is just going to be looking forward, but he knows Mark's there.
Because his eyes aren't on the track.
Yeah.
His eyes are on Martin. He has his target.
It's a classic alien technique as well. Keep those eyes focused. Don't break contacts. It's like you go into a bit, 6 to go now, and this is just going to, look, they've checked out. Bagnaia's just gone, you can have it today. 3.4 seconds.
Bagnaia's just like, I've been through this before, I don't want it again.
Bagnaia had to fight Marc Marquez for his first ever victory back in Aragon all those years ago. This is brilliant. This is Martin really putting his stamper on that I want to be the world champion of 2024. And this is Marc Marquez going, so you want to race with aliens? You want to show what your talent is? I'll give you a game on a year-old bicycle. This is Marc fighting the youngsters with one arm tied behind his back.
He's basically saying, face me.
Yeah.
It's like, you want to be champion?
I tell you what, this is, if anyone saw the last Halloween film with Michael Myers, this is Marc Marquez as Michael Myers teaching his protege, that kid in that film, who's Jorge Martin. He's teaching him how to kill, how to do it. He's just learning the strategy. And then, at the end, Mark's going to teach him everything and then pounce and kill him.
Do you know, this is reminding me of, do you know that funny skits of Halloween where just staring in the background and then just like doing all these random funny things? That's Mark right now. Playing chess with another killer, that's Bagnaia.
Michael Myers, Marc Marquez. There's not much difference between the two when you've got to think about it. Yeah, down to turn one again with 5 laps to go. Is he going to think about a move? No, but he's playing with him. And Martin saw him there. I saw Martin. He looked back for a split second and he could see Marc Marquez right behind him. It must be the worst.
He's got closer.
It's the worst feeling on the world to know that someone's right there. And you're right, he has got closer. He's pulling him in more as well. And Martin is going to be feeling it. He's going to be knowing. It's going to be the old heart's going to be pounding like crazy.
If they were standing next to each other right now, Mark would be creepily saying hi.
He's not even, maybe saying boo as well, or just silently locking the door of the hotel as well.
Like, what'd you do?
Yeah, this is very much Marc Marquez now just stalking the back. This is fantastic. They've put up 4.3 seconds to Bagnaia.
It's like Stewie Griffin.
Yeah, screw anything that's happening in the rest of the race. It's all eyes on these two for a cracking Australian Grand Prix.
It's like Stewie Griffin asking, where's my money?
Yeah.
Good day, you said.
Thing is, we all know what's going to happen. With 2 laps to go, Marquez will make the move, and then on the last lap, he'll mug him.
Yeah.
It's poetry.
Speaking of, Bastianini, 4th.
It's like, we all know Marc Marquez. Oh yeah, he's up to 4th now, yeah. So that's great, he's past Binder. We all know what's going to happen. It's almost sad watching it, because Martin doesn't stand a chance compared to the legend of Marc Marquez. Here we go again. Here's the first attempt. Just a little break late over the line. See who's going to be doing what wears around you.
I wonder if Martin knows what's happening.
Martin's going to know. And look, he made a mistake. Turned too late.
Nerves.
Marquez is right there. He's going to go around the outside. Now he's making his presence known with 4 to go. It's the same tactic.
Every move you make.
I'll be watching you. Here we go. Marquez to the inside line. Martin's having to go defensive. Martin's going to go lane wide. Marquez goes through. And Marc Marquez leads the Australian Grand Prix. He bullied Martin into making his own mistake. He made Martin go defensive, and Marquez just slipped back through on the inside.
I love that Mark just basically tortures everyone into making mistakes.
It's the psychological break.
And then he makes his move.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's abuse. It is psychological abuse at its best. And now we've got 3 laps to go now. Martin's going to try and fight back, but you're not going to break Marc Marquez. If he does it, I'll be incredibly surprised.
I wonder how many therapists have had Marc Marquez as the key subject out of the drivers.
Hey, it might not be that bad. Marquez, don't forget, he's on a year-old bike. Martin's on a 24 bike. Over the line we go, and they're side by side of the line. 1,000th of a second into turn 1. Martin breaks lane. Martin takes the lead back with 3 to go. On the inside of doing last lane breakers, and now Mark is starting to think, have I been off more than I can chew? No, I'm Marc Marquez. He's getting right back with him.
It's like that phrase like, come here, you little...
Yeah, he's angry now. He's angry. And Augusto Fernandez and Espargaro battling on the last couple of places. Into turn 4. Mark's angry. Mark's dive-bombed him on the inside of turn 4. He was really angry there. He's put the youngster in his place. He trail breaks in and reaches the lead back.
What we're seeing is the end of a horror movie where the villain just can't stand the stupidness of the supposed hero anymore.
This is fantastic. And now Martin's going to get even more angry. This is brilliant. Mark was not taking no for an answer. We are watching murder live on television. This is fantastic. This will hurt Martin as well because of what he said in the press conference on Friday, that he wants to know what his skill set level is. He wanted to race back in 2014 and 2015 season where you're racing against...
He wouldn't have survived.
No, because you're racing against that man right there in his prime, and Lorenzo, and Rossi, Pedrosa, everybody. Over the line with 2 to go. Martin's angry again into turn 1. He's going to try and trail break. Hasn't worked out. Marquez goes nice into turn 1, but leaves off the throttle. Martin had more speed. Martin looks to the inside of the southern loop. Can't work out. Marquez keeps the lead. And Martin has cost himself 3 tenths because he was off the normal racing line.
You want to race in 2013 to 14, then you're going to have a lot of therapy bills and a lot of guts.
I think Marquez is now going to toy with Martin. He knows this is the penultimate lap, so he knows. Marquez now knows he has to anticipate that Martin is going to plan a move for the last lap.
I feel like every so often he's just going to brake a little bit just to see what happens.
It's exactly what he's doing. Look, Marquez is sort of just up and over a bit too much. Marquez knows Martin will plan a dive bomb move on the last lap. So Marquez is going to try and block every opportunity he possibly can.
Mia's crashed out.
Mia's out. Look. He's blocked it into Lukey Heights.
Why do I feel like Mark hasn't played with his food for a long time, so now he's just making up for it here?
He's played with the food. He's resuscitated it and killed it again.
There's one of his victims.
Final lap of a mega Australian Grand Prix, which has delivered time and time again. The gap between Marquez and Martin is now 0.3 of a second. It's all hands on deck for the last lap. It has been an absolute thriller. Marc Marquez may have had the demon start with his own making, but he's fought back and he's schooled Martin on a year-old bike. Mark is going to have to really defend, though, because Martin wants points. Martin's got to think championship here, Megan, but he's not going to think that. He's going to want to beat Marc Marquez.
He's made it personal.
Yeah, he has. That's exactly it. They've made it personal.
And Mark knows that's how to make people lose.
Vulnerable is the don't make it personal.
Let your emotions get to you.
Valentino Rossi kicking Marquez off the bike in Sepang.
No, that was emotional.
Yeah, cost Rossi the title because he got that penalty start at the back of the grid in Valencia. So Marquez does know how to make people emotional. Whether that was Rossi's fault, Marquez's fault, fair, it doesn't really matter now because we're into Lukey Heights. This is the last sector of the track. Marquez does go defensive just in case because he hasn't looked back to see if Martin's there. It doesn't matter. This has been the ultimate show. We've had races won in dry and wet, but this has been Marc Marquez of old. Fear not, on a 23-year-old bike, he can still do it. Marc Marquez plays with his food and returns as the killer of Australia. Marquez wins a classic down under. Martin is second. Bagnaia is third. Digi fourth with Bastianini in fifth. But that was an absolute show that an old dog can still bite and can still charge. A handshake between the two. A thoroughly great race.
Send me the therapist bill.
It is Marc Marquez. A third win in 2024. I think, Megan, that one's going to mean the most of anything, because that has showed that Marc Marquez is back to his old ways. That was Marc, as you say, playing with his food.
He still knows how to torture his opponents.
That was spectacular. I bow to Marc Marquez. That was fantastic and well worth 4:42 a.m.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
I thought it was very impressive and
And there
hilarious.
goes the final visor strip. He started the race having a terrible start, and he's gone on to bloody won the thing.
Yeah.
He's world champion next year.
He better be.
On a 25 bike, Marquez is champion next year.
Be nice to have another one for him.
SHG's points down. He was 13th at the start of the race.
Now he's first.
Right, I'm going to let you go because you're not well. What did you make of Australia?
I thought it was very entertaining and good. Are you sure you'll be okay?
I'll
on
be
your
fine
own?
for the last. I'll give it to BT.
Okay.
TNT, I should say. Cheers, Meg. See you later on
Bye-bye.
for F1 and see you in a week's time in Indonesia, where we'll have hopefully Julia or Maddie on the call as well. A flag for Marc Marquez to come in. A Spanish flag. The 93 flag. What a race for Marc Marquez. And just like that, day one is over here in Buriram, Thailand as well. The checkered flag has come out and the session concludes. Moving the mic out of the way. So, it's Marc Marquez who ends day one fastest, a 1:29.184. Alex Marquez second, 1:29.649. Then we get Franco Morbidelli in third, 1:29.683. Marco Bezzecchi fourth, 1:29.794. Pedro Costas fifth on a 1:29.904. Luca Marini in sixth, 1:29.928. Johan Zarco seventh, 1:29.961. Pecco Bagnaia is 8th on a 1:30.028. Brad Binder 9th, who had a crash at turn 5. He's okay on a 1:30.041. Jack Miller rounds out your top 10, 1:30.047. Juan Mir in 11th, 1:30.067. Alex Rins in 12th, 1:30.206. Fabio Quartararo's 13th, 1:30.233. Thurman Adair in 14th on a 1:30.373. Ai Agura 15th, 1:30.453. And Aya Bashini goes in to 16th on a 1:30.461. Miguel Oliveira 17th, 1:30.783. Marvin Vinales 18th, 1:30.827. Raul Fernandez goes in 19th, 1:30.975. Songkat Chancha is 20th on a 1:31.208. And Lorenzo Salvadori is 21st, 1:31.730. Just a reminder that tomorrow we are going to be live on JB Motorsports 2, and then the full replay of both sessions will be on JB Motorsports as well, and always live on Twitch. Coming up next, though, it will be the second and final day of pre-season testing in 2025. It's been an awesome day here in Buriram, Thailand. It is Marc Marquez who is top of the board by 0.4 of a second in a crucial test to see whether or not we're actually going to see this year's GP25 bike engine in the Ducati, or they'll stay with GP24's engines. We'll find out tomorrow. Join us on JB Motorsports 2 for live action at the final day. From us all here, though, thanks for your company. Bye for now.